we're going to hear from three major standard setting bodies. And even though our ISSA 5000 is meant to be framework agnostic, we are very conscious of the need to have an approach that works with a global baseline of standards out there. And we really want to applaud and congratulate the ISSB for all their work and getting to the point that they are. And the big decision that you took last month in Montreal, which is a major step forward. For those who don't know Sue, she's now vice chair of the ISSB, previously vice chair of the IAASB, a longtime friend and colleague of mine. So it's great to have Sue on board. We've been closely cooperating with the ISSB and staff. As you know, we issued our comment letter to them, which I think they appreciated. We intend to continue to work closely with the ISSB long into the future, as we have with the IASB. So we're lucky enough to have Sue with us for 40 minutes today. She has to depart rapidly. I think she explained why she has to depart. And then we'll hear from Bastien, who I saw it popped up on our screen. And then we'll take a break and we'll have two other speakers afterwards. So it's great to have you. Thank you for joining us. And I think the floor is yours. One thing to say is that we have control of the slides from this room. So you just give a cue to Michelle and she'll advance the slides for us. If you can't see the room, we have 16 board members at the table and 2 are joining us remotely. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to present to the IAASB. We're watching what you're doing in the sustainability space very closely. We've got a very keen interest in your work, so it's really fantastic to engage with you today. And I should say, echoing what Tom said, that's complementing ongoing engagement that we've been having both with board members and at a staff level. And so great to be here today. So what I thought I'd do today is touch a little bit on the background of the board and what we're all about, and then talk more specifically about our first 2 standards and try to focus in a little bit on some of the aspects of those standards where assurance is a particular consideration. And we, of course, enjoyed your comment letter and have taken on board your comments. So I will highlight some of the things that we've done in redeliberations that had, at least in part, assurability in mind. So with no further ado, if I could move to slide 3, which talks about, why we exist. So why the ISSB? And in a nutshell, the reason why we were established was following consultation by our trustees, asking stakeholders around the world. We got confirmation that because sustainability information is increasingly part of what investors need to understand to make informed investment decisions, that there was support for the IFRS Foundation to do essentially what we've done for accounting, to build a high quality set of standards to support the provision of information to investors. And so there was significant support from our stakeholders around the world, and also really importantly, official policy support, if you like. So the G20, the G7, IOSCO, the Financial Stability Board, and others. And so that's really what led to our establishment. So on slide 4, we are very keen, in the same way that the IAASB has been, to be part of the sort of regulatory framework of reporting, if you like. So really bringing sustainability reporting into the mainstream with the same level of robustness to make it investable for decision making as the financial statements. And so that's why we are very happy and keen to be working in partnership with important regulatory bodies. IOSCO has been a very big supporter of our work right from our establishment, and at the moment we're working with IOSCO with the objective of having their support or endorsement for our standards once they're completed. And of course, you're a very important part of our infrastructure as well, because while we don't get to decide about assurance requirements for our standards, we certainly hope that they will be subject to assurance requirements to really support the quality of that information that investors are looking for. With that regulatory backdrop, we're then planning to really knuckle down in the second half of this year, talking to jurisdictions about the adoption of our standards. So we very much would like it to be the case, and all the signs are positive, that jurisdictions will require companies to provide sustainability information using our standards to provide investors with information. So that's a very important part of our strategy. But in addition to that, we're also very keen and very happy for companies to choose to use our standards. And in some jurisdictions, it may be more likely that it's a voluntary company and investor-led adoption and use of our standards. And so we're very engaged with market adoption as well. And that very much builds on the very successful work of the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, who we consolidated with last year. So moving on to the next slide and the more specific objectives of our work. So many of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with the International Accounting Standards Board standards, and we are really wanting to do the same as the IAASB, develop high quality standards that are trusted around the world that provide a global baseline of sustainability disclosures. We'd like investors to be confident that they can understand sustainability risks and opportunities when they make investment decisions and make valid comparisons between companies reporting in different parts of the world. So our focus, of course, is a lot on investors because that's what the IFRS Foundation is all about, but we're also very interested in the company perspective as well. So one of the things you'll hear me talking about quite a bit today is interoperability. So I'm thrilled that Bastian and Patrick will be with you later today because I'm working very much with both of them, because we really see the benefits for companies, both in providing a global baseline that reflects the ISSB standards, but working with others, and GRI and the European IFRS standards are prime examples, to make sure that when companies want to or have to also report to a broader group of stakeholders or to meet jurisdictional requirements, that they can use our global baseline as the base for their disclosures and then add on incremental complementary disclosures to meet broader information needs or jurisdictional information needs. And we want to do that in a way that is a cost-efficient and effective reporting system for companies while meeting investors' information needs. And so that's why we talk about a global baseline, this high-quality, comparable set of information, but we also talk a lot about building blocks, which is this idea that disclosures can be built on top of our requirements to meet broader or jurisdictional information needs. So moving on to the next slide and just going back a step and talking a little bit about the infrastructure, if you like, of the ISSB and comparing and contrasting it with the IAASB. I'm not going to go through this whole slide. I think the key points here are the ISSB, as the sister board of the International Accounting Standards Board, has very much been created in the image of the IASB. So part of the same foundation, sister board, same part of our structure, the same governance by the trustees and the monitoring board, also holding public board meetings, same number of board members, and like the IASB, seeking to have a broad geographic spread in our board member representation and a range of skills and backgrounds to support high quality standard setting. On the next slide, another really important feature that we have in common with our sister body is the due process that is used for our standard setting. One of the reasons why we had a lot of support for the IFRS Foundation to take on this new role of developing standards for sustainability reporting was because the IFRS Foundation is well known for the robustness and inclusiveness of its due process. And reflecting that, the trustees have decided that the same due process requirements are applicable for the ISSB as are applicable to the IAASB. So that's why you have seen us issuing exposure drafts, doing redeliberations and public board meetings, and our balloting process that we're going through at the moment to finalise our first two standards, S1 and S2, is subject to exactly the same requirements set out in the due process handbook that the IASB has developed and used over the years. Like the IASB, we're subject to oversight to ensure that we're meeting the requirements of our due process with the Due Process Oversight Committee of the Trustees. Same committee is overseeing both boards' work. And while we've said we'll start off using the IASB's due process, we have said that we will monitor whether that due process works effectively for this new board and consider whether any amendments might be needed. I'd have to say so far, I think the due process requirements work well for the ISSB and the same way that they do for the IASB. But because there are some particular aspects of the standards that are different, notably the industry-specific parts of the standards, we are continuing to monitor and think about whether amendments should be proposed for consultation at a future date. But at the moment, the same due process is in place. So if I move now on to the next slide, slide 8, you see some of our happy smiling faces here. So our board members, I won't go through who we all are. We're a diverse bunch. There's 14 of us in total. I think the only thing I would point out that is one difference from the IASB is that we have 2 vice chairs. Clearly one vice chair, that wasn't good enough. So they decided to have 2 of me. So I'm focused on delivery of the technical work very much for the ISSB, and I have a counterpart, Jingdong Hua, who I was delighted to have joined our board. His focus is different to mine. So 2 vice chairs, but 2 quite distinct roles. I'm focused on technical delivery of the work, reflecting my background as a long-term standard setter and coming from the IASB. Jingdong Hua joins us from the World Bank, and his particular focus with the board is on Global South and on capacity building. So he brings his experience from the World Bank and his relationships and partnerships to really help us focus a significant amount of our efforts, which will be on making sure that the market generally and Global South in particular are ready for the application of our standards. On the next slide, slide 9, you can see the balance of the board. So 14 of us in total. Moving on to the next slide, another thing that we have in common with our sister board is the way that we work. We know that we don't have all of the answers in-house, even though we have a diverse board and very experienced staff. So like the IASB, we make use of advisory groups. The ones on the left marked in red to show they belong to the foundation are advisory groups that are relevant and used by both boards, the IASB and the ISSB, and also the trustees. So our advisory council gives strategic advice to all 3 bodies, and the Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council is giving specific advice on how the reporting required by the IASB and the ISSB should work together as a package. Then on the right-hand side, it's the ISSB's specific advisory groups. And like the IASB, we have groups for different purposes. So we have an investor advisory group giving us investor input. Our technical reference group is mainly comprised of companies or preparers who give us input on the application of our standards. And then we've got a Sustainability Standards Advisory Forum, which, like the IASB's forum, will give advice on technical standard setting projects. But then we've got 2 advisory groups that are slightly different to the IASB's, reflecting our different focus and mandate. The first is the Jurisdictional Working Group, and this is comprised of the UK, the US, China, Japan, the EU, and us, with IOSCO observing. And this group is working with us to make sure that the standards that we're developing are a truly global baseline that's acceptable and likely to be adopted by jurisdictions around the world. They're helping us build the global baseline, and they're also talking to us about the interoperability of our requirements with what they're thinking about in their jurisdictions back home. So it's a really important group, both to develop the global baseline, but also for the building blocks approach. And then the Sustainability Consultative Committee is a particular committee that, again, has been set up particularly for the ISSB. This is comprised mainly of multinational organizations like the United Nations, the World Bank, etc., to give us a perspective on sustainability matters that may not yet be as focused on by investors, but are on the horizon. GRI is also a member of this group, and we use this group to help us with our horizon scanning to see which topics may be coming up in the future that will be relevant for investors that should be on the board's radar. So that's very particular to our sustainability focus. Moving on to the next slide now, slide 11. This is a little bit about how we were formed, and also, I think, relevant to how we're approaching our work. And I think this is quite relevant for you guys because, like you, we've had to think about ways to build on existing practices and how to do things in a way that's slightly different to traditional standard setting, I think. And we got a very strong piece of feedback in the consultation that our trustees put out for comment that led to our establishment, that it was really important to the market that we reduce the alphabet soup. So we achieved that by consolidating with the CDSB and with the Value Reporting Foundation that housed the ISSB and the IR framework and integrated thinking, but also that we build on and work from existing sustainability practice. People said, whatever you do, don't start with a blank sheet of paper. And so what we have done, and one of the reasons why we've been able to move very quickly in terms of standard setting time, is built our standards very much on the foundations established with others. So if you pick up our two new standards, S1 and S2, you will recognize the TCFD recommendations everywhere, because both standards use the TCFD pillars of governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. And we did that because we want to make it faster, a standard setting process, but also building on established practice and making the transition easier for companies already using the TCFD recommendations. We also make use of the ISSB standards in two ways. One is that when you pick up our climate document, S2, we have illustrative examples that are based on the industry-based requirements in the ISSB standards that were climate related. So we borrowed those, made them more international, and we're using those as guidance. And when you get to S1, you'll hear me talking later about how we ask for companies to report on all of their important sustainability-related risks and opportunities, not just climate. And one of the main ways that we can do that is by asking companies to refer to and consider the ISSB standards. So we have managed to move more quickly, and we hope to assist companies in transitioning from their existing sustainability reporting to the use of our standards by building on established market practice, in particular of the TCFD recommendations and the ISSB standards. The next slide is about the baseline, which I've talked about already, so I won't go through that again. I'll talk a little bit more on slide 13 about some of the specific things that we're doing on interoperability. So we use this term interoperability, and we assume everybody knows what it means, but it's worth pausing and making sure we all do. Here we mean if you're using our standards and you're using other materials as well, how well do they work together? And so this is where the jurisdictional working group comes in and where our sustainability standards advisory forum comes in. We really want to make sure that our work works well with that of others. So we're spending a lot of time at the moment working with Europe in particular, given that we're both close to finalising our first sustainability standards. That's why I mentioned I'm going to Brussels this afternoon. I was there last Friday. We're working really hard at the moment to see if we can more closely align our disclosure requirements to make it easier for companies to apply both sets of requirements if they have to, and to reduce the potential confusion for those using the information. A number of our decisions in our decision-making were designed to help with interoperability. Both the European requirements and the US proposed climate rule also started with the TCFD recommendations. So making decisions such as deciding to confirm the use of the TCFD architecture was a really important anchor to support interoperability. We're also spending time with our friends at GRI, who we have an MOU with, to make sure that we are thinking about how our standards can be applied together, with the ISSB standards being used to meet investor needs and then being used in combination with the GRI standards to meet broader stakeholder needs. Now, I'd be the first to say that we haven't spent as much time as we will just yet in our work with GRI for the simple reason we needed to get S1 and S2 done on a timely basis. But we are in regular communication, and we're hoping that as we move to our new work going forward, we'll be able to work more closely in the development of our standards to ensure that interoperability works really well for those who wish to use both sets of standards. And the last thing I'll mention is that we were really delighted at COP27 that CDP announced that from next year, they'll be asking companies to report against IFRS S2 to encourage adoption and improve comparability for investors by asking for climate information to be provided that's aligned with our S2 requirements. Now, the last thing I'll say on our standards before I get into some more specifics on the particular requirements in S1 and S2 is to talk about materiality for a moment on the next slide, on slide 14. And I'm talking about materiality here in the sense of the reporting sense as opposed to the pure auditing sense. And this is the definition of materiality that we have decided to use at the ISSB that's applied when a company uses our standards. So when a company ultimately decides what actual information does it have to provide applying our standards, what test does it apply? And we've decided to use the same test as the IAASB, reflecting the fact that we have the same investor focus. So just like the IAASB, when you pick up our standards, the test that's applied is whether or not the piece of information is so important that it's material, because omitting, misstating, or obscuring it could reasonably be expected to influence investor decisions. So this is consistent with our investor focus. It's investors who we are thinking about when we write our standards. It's investors we want companies to be thinking about when they apply our standards. And this is a really important anchor, because by having the same materiality definition, it means that when we ask companies to provide sustainability information using our standards, along with the financial statements, we have a consistent picture of materiality that improves the ability to connect that information as a package to meet investors' information needs. So this was a really important core confirmation coming from the ISSB. So on the next slide is some of our milestones. I won't labour too much here other than to show you that there's a lot going on. Our consolidation activity, the creation of the board, the population of the board that was only actually completed in December last year. The 14th board member joined us only at the December board meeting, even though we have been quorate since July last year. We had our consolidation exercise, and we have been working hard to get these first two standards done. We were really thrilled to get more than 1,400 comment letters by our deadline at the end of July, and to complete our redeliberations since then with the permission to ballot decision made at our February board meeting in Montreal. On the next slide, we peep ahead just a little bit to what's coming up on the work plan beyond S1 and S2. Before the end of the first half, we plan to publish a request for information where we'll be asking everybody what they want us to work on next after S1 and S2 are published. Early in the second half, we plan to put out an exposure draft, which will be the proposed digital taxonomy to allow the digital capture of the information required by our standards. And we are in the near term moving on to start doing some work maintaining the ISSB standards. So one of the things that we are responsible for as a consequence of consolidating with the Value Reporting Foundation is not only producing ISSB standards, but maintaining and enhancing the ISSB standards. And the first piece of work you'll see us doing on this front, which we actually started talking about in our March board meeting, is putting out an exposure draft about improving the international applicability of the ISSB standards beyond climate disclosures. This is a targeted project because some of the ISSB metrics refer to US-specific regulation or legislation, and this is a project to update those references to more internationally applicable references to facilitate the application of S1 so that when international companies refer to the ISSB standards, it's easier for them to apply them. So an agenda consultation and an internationalization exposure draft to look out for in the near future. So that's the background, and now I'll move on and talk a little bit about what the content is in S1 and S2, and I'll try to focus in on things that I think will be of particular interest to you. So if I move on to slide 18, it sets out the overview of what's in S1. So S1's long name is a really exciting one, the General Requirements Standard, not very exciting, but very important nonetheless. It's because of S1 that we can say that we've established a global baseline of reporting. And that's because it does a couple of important things. Firstly, it asks companies to provide material information on all of their important sustainability-related risks and opportunities that investors need to understand. So it's beyond climate, not climate only. It also sets out the general reporting requirements that apply for somebody who is preparing sustainability-related financial disclosures using our standards. And importantly here, it emphasizes the need for consistency and connections with the financial statements. We say things like requiring the use of consistent assumptions in the financial statements and in the sustainability reporting to the extent that's applicable under the relevant GAAP. We ask that the financial statements be published at the same time as the sustainability disclosures within the same general purpose financial reporting package. And this is because we've been told this information is material for investors. And if it's material for investors, we think it's really important they have the package of relevant information, the financial statements and the sustainability information at the same time so that they can get that comprehensive picture when they make their investment decisions. We don't dictate where in the general purpose financial reporting package the information has to be provided because jurisdictions often have specific requirements and we don't want to contradict those, but it needs to be with the financial statements and as part of that main reporting package. While we are part of the IFRS Foundation, which means we have the opportunity to make sure that our standards work particularly well with those of the IAASB, we're being very careful at the ISSB to be what we call GAAP agnostic. So it means, for example, that a Japanese company using Japanese GAAP or a US company using US GAAP can pick up and apply the ISSB's standards, and it will work just as well with their financial statements as for a company using the IFRS accounting standards. And that's really important for us with our global objectives. And so that gives us the background. If I move now to S2 on the next slide, on slide 19, it is the standard that's used in combination with S1. So if you've picked up S1 and you've concluded that one of your important sustainability risks or opportunities is climate, which is a conclusion we'd expect pretty much everybody to reach, then they would use S2 to identify the particular disclosures that should be provided to investors. So we ask for the provision of material information about climate-related risks and opportunities. And as I said, the structure of our requirements is the same as the TCFD recommendations. So we ask for information about governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. We also ask that industry-specific information be provided, and we refer to an appendix of materials based on the IAASB standards as guidance that should be referred to and considered. Doesn't have to be applied. That's an important decision in the redeliberations, but materials that are designed to inspire industry-specific information to inform investors' information needs. And when we ask for information about climate risk, like the TCFD, we ask for information about physical climate risk and transition risk as well. And we also put emphasis on climate-related opportunities, which is a little bit different to the emphasis that's in the TCFD recommendations. In terms of particular disclosures that we require, it's probably worth focusing on three things, and I'll come back to one of them in a little bit more detail later. One is that investors are particularly interested in how companies are planning to adjust or transition their business models as a result of climate change in particular. We're interested in the emissions targets that companies are setting and how they plan to achieve them. So there's disclosures around that. We know that investors are very, very interested in how resilient a company's plans are to different climate scenarios. So we ask for information about the resilience of a company's financial performance and prospects in different climate scenarios. And we actually require, that climate-related scenario analysis is used, although we acknowledge that the form of that analysis can vary depending on the characteristics of a company. And last but certainly not least, we require that Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 greenhouse gas emission information be provided. And typically, we require that that be determined using the greenhouse gas protocol, with just a few exceptions. So moving on to the next slide and touching on your world more specifically for a moment. We got some important feedback in relation to the two exposure drafts about some aspects of the standards that were relevant to assurance or assurability. And so we have made some decisions in the redeliberations that are really designed to help in this area. And the first is around what exactly the information is that a company is required to use. We know that a lot of estimation and judgment is required. We know that it's necessary for forward-looking information to be used to prepare sustainability information. That's not unique to the situation. As you know, there's places in accounting, fair value measurement, expected credit loss measurement where that's necessary, but it's probably more prevalent here. And so we've put in some more guidance and materials to guide stakeholders on what's required here. And we've borrowed heavily from the IFRS accounting standards for this. So we ask that companies be required to use information that's reasonable and supportable, but that it's the information that's available without undue cost or effort. And that's designed to make sure that what's expected of more well-resourced entities is a higher hurdle than that is required of those with more limited resources. Because we know that there is quite a lot of estimation and judgment required in preparing sustainability information, we've quite significantly enhanced the disclosures required around the sources of judgments, the key judgments that an entity's made that determine what's included in its sustainability reporting, the assumptions that's used in its basis of estimation. We want it to be clear what exactly has gone on and what's behind the information that's provided and how that might have changed from period to period. In our draft documents, in a couple of places, we gave them thing if it was unable to do so. Most notably, in some cases, quantitative information, if an entity was able to provide it, or qualitative, if it was unable to provide it. We got quite a bit of feedback that people didn't really know how to assess what a company was able to do. So we've changed the language there, and we've provided more specific criteria around those judgments to improve their enforceability. We've also tightened up one of the key areas in S1 that we got quite a lot of feedback on. In the draft of S1, when we said to provide information on topics beyond climate, we said that an entity shall consider, so had to consider, quite a long list of different materials, including industry practice. And we got a lot of feedback from people about concerns on the ability to assure that an entity really had looked at that whole list. And I think that was a very fair point in the feedback that we got. So to address that, we limit the situation where an entity is required to consider materials to the ISSB standards. For other materials, and including industry practice, we say an entity may consider them, but they're not required to consider them. So we hope that that assists with assurability. And as a general proposition, we've included more examples and illustrations to try to help to support application. I think I'll skip now to page 22, slide 22, and scope 3 GHG emissions, because I think this is probably an important area for you guys. So as I said, we decided, I think way back in October, that we would confirm the proposal in the exposure draft that entities be required to provide information about their scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions when that's material for their investors, and that consideration be given to all 15 categories included in the GHG protocol. In most cases, unless a jurisdiction requires a different measurement method to be applied, companies are required to use the GHG protocol to come up with this measurement. And as I said, we've included enhanced disclosures around the assumptions and the estimates and inputs that a company has used to come up with these emissions. So everybody has to provide this information when it's material. The other thing that we decided to do was to confirm that for banks, insurance companies, and asset managers, they also be required to provide additional information about their financed emissions. And that's a mandatory part of S2 that's included in the body of the S2 document. So moving to the next slide, we were very aware in asking that Scope 3 GHG emissions information be provided that this was a big ask for some companies, quite a change in practice, and that it's not always easy to do. And so we agreed that we would require Scope 3 GHG measurement information, but that we would provide reliefs and support to assist the market in the start of this journey and on an ongoing basis. So the first piece of relief that we give to companies is that in the first year that they use S2, they're not required to provide Scope 3 GHG emissions information. So there's a 1-year holiday from this disclosure requirement to allow more time for companies to get ready to gather and provide this information. We also provide some relief. So for example, if you're a company that's gathering information from other group entities and they've got different balance dates to yours, you don't have to use aligned reporting date information to measure your Scope 3 GHG emissions. We provide an exception from that requirement. This is an area where we also go on to say that you shall use reasonable and supportable information, but that it need only be that which is available without undue cost and effort. And we think this is very, very important here because we know that asking smaller companies, less well-resourced companies to be very granular in their Scope 3 measurement may be unduly burdensome. So this idea of undue cost or effort is a really important one in the sphere of Scope 3 measurement. But perhaps the biggest and most important decision that we made was actually to build a measurement framework that's included in the body of S2, which for those of you familiar with IFRS 13 is a little bit inspired by the fair value hierarchy in IFRS 13 because it sets out the characteristics of information that is required to be used in different circumstances. And that's explained in a bit more detail on the next slide. So for those of you who know IFRS 13, I'll use that as my starting place. You might know that there we say that where available, you should use liquid listed equity prices, for example, in preference to measurement using secondary information or using models. And it's a little bit like that here. We talk about the characteristics of information that we think is preferable to reduce measurement uncertainty and to improve the quality of information. But because there may need to be trade-offs given between these different characteristics, we ask that a company prioritize information with particular characteristics and consider alternatives where that's not possible. And we ask people to use their judgment to come up with the information that is the most representationally faithful and measurement of their Scope 3 GHG emissions. And the 4 characteristics that we look at are summarized on this page. So we ask companies to prioritize the use of direct measurement. So if you know what the emissions are for somebody in your value chain, you should use that. But if you can't, then you can use estimation. You should use primary data, so company-specific information if you can. If that's not available, then we will accept secondary data. We want more granular data to be used. So if you know the specifics of emissions within the value chain, you should use that. But if not, it's okay to look at a higher level estimated information. And then where possible, we want the information that's used to be verified. And so that's preferable to unverified data. But we have trade-offs. So for example, you may be able to get very granular, up-to-date information that's not verified, and so decisions may need to be made about what's most important. Because of these judgments, this is why it's really important that we now have got a range of disclosures to enable investors to be informed, and assurers as well, to be informed about what a company has done to reach these Scope 3 GHG emissions measurements. What we're really trying to set up here, if I look at it big picture, is a regime where companies can get started. Maybe initially they'll need to use more estimation, there'll be less direct measurement. Over time, we will expect the market to develop, more information to become available, and for this to be an area where there'll be improvements in disclosures over time. On the next slide, the last thing I'll talk about on S1 and S2 is when does this all come? When does this all happen? When does this go live? An important decision for us in February was the effective date of our standards. We've said from our perspective, we want people to get going. And so we've said that we would like these standards to be effective for 2024 reporting periods, so for disclosures in 2025. We really want to signal that these standards are ready for use. We think we've been quite proportionate in terms of allowing estimation, a slower start for some disclosures like Scope 3 GHG emissions measurement, but we want people to get on the path. Now, having said that, we know that the decisions about application for companies will usually be informed by what jurisdictions require. So we have said what we think the effective date should be, but the jurisdictional input will be very important in this as well. Now, 2024 is clearly quite ambitious. So why did we do that? It was reflecting the reliefs we've provided, but also the fact that we were given a very, very strong message when the board was established that the market really urgently needs this information, particularly on climate. And this timeline really reflects that. This timing is also consistent with statements made by IOSCO that they'd like to see the reporting start for 2024 years, calendar years, and also that CDP have asked that for 2024 information provided in 2025, they will ask for information to be provided that's in accordance with the S2 disclosure requirements. In the interest of time, I think what I'll do is I'll just skip to a really quick comment on our agenda consultation, which is on slide 30, just so you know what's coming up ahead, and then I will stop and see if you have any questions for me. So I mentioned briefly, we're going to put out a request for information. Hopefully that will be around May. We'll be looking for your input on what it is important for us to prioritise next. To frame that feedback, we've identified 4 projects from our research that we think are the most likely candidates where we can see investor appetite and interest in information about sustainability risks and opportunities. It's these 4 things, well, the first 3 things set out here: biodiversity, ecosystems and ecosystem services, human capital, such as diversity, equity and inclusion, but also the amount spent on training staff, human rights, which has got a particular focus on supply chain associated issues. And then the 4th project is slightly different in flavour. This is whether we should do some more work on connecting the information provided in the financial statements with sustainability reporting beyond what we already have in S1, which, as I mentioned, already has some aspects of connectivity attached to it. In that, we're asking a broad question. We're asking what the priority of that sort of project should be relative to sustainability projects like the first 3. And we're also asking if our stakeholders think we should prioritise such a project, how we should approach it. Should we make use of the integrated reporting framework, the IAASB's management commentary, and how and whether we should work with the IASB on that connected reporting project. So that's a really important consultation for us to work out what our priorities should be for the next 2 years. So we're really looking forward to feedback on that. And with that, I think, Tom, I'll stop there and see if people had any particular questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I think we have about 10 minutes for questions. If you're open to that, anyone in the room? Bill Edge.
Thanks, Tom. Bill Edge from Australia, Sue. On that slide there, you have the 4th bullet, connected reporting. Firstly, I should say congratulations on bringing the alphabet soup together, and the pace of change has been enormous and well supported. Connected reporting, I understand the IFRS Foundation has the intellectual property for integrated reporting now, and you've just mentioned it there. Is there any more flavour you can add to that about where you see, is there around the future of integrated reporting per the IIRC?
Thank you very much, Bill. And actually, it's a really important one, and we're going to be talking both to the Advisory Council and the Integrated Reporting Connectivity Council in the next few months to get their thoughts on this topic as well. And what's, I think, really important here with this question on connected reporting is that it's really, I think, for me, a question of timing rather than if we do a project like this. So we've done a reasonable amount in S1 to create connections between the financial statements and the sustainability reporting. So that's helpful. And we already have the benefit of the integrated reporting framework. So it's already possible for companies to look at the connectivity that we've created with S1 and to provide an integrated report using the IR framework or management commentary, depending on where you are in the world and what you apply. So one perspective is that we continue to work with that sort of package for now. So we continue to promote the use of the integrated reporting framework, for example, don't develop it further just at the moment and work on that while we fill in the gaps on our sustainability requirements. But the question we're asking our stakeholders is whether they actually want us to do more. So do they want us to, for example, require an additional report that would pull together the requirements that we set out in our sustainability requirements and the financial statements and integrate them more closely? Should we build on the integrated thinking principles and do something really more dramatic? And we really want to understand our feedback from our stakeholders on that. So at the moment, we've got lots of ideas. We think that's potentially quite a big project if we were to really put a lot of energy into thinking about that new, much more integrated report, which is why we think it's really important for our stakeholders to tell us, is this the right moment and the right priority for the new board now? Or is that a big project that's better for another day? And I think both us and the IAASB are going to be quite interested to see what the feedback is on that, given that it's not that long ago that they put out their management commentary document, which has quite a few similar characteristics to the IR framework.
Thank you, Chun-Li.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you so much, Sue. This is Chun-Li from Singapore. Great to see you again. And as always, great energy and great clarity. Thank you for sharing. And thanks, Bill, for the question, because I had that in mind as well. And thank you for the clarification, because I was quite surprised to see connected reporting as part of the agenda consultation, because I thought it's actually something that's quite fundamental and foundational. And it actually speaks to the philosophy of actually putting IASB and ISSB under the same roof. So your clarification was really helpful. And I hope that same clarity will come through in the consultation as well, because I think we wouldn't want the market to get the wrong idea of connected reporting potentially being cast to one side. So I have one just quick question. One of the brave, progressive, innovative thing that ISSB has done was to actually issue the exposure draft for S1 and S2 before the board was even formed. And that was a very interesting idea. In retrospect, it looks like a very wise idea. It has obviously worked out really well, but from your personal perspective, reflecting on it, do you think it would have gone differently if the board has been formed before the S1 and S2 were issued, just in terms of the technical content and potentially the need for re-exposure, considerations like that? Thanks.
Yeah, interesting question. So I do think it was the right decision to make, and you're totally right. It was a special decision made by the trustees, a temporary right for the chair and vice chair, so me and Emmanuel at the time, to publish the two EDs sort of on behalf of the board before the board was fully quorate. So it enabled us to be a little bit quicker. And the thing that we had to think about when we did that, when Emmanuel and I decided firstly whether we wanted to do that, and then when the Due Process Oversight Committee assessed whether they thought it was a good idea, was to really weigh the pros and cons of that. So the pros of that was, of course, that it enabled us to be much more timely than we otherwise would be. I think if we hadn't done that, potentially now we'd be issuing the exposure draft, so we'd be well behind where we are now. So that was the one benefit of it. The other significant benefit of it, that was actually the thing that was what we talked most about to the Due Process Oversight Committee at the time, was that we were able to benefit from our proposals being out for comment in a way that overlapped with the European proposals and with the proposed US climate rule. So it gave our stakeholders a really good opportunity to think about the interoperability of those proposals, and for us all who were consulting at that time to get the benefit of that compare and contrast that people were able to undertake. And that was the main pro. The con was the risk that we might get a board who came in and said, well, I don't like what you proposed. And so we had to assess how risky that was. And to inform that assessment, what went through my head, at least at the time, I can't speak for what was going on in Emmanuel's head, but was the fact that we were building on the TCFD recommendations. We were building on the ISSB standards. We had a lot of support for those being used as the foundation for these standards from the consultation. And also the Technical Readiness Working Group had really worked hard on a prototype that had the same approach. So we had the benefit of a pretty good understanding of the market feedback. We had a number of specialists involved in the Technical Readiness Working Group. So on balance, that was the sort of risk-reward trade-off that we were trying to balance. I think history shows us it was probably the correct judgment. I certainly think so, because there was a lot of support for the EDs in those 1,400 comment letters. Nobody said, you know, we totally disagree with your starting point here, or at least that wasn't the main message. And the board members have agreed to the balloting of the document, which is very similar to the exposure drafts, with the main sort of enhancements being in the area of additional guidance and assistance for proportionality and scalability. So I think that on balance, it worked out, but those were the considerations, certainly from my side.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. Good morning, Sue. Thank you for the presentation today. And of course, congratulations on the speed to market of this incredibly important baseline for all the reasons you've actually just set out to Chumwee there. I have a little bit more of a granular question to you. I was thinking about the GHG protocols, and of course, it is important, as you say, to have the same baseline for consistent reporting. Do you have a sense yet of jurisdictions that do have different measurements for that's for scope 1 to scope 3? And if you think in some ways, if there are a lot, then would that potentially undermine the consistency in reporting? And then another one, if I may, one of the things that the IAASB is trying to tackle through our assurance standard is the idea of consolidated sustainability information. And of course, there is some information in the standard on that, but is there an intention at some point to perhaps prepare some non-authoritative guidance to help people through that process when they're dealing with group information and they have to actually include reporting for both parent and subsidiaries? So a couple of questions there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we certainly are aware of a number of jurisdictions that have requirements that are not at least the direct use of the GHG protocol, although I think a number of them may be at least inspired by the GHG protocol, including China, Australia, but there's a number of jurisdictions. And so this was one where it was really, you know, one of those moments as a standard setter where you're really trying to look at the cost benefit of the decision that you're making. And so from a benefit perspective, on one hand, it could perhaps have been nice to have asked everybody to use the GHG protocol, although we do know that that's not a single measurement system in its own right, but at least it's one document that everybody would be using. And so that has its some positives. But then from a cost perspective, what we decided to do was really to focus in on situations where, because of jurisdictional requirements, if we were to require the GHG protocol, we knew for a fact that a company would be required to do a non-easy task, measuring things like scope 3 GHG emissions using 2 approaches, which is quite a costly thing to ask. So we only allow something other than the GHG protocol to be used essentially where that dual reporting would be the result. So if a company just happens to be using a different method now, they have, I think, 1 year to move to the GHG protocol. But if you have a situation where you just can't get out of using a different approach because of jurisdictional or stock exchange requirements, it's only in those cases that we allow for an alternative approach to be used. Now, what that means is we don't have perfect global comparability, so it's a cost in that sense. But the benefit is that at least within a jurisdiction, there is going to be comparability because the same thing would be used in a jurisdiction, which is helpful. And one aspect that's also important when you think about comparability is the time series comparability. At least for a company, they have consistency and comparability over time. So there are aspects of comparability, but it's, you know, it was one of those, how strongly do I feel, so cost benefit assessments, no right or wrong answer, but that's how I at least thought about it. In terms of your question on consolidation, the short answer is that there's some guidance. So in particular, in relation to the idea that you may have situations where the information that you need to capture from group companies is difficult to get with an aligned reporting date, we have specific requirements in there to provide relief that I mentioned. And then we've got some examples which explain how disclosures might look different if you make different choices for group companies. That's included as part of the draft illustrative guidance from recollection. So there's those two examples. But what we're very much aware of at the board at the moment, or certainly I am, is we're trying to be timely. So we're trying to, really identify the things we think we have to get the reporting started off on day one. But then we're going to be very, very interested, including working with people like you who have got your feet on the ground, to understand where there might be extra questions or guidance needed as we get into application of the standard. So it's a sort of thing that I think we'll keep monitoring and seeing whether additional help is needed over time, because I do agree with you that some of these notions of consolidation type thinking are trickier to think about and not as intuitive in the sustainability space as they are in the accounting space. It's not always the same way of thinking. And also we may in fact find that when we get to other sustainability topics beyond climate, there may be new questions. And the board actually flagged that in the discussions, that we'd included some specific relief for S2 for climate information, but that we needed to continue to monitor whether we needed to think about that more broadly in other contexts.
Thank you.
So maybe I could ask a question. It's a non-technical one, but relates to your experience through the exposure period and consultation. We're about to get to an exposure draft on ISSA 5000 this year. You talk about 1,400 comment letters that you received from, I think, unless I was talking about stock option expensing or IFRS 9, would be unprecedented. And many of those letters for those two standards were the same. But what advice would you give us in terms of what to expect in terms of the non-traditional commenters, the length of time it will take to get through the comment letters, how you sorted through the diversity of opinion, many of which have not participated in a traditional way in standard setting before, and its impact to your timelines?
Yeah, well, be prepared. That would be the best piece of advice I would give you. So I think the first thing is make sure you write questions in a way that's as easy as to sort of process the answers as possible. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to think about how we craft the questions in a way that it would be most likely we'd be able to process and coordinate the answers in a structured way. We encourage the use of surveys, and I think that really helps speed things up. So if you have the ability, either, from a process perspective, to encourage people to do some of the electronic input for you, that would speed up the analysis. I'd really look at that, because that helped us a lot when we had people who chose to do the survey answer versus just a traditional letter. So that was one thing that we really found. We spent a lot of time in planning what we were going to do. So we had a very big team of people who were prepared and sort of armed for the analysis to do within 1 month that analysis of 1,400 comment letters in a very structured way. And we'd done a lot of thinking on how we were going to slice and dice that before any of the letters started to come in. So that would be another piece of advice. And you should be prepared for different types of respondents. We had a much broader range of respondents than normal, including from sort of civil society, from prudential regulators and others, much more than would normally be the case, a lot more academics, a lot more investors than we would usually have as well, which we were really positively surprised by. But the other piece of advice I would give you as a old woman in standard setting terms is, if you do, I'd really recommend doing a lot of outreach as much as you can, because by the time we got the comment letters, there weren't many surprises in the comment letters. The comment letters are really helpful because it gives you confirmation of what you think you've heard, and often it's more clearly articulated arguments to analyse and deal with. But if you had asked me a few weeks before the comment letter deadline what I anticipated the key messages were going to be, I would have got a lot of it right, just because I had spoken to so many people or heard feedback from so many outreach meetings before we got a single letter. So I think for me, and Tom, this is, the IFRS 9 2009 outreach process as well. The more you can do an outreach before you even get the letters, then the more you can start thinking about what you're going to need it to do in redeliberation. So I think that's a really powerful way to improve the efficiency of the process as well.
And just remind me, that's really useful. How long did it take from the point of you're issuing the exposure to where you are today, which is near completion of the standard?
So we published the standard, the exposure drafts on the 31st of March last year. We had the comment letter analysis back to the board for the September board meeting. We finished redeliberations in February, and we're on track to publish before the end of June. So just over a year from the exposure, 15 months from the exposure draft to the final document.
Thank you. Any other questions, Janine?
Thank you, Sue. I'm a PIB board member, and I was triggered by your presentation about also the reliefs from the assurability perspective. And when there are reliefs, as I saw on the slide, so that the companies may use industry data or estimates based on industry data instead of their own specific measurements. When you look at assurance, estimates are always more difficult, so to say, to give assurance on than on real hard measurements. My question is, are there any conditions or requirements that you also would include in the final standard for those companies that would opt for the relief? So that they need to meet those conditions first before they're allowed to do so, to use the relief? And is that relief for a limited number of years, or is there any, do you have already any further thoughts about how that will end up in the final standard? Thank you.
Yeah, so some of the reliefs are dated, but those are very particular reliefs. So, for example, the relief from providing Scope 3 information, and we provide relief for the timing of publication of the sustainability reporting for 1 year. But the requirements such as using reasonable and supportable information that's available without undue cost or effort, and the requirements around when companies would do scenario analysis, which looks at the skills, experience, and expertise of companies, are not dated. So they're intended to be there for the longer term. So in terms of guidelines, in the document, we make observations such as, which is consistent with the accounting standards, saying that if you have information that you use for the purposes of financial reporting, that is available, that's considered to be available without undue cost and effort. So we put boundaries around that. What we've seen in practice as well with the IFRS 9, for example, in the past, is that there can be circumstances where regulators or others will choose to put boundaries around things, which is fine as far as the board is concerned. So, for example, I know that some of the reliefs provided in IFRS 9 were effectively switched off by the prudential regulators for more sophisticated banks. So that's a further consideration. But I think at the end of the day, a lot of what we're relying on here is the fact that there's required to be disclosures about estimates and assumptions. So part of what we're looking at here is really market discipline. If you've got a large, sophisticated company and it's clearly making not much effort in terms of direct collection of information, it's using a lot of estimation and assumptions, that disclosure and transparency creates incentives and mechanisms for questions to be asked and for practice to be improved. And so, and key judgments that are used to affect what happens in the application are also used for that purpose. So I see it as being a combination of hopefully clear requirements, clear expectations, good regulation as well, and disclosure to create market discipline.
Okay, any other questions in the room? So I'm conscious of time, and I know you have to run to a train, but thank you very much for coming to the board. But really, thank you to the ISSB for being so engaging with us over your short period of time there. This is an important relationship that we will continue to build upon, and really have appreciated the spirit in which the engagement has occurred. So best of luck in Brussels. We're rooting for your success on that front, and we'll speak to you soon. Have a good trip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you in advance for your support, because we are very much looking forward to your assurance materials providing support for the quality of information that the market ends up getting as a consequence of the application of our standards. So looking forward to the continued engagement in a very, what I see as a mutually beneficial relationship. So thank you, Tom, for all your efforts as well.
Thanks, Sue. Have a good day. Okay, we're gonna ask, I saw Bastian was on the call, but he probably needs a little bit of time. Is this not working? Okay. Welcome, Bastian.
I'm here.
It's great to see you again.
Same here. Thanks for the invitation.
We really look forward to hearing an update on GRI and how you're thinking about interconnections with other standard setters. You probably heard Sue ahead of you. At least I saw you were on the call, but you and the ISSB, I know, are in very close contact, and we've been in really close contact with the GRI. As you know, our proposed standard will be framework neutral, so it should work with GRI standards, ISSB standards, and multiple concepts of materiality. So I think it's really important for our engagement to be as close as it is with ISSB. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours. As I said to Sue, I don't know if I think you produced slides. Just let Michelle know when she should change the page.
Perfect. Thanks so much, and thanks again for the invitation. Can you give me some guidance on timing? I know that there was probably a bit more time spent now on Sue's presentation. How many minutes do you want to allocate to my contribution?
So we have to 11 a.m. our time. So
okay.
We anticipate
Okay, good. Yeah. I'll try to in my contribution now first to give an overview of GRI's perspective on sustainability reporting, including the established system around the GRI standards, but then home in on the interoperability question and how we look to advance that area of work together with the colleagues at the ISSB, but also regulators, including, importantly, the European Commission and IFRAC in Europe. So I've prepared a number of slides. I won't expand on all of them in great level of detail, but I wanted to be complete also for the benefit of the board to have this as background material. So if we move to the slides, first I would like to briefly touch upon GRI's unique perspective in corporate reporting and the impact that we're striving to drive as an institution. So if we can move to the next slide. It's very important to highlight at the outset that this is a standard setting initiative that has been underway for 25 plus years now. From its inception, it has focused on enabling organizations to communicate their sustainability impacts and to enable the dialogue through this transparency and accountability mechanisms. It's a global standard. It is the most widely adopted sustainability reporting framework at the moment, and it's freely available. It is a public good. It has been translated consistently into 10 languages for the past years, and we're really seeing adoption across all jurisdictions globally. There are more than 100 countries now where the GRI standards are applied. GI is a not-for-profit organization. We are funded both through earned revenue in terms of licensing and services related to our core product, the standards, as well as governmental and other funders that support our work. Next slide. A couple of numbers. So right now, we're looking at high traction with the GI standards with the largest, in particular, listed companies globally. There's authoritative research on this done on a regular basis by KPMG with their survey. IFAC has recently issued a research into that with a slightly smaller set of companies, but for the largest listed companies in almost any jurisdictions, there's 60 to 70% of the top 100 companies that use the GI standards nowadays. There are more than 10,000 organizations publishing GI standards on an annual basis. We're training around about 7,000 professionals per year on the GI standards through our extensive training network, and we see that growing steadily. And last year we had around about 970,000 downloads of the GI standards, which is a 45% rise year on year. And we've seen these growth rates year on year for a couple of years now. So it is really an area that is growing quite significantly. Next slide, please. When it comes to adoption of the GI standard in jurisdictions, there are more than 160 policies in over 60 countries nowadays that make direct reference to the GI standards. There's a spectrum of players, governments, stock exchange, financial market regulators, or both engaging with the GI standards contents in their regulation. And there's, of course, also a spectrum when it comes to a sliding scale from soft law to actually requirement. And that is the main driver for adoption of the GI standards now. Very many jurisdictions have chosen to recommend the GI standards as one of the ways to meet expectations set out in an ESG or sustainability-related regulation, and the GI standards are a tool of choice there in many jurisdictions. Next slide, please. I think important, and later, I think it's David from IFAC that will have a lot more to say about this, but the study recently issued by IFAC around assurance and sustainability information, what you see is that very many companies have applied the GI standards for a number of consecutive years, and we see a steady rise in the number of reports, GI reports that have an assurance engagement attached to it. That varies in scope quite considerably. Sometimes it's just individual pieces of information. Sometimes it's limited. But what we see generally speaking is that the longer a framework has been adopted, the more likely the question comes up that assurance is the next step. I will come back to the notion of assurance and how GI has encouraged this over the years a bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a couple of more minutes to just explain the system of the GI standards and the components of it, and then I will focus on the elements that are relevant to your mandate and the connection points that I see in terms of disclosures and also the type of disclosure, the type of approach that we've chosen to organize information in our standards. So on the system, if we move to the next slide, we have a modular system. There are close to 40 individual standards in existence right now, and the number of standards is growing quite rapidly. They're organized in 3 categories: the universal standards, which need to be applied by all organizations; the sector standards that are applied on an as-needs basis, depending on the sector that the reporting organization is operating in; and topic standards that are really selected based on an assessment of a materiality assessment. Next slide, please. For the universal standards, these are the standards that set out the requirements and principles for using the GI standards. There's the GI2 that holds a number of disclosures that are generic in nature and apply to all reporting organizations. And we have the GI3 that sets us both the guidance as well as disclosures on the approach to define or to determine material topics. This is the body of work that is applied by all reporters that use the GI standards, and it is a bit of I would describe it as a point of departure also to engage with this ecosystem of the GI standards. We'll move to the next slide. The sector standards, I think this is the most recent addition that we're looking at. What's important to say here is that we are expanding this rapidly. We have run a pilot in recent years, and we're now looking to work on 5 to 10 sector standards at any given moment in time on a continuous basis. We have a classification that is activity-based, resembles very much what also the colleagues in Europe have established and are considering feedback on in the near future. This is something we've been building out since 2018, 19, and we're now actually moving into scaling this program, and we will have more and more standards becoming available. For the topic standards, there's 31 of those at the moment. We are continuously reviewing them, that's one, but we're also adding standards. A good example of that in the recent history is the addition of a tax transparency standard that was introduced in 2019. Next slide, please. For the foundation standard, the GI1, if we move to the next slide, just to give you an idea of what's in this pivotal anchor standard that we've established. There is a description of the purpose and the system of the GI standards. There are the key concepts that are explained. Importantly, it sets out how you report in accordance with the GI standard or with reference. The reporting principles are laid out, and there are additional recommendations for reporting. And I wanted to briefly touch on a couple of these aspects. First, the key concepts. Next slide, please. It is, again, very, very important to highlight the unique perspective that GI is bringing. So Sue mentioned earlier that one of the expectations towards the ISSB was to consolidate the market, and that's indeed also from our perspective a very welcome initiative. We had very many different players that were focused on financial materiality, risks and opportunities related to sustainability. The GI perspective is the one of impacts that the organization has on economy, environment, and people. So it's the inside out perspective and looking how business activity and business relations that are part of the business model have an effect on the economy, environment, and people. This is where we are focused, and we believe that it is a prerequisite for an understanding of risks and opportunities that an organization has a comprehensive view of the impacts that it is having through its business model. Next slide, please. Other key concepts in context of the GI standards is due diligence, so the ability of the organization to organize itself behind a notion of preparedness, so being able to identify, prevent, mitigate, and account for the organization, or for how the organization addresses its actual and potential negative impacts. This is a key notion that cuts through all the work we do. And stakeholders in a broad sense, that reporting is also a function of providing accountability to a wider set of stakeholders, including investors, but not exclusive to investors. Next slide. I did mention that we have a system where we, on the highest level, look to define how you report in accordance with the GI standards. This provides a comprehensive picture then of an organization's most significant impacts on the economy, environment, and people. But we're also acknowledging that there are very many organizations that cannot comply with the GI standards in totality just yet, or they have a different use case for the GI standards. In particular, what we see is that in jurisdictions that mandate certain issues, climate, other social issues, what is oftentimes then done in responding to such a regulatory requirement is that parts of the GI standards are adopted. And what we strive to ensure is that there is consistency in application also when it comes to this use case. So we're setting out reporting with reference to the GI standards in the GI one. Next slide, please. We articulate a number of requirements. I think from an assurance perspective, it is very important that the requirements for in accordance include the application of the reporting principles that resemble very much the principles that Sue has referred to earlier. So there is not a significant difference between all the qualitative observations about information and consistency of information provision between the two perspectives in corporate reporting. Is much more in the subject matter that is covered that the practice differs. One element to highlight here, I think, also in light of discussions when it comes to assurance engagement, is many of the issue areas covered by sustainability reporting present challenges for reporting organizations when it comes to information availability. So we've developed a system where we provide reasons for omissions for disclosures and requirements, or elements also of disclosures that an organization cannot comply with. And we see increasingly that level of information provision by the reporting organization is also becoming part of the assurance engagement. Next slide, please. I did touch on the reporting principles. I think that there is one element here that I would highlight there where we differ, I think, from the financial reporting related principle level guidance. This is the sustainability context, the idea to place the performance and the ongoing conduct of the organization in context of the norms that exist for particular issues. So in climate, you can think of the Paris Agreement, for example, but also local limits and ecological thresholds, so that there is an understanding, or that the organization demonstrates an understanding of how it operates within the context that is relevant for a particular issue. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight two things in relation to enhancing the credibility of sustainability reporting, but also aligning with other existing reporting. One element here, it is very important that GI standards can be applied outcome agnostic in terms of the format. So GI disclosures and the approach to GI reporting can form part of other reporting. That's a very important thing. It should, whenever possible, align with the reporting periods of financial reporting, and it should start the point of departure of the same group of entities. So consolidation is important. But we believe that sustainability disclosure going forward, certainly for the two perspectives, you will not look at individual standalone reports for jurisdictional requirement, for GI reporting, for the ISSB reporting. We will see information being combined, but also referenced across multiple locations. And we've provided, through what we call the content index, a tool to access information in different locations, and at the same time guarantee that there is one place to go to have access to all of this information. That is, I think, is also an important element then in relation to assurance engagements and looking at the location and origin of different pieces of information. We believe that with sustainability reporting and in particular for multinationals operating across many jurisdictions, they will be faced with very many different expectations on different levels of granularity. So it's good to not introduce requirements that necessitate individual reporting formats, but wherever possible, collocate or reference out to already existing information. Second piece here in terms of additional recommendations is on the assurance provision and enhancing the credibility. So we have disclosures specifically on this, and we'll come back to this, but also guidance. And generally, already since 2006, there has been a recommendation by GRI to look to assure the information provided in a GRI report. At the beginning, that was not seeing rapid uptake, but in the last years, this has changed quite substantially. And as it was now confirmed by the IFAC report for the sample of companies that they have looked at, it's around about 40% of the GI reporters that have engaged in assurance activities as part of their reporting now. Next slide, please. Just very quickly on the second, these are the generic disclosures, and we can move to the next slide already. Just to give you an overview of what's involved here, all organizations are required to report on a number of disclosures on the organization and importantly, its reporting practices, give an idea on its activities and the workforce. There's a strong piece on governance disclosure, which often ties in with jurisdictional requirements on governance disclosures. So many of the things that we have, you see increasingly coming back in local regulation. There is a whole section on strategy, policies, and practices, and one on stakeholder engagement. The last one, importantly, not exclusively focused on reporting, but also an understanding of how the organization interacts with a wider set of stakeholders. Next slide, please. So I did preview this. There is a specific disclosure in this standard on external assurance, and I think to take a bit the pulse on where we've gotten to in an entirely voluntary setting in sustainability reporting. It's interesting to see the responses on how organizations look at external assurance and how they actually move that through the organization, including the involvement of the highest governance bodies and senior executives, but also how public they are about the policy that they have in relation to seeking external assurance. So there's a wealth of information in GRI reports about the current state of affairs when it comes to impact-related disclosure. Next slide, please. One of the most important things, I think, just based on what GRI is trying to achieve here, the implementing an impact perspective and corporate reporting, one of the most important aspects of this is to give guidance on how to determine material topics for that perspective. And material topics in GRI standards represent the organization's most significant impacts on the economy, environment, and people. The significance of impact, which is determined by severity, and for potential impact, of course, the likelihood. For negative impacts, severity is determined by scale, scope, and irremediable character. For positive impacts, scale and scope are considered. The significance of an impact is assessed in relation to other impacts. So it's important to also look at this on an ongoing basis. And we're looking at organizations not only involved with the impacts through its activities that are under direct control, but also by extension through its business relationships. And I'm highlighting that also because the more you move outwards in concentric circles around the core and the entities that are consolidated, the more challenging, of course, the assurance engagement will be. And we had the discussion earlier today on scope 3. So we definitely see that as well, that information availability is that the information is lacking the more you move into business relationships. And therefore, there's a strong qualitative reporting component with the GRI standards that look to shed line on policies, practice, approach, how issues are managed, and then find the signals from ongoing impact-related information reporting over time. Next slide, please. The GRI standards set out, and this is recommended, not required, guidance to determine material topics. It is a process that moves the organization to the different considerations. This process is importantly aligned with the international instruments that have been established for business, namely, in particular, the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights, as well as the OECD M&E guidelines. And a lot of the approach here is informed through these normative instruments that exist and have been worked into regulation in very many jurisdictions. Next slide, please. From an assurance perspective, it is again important to highlight that there are disclosures that relate to this process for determining material topics, but also the outcome. And because it is a key part of then how you engage with the GRI standards or generally which issues you report on or topics you report on, we've consistently tried for the past 10 plus years to look at illuminating how an organization moves through this judgment of what constitutes a set of material topics, but also then what it asks generic questions about how the organization is managing these individual topics, so the management of material topics. Next slide, please. From an assurance perspective, I think one of the improvements in terms of consistency that have been applied in the GRI standards context in the last years is to build a glossary and to look at terminology, normalizing that, both in reference to international instruments, but importantly also consistency within the close to 40 standards that we have available. And this is constantly with updates of the individual modules, the individual standards is updated on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. I wanted to briefly show you a couple of the considerations that come in when you open up the topic standards. Again, this is when a particular subject matter is determined to be material, then you open up the topic standards and you are presented with a number of disclosures. From an assurance perspective, I think it's important how these disclosures are built up and what the guidance is that we are providing. So I have a worked example of that on the next slide. Sorry, just one more. This is just an overview of all the, the slide before was just an overview of all the topics that we're covering. But just one more click on the same slide, then something magical should happen. Yes, there is an overview of one a basic disclosure. We've chosen now one that is also frequently reported, GHG emission intensity. So we have a buildup of requirement, recommendation, and guidance. The requirement is, of course, leading from a perspective, from an assurance perspective. It is important that we have included over the years compilation requirements based on market feedback in the requirement section. They used to be in the guidance notes, and where possible, we have now made this mandatory. We almost always have additional components of recommendation in the standards next to the requirements, and then detailed guidance for each individual disclosure, including also compilation points. So what happens on the guidance level is connecting the preparer back to reference points both within the standards as well as, for example, for emission reporting, then the GHG protocol or the related ISO standards. So there are connection points and interrelations pointed out in preparing the information. On the sector standards have a dual purpose within the GI context. One is that they help to determine material topics. The sector standards, and we can move to the next slide, hold information about the likely material topics for a particular sector. Again, when we speak of likely material or material topics, this is in relation to the most significant impacts. We describe the evidence that exists in the public domain through research and so on, that particular impacts exist for a sector, but we leave the determination of material topics to the preparer. So it is an input to the determination of material topics, but not a list that is in any way made mandatory through our system or prescribed. An organization can opt out and can explain why a particular topic is not material for its business model. In addition to that, the sector standards help to organize the reporting of the organization in two ways. One is connecting it back to the relevant topic standards. So we're driving as much as possible the reporting through generic disclosure, not sector-specific disclosure. But where needed, we also develop disclosures that are sector-specific. These are usually things that are in addition to the disclosures that already exist on the topic level. But we are also learning still about the number of issues we have to cover on a generic level. And we see, generally speaking, that every sector project brings about a couple of new topics or elements of a topic that will have to be considered at later stages in the development or review of topic standards. Next slide, please. This is an example of how this stacks up when you look at likely material topics. This is a completed project, an existing standard on oil and gas, where you have an overview of all likely material topics for the oil and gas sector. Each topic has then evidence against it in the standard itself, and importantly also explains where to find more background elsewhere in authoritative instruments and research and so on. I think it is interesting from an assurance perspective also, because this is a background to also looking at processes of and completeness of reporting when it comes to the impact perspective. And there is a very significant difference between the risk and opportunity perspective and the impact perspective when it comes to the number of topics that are covered. Generally speaking, for the projects that we've run so far, you can say the number of topics for the impact perspective is around about 3 to 4 times higher than the number of material topics under the risk and opportunity perspective. And you see that coming back in the number of topics covered in the GRI standards, but also generally in the amount of work that goes into preparing reports that are focused on the impacts perspective. They generally cover a significantly higher number of topics. Next slide, please. This is just an example of how the sector standards engage with the existing topic standards and add additional sector recommendations for disclosure if there are particularities that are unique to the sector or just a subset of sectors. Okay, next slide, please. I wanted to then take a couple of minutes. I'm looking at time. I think I'll do that very quickly. Just to remind you also of our due process and how we are set up to continuously improve the standards. A lot of what we do is emulating proven best practice in international standard setting, But there are some unique elements that we have. I think it is the multi-stakeholder expert working groups and technical committees, which by definition always have to have representatives from business, civil society, labor, investors, and mediating institutions. The strong underpinning by international authoritative instruments, predominantly out of the negotiated agreements on the UN level. Think of the ILO and the IPCC. And then there is, of course, everything we do is developed through stakeholder input and public exposure. And I think I can also say that we see a steady increase in interest in the standards development, and we have more and more stakeholders that form part of our public consultation processes, as well as submitting feedback on the individual projects. Next slide, please. Our standard setting board has a terms of reference and is developing the standards based on the due process protocol. When you overlay the due process protocol of the GSB and the IAASB and the ISSB, there is a lot of commonality in terms of the main elements of how we move projects. I think where there is really a difference is in terms of the diversity of expertise represented in the GSB in terms of the multi-stakeholder perspective, and there is also this diversity element when it comes to the expert-led processes. That is a significant difference. And we have a due process oversight committee. You're very familiar with these mechanisms, and so a group of people that oversee the implementation of the due process protocol. Next slide, please. An example. Well, I think we can skip through that. I want to come to two more. Yeah, just one more. Yes. In terms of work going forward, we bundle up our main projects along the lines of the portfolio of work of topic standards and sector standards. Go to the next slide. We'll give you an idea of where we are working right now. We have in final stages almost a standard on biodiversity. We're working on reviewing a range of labor-related disclosures in a number of standards. We do that together with the ILO, the International Organization of Employers, and the ITUC, the labor representation internationally. And we will start work on reviewing our existing climate standards, and I will come back to that when I speak to the point of interoperability in a moment. But going forward, what you can expect is that at any point in time, around a quarter of our existing standards will be on review. We aim to at least look at each and every individual standard on a 4-year cadence, so that we see whether it needs updating and what the scope of work is. And so we have capacity right now of around about 30 colleagues at the standards division supporting the GSB, and this will grow to around about 50 in the near future, so we can push a significant number of projects at the same time. Next slide, please. For the sector work, I did mention that we had a pilot. We have 3 sector standards in existence. Mining is the next one up. We're also working on financial services and textiles and apparel at the moment, and we'll work our way through these different groupings that are the organizing principles, really basic materials and needs, and also significant impacts of industry on economy, environment, and people. And we will work as fast as we can through the list of sectors here. It's important to note in this context that from the get-go of developing our sector-related work, well, at first the colleagues of SASB were involved in these projects, but now this is something we will also look to advance together, building on the work that already exists from SASB and others on the sector. But importantly also, because we are fully aligned with the classification of the Commission and IFRAC, in Europe, we will look to co-locate projects as much as possible going forward to look to develop these sector standards in the future in lockstep. Next slide, please. My remarks then in the end on complementarity, alignment, and interoperability, different ways of referring to the same thing. I think at the outset it is very, very important to say that GRI is proposing and advocating for a two-pillar structure in reporting. So there's the strengthening of financial reporting through a focus on sustainability-related risks and opportunities. This is the mandate of the ISB, and this has been long overdue, is very much needed. We welcome the consolidation, and it is very, very important that the baseline is created for that aspect. At the same time, we believe that on the same level and relevant in its own right, we need impact reporting, and there is ample evidence that both from a regulatory perspective as well as from an uptake and practitioner perspective, this has manifested already. As I said, the largest companies globally have been experimenting with that. Very many jurisdictions have regulated into this domain already. And we believe that going forward, we need to look at these two perspectives when it comes to corporate reporting. In the EU, this is called double materiality, and we have been supporting in the strongest possible way, both on a policy perspective that the ambition was double materiality, but more importantly, I think from where we cannot really help is from a standard setting perspective to allow IFRAC to build on the work of the last 25 years that GI has done in this space. So there is a significant degree of overlap between the impact perspectives as it is represented in the IFRS in Europe and the impact focused standards of GI. I think that's good news from an assurance perspective because there is existing practice for very many of the disclosures that have now found their way into the ISRS. There's even, it's not only disclosure practice, it's also assurance practice that exists already. And the second thing is also, it is a contribution to a global solution because this has much wider explanation that this body of work than just the EU. It is, as I mentioned earlier, the GI standards are in use in more than 100 countries globally. So I think that's just the lay of the land, how we look at this at the moment. And we believe that different jurisdictions will have different entry points for what they want to do in sustainability reporting. Some will emulate what is happening in the EU and go double materiality right away, maybe with varying scopes. Others will approach this from the risk and opportunity side, extending existing financial reporting expectations. But we also have examples where these things move in parallel and they are not integrated or connected just yet in terms of the regulation, where there are requirements that strengthen the risk and opportunity side, and at the same time there's also impact materiality related requirement. Next slide, please. I wanted to then walk you through and expand a bit on, I think Sue covered it for the most part when it comes to the collaboration with IFRS, but I wanted to talk about IFRAC in a bit more detail and give an example also of other initiatives that have a significant contribution and I believe are relevant also from an assurance perspective going forward because they drive a lot of initiative when it comes to transparency on individual sustainability matters. And I use the TNFD example. So the only thing I can add to what Sue has said on the IFRS and our collaboration and our memorandum of understanding is that GI stands ready to, and the GSB, our standards board, stands ready to make our contents available to accomplish complementarity, and also, where possible, use the same disclosures to eliminate both perspectives. I think a really good example of that, where we have the opportunity now, is in climate. The scope 1, 2, and 3 disclosures should, in principle, be the same between the ISB efforts, GI, and also for the regional or nation state level efforts, regulations. There is an established body of work and reference point with the GHG protocol. There are the ISO standards, and it is possible to normalize around that. And whether that is then used, this information is used for the impact perspective, or to eliminate financial risks and opportunities, that doesn't actually matter, as long as the preparer can prepare the information once and use it in these different use cases. And it is of particular relevance that we explicitly endorse that information can sit in different locations, as long as it is connected back to the GI reporting effort and the claim that is made in relation to in accordance. So if in the future companies come new to sustainability reporting and do their scope disclosures as part of the mandatory regime in the EU, or for that matter as part of the IFRS, they will be able to reference these efforts for their GI reporting, and they don't have to reproduce that information in any way, if we get this collaboration right between the standard setters and we really look at the same information on that level. Having said that, there are, of course, because of the different perspectives, there are differences in the way you look at information, and we in GI don't articulate the risk and opportunity side as part of our standards. And this is where the complementarity really kicks in with the colleagues of IFRS. For IFRAC, what I said already is that we have this now long-standing collaboration that spans actually through all the phases of development of the ESRS. And what we really look to accomplish is, where it was possible and where there was no jurisdictional requirement to deviate from what GI has established, to build on the GI disclosures as they have been in practice already in many jurisdictions, including in EU countries for many years. So you see a lot of resemblance across all the ESRS with the GI standards. And most recently, the colleagues at IFRAC have also issued basis for conclusion documents where the origin of a lot of the contents is flagged up, and we will build towards more informative materials also to show where existing reporting can actually help to respond to a regulatory requirement in the EU going forward. That's one area of work going forward, but I think it extends to much more than that. As I said, in particular on the sector standards, we see great opportunity actually to move in lockstep and develop our global approach in parallel to the work that IFRAC needs to do with the regional and EU mandate. There will always be differences due to jurisdictional requirements, local particularities. But when you look at the past 25 years, what has emerged is that the core of the information is actually oftentimes the same across the different perspectives you can take. And that is really, from a standard setting perspective, where we want to focus our work on interoperability. Just the last piece, I think, that is unique in many ways to this phase of development of standards in sustainability. We have very many initiatives. The TCFD was referenced by Sue. We have the TNFD now. There will be more Ts probably going forward. These are single issue initiatives that drive transparency and disclosure mechanisms for individual subject matters. And GI's ambition has always been to to look at this best practice as it evolves and then bring it back into the global standards. And this is the way we cooperate with the TNFD. A worked example of that is we have our biodiversity standard that is impact focused on the development. The TNFD is very much focused on the financial risks and opportunity side, but we work together to bring this as a coherent approach to the market. And that is something that we seek to amplify with very many of the issue level perspectives. I pause here. I think thanks for giving me the time to walk you through all these considerations. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to respond to those.
Thank you, Bastian, for that presentation. I think with lots of nods around the table as you were given it and people were taking notes. So I'm sure there are a question or two. We have time for a couple before we need to break. Any questions from the floor? Maybe I could ask one. In terms of the cooperation we've had and the links together and what you would hope our relationship is going forward, could you give us some sense of what an ideal sense of partnership would be between us and you?
Well, I think when we last spoke, we said that we really stand ready to connect your work back to those that have applied the GRI standards for very many years. And what I tried to highlight earlier is there is practice already with those that have voluntarily taken on GRI reporting. I think that's a very important way we can support your work now as part of the public comment to connect into the existing network of GI reporters. That is one. But the other aspect that I would really put back on the table is we have a fast-growing team of technical experts that have been looking at disclosure of this information. We benefit a lot from these expert-led processes. We know a lot about the particularities of disclosures, assumptions, estimates, all these type of things for the different issue areas. So if you have the need to discuss particular elements of the standards that you are developing, we really stand ready at any moment in time to support you in these efforts. And we believe, I think Sue said something similar here, is we really believe that this is one of the next frontiers. It's absolutely needed. It is not something that GI could or should stand up, but where we can support, we're definitely available. So for the technical team, I can say that, but I can also vouch for the ISSB that they are taking a keen interest in supporting you in the way that you see fit.
Thank you for that. Ido?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the presentation. And that was very useful, and gladly I knew a fair bit of it already. And I could have made this comment just as well in light of the previous presentation, and I'm from the Netherlands, so I'll be blunt. I'm a little bit disheartened by how everybody or the various organizations are trying to stake their claim. And I know you talk about interoperability, fantastic term, but it doesn't help the entities that need to report because they are working through different frameworks, different standards. Yeah, it could serve all purposes, but in the time that is left for the entities, they are not going to care. They are just going to go with what the regulations require because there is so much to do. And personally, I'm probably closer in the GRI camp than anywhere else, but it is I just keep being left with the feeling that the standard setters need to do more to come together. And that would be my urge. I don't think interoperability is enough. And if I can let that be my ask, and I should probably have also spoken out after the first session. So that's the sense that I am left with now, and understand our clients that struggle with this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can of course only reflect on that from the GI perspective, but I would definitely say that we need to look at this also a bit more medium term, and the ambition is clearly there. Sue was referencing the fact that they had a very demanding timeline in which they had to develop their initial standards. I think Patrick, who will speak next, will say a similar thing. I, for one, when you look at where we actually had access, and that is in this particular combination of events with the IFRAC process, we have achieved a lot. There is actually more resemblance than not on the impact perspective between the GI standards and what the IFRS set out. There are differences that are explained by a slightly different scope, by jurisdictional requirements, and so on. And there's definitely more that can be done eventually over time. But I think for a existing GI reporter in Europe, the very ambitious regulation that Europe has now agreed on, unfortunately, is not going to be a big challenge because they are well prepared by having done GI reporting. And I'm only talking, of course, to the impact side, because on the opportunity, financial risk and opportunity side, that's slightly different. But on the impact side, if you have a number of years of experience in GI reporting, there's very little in the EU work now in the ISRS that isn't anticipated already. And yes, I would definitely concede to the fact, but I think I share that ambition also with the others involved in these questions, is there is more that can be done to work early in the processes when we review standards to come to a common approach wherever possible. Last remark is there will always be the global discussion and then localization of that. And that is also something that deserves more attention going forward, where there's truly the need to deviate from a global approach, and where sometimes you can actually probably come to the same outcome by sticking with one approach for all preparers, because I think that's what you are highlighting. That's the ideal scenario, that different expectations will exist, but the work should happen once.
Okay, Kai, we're out of time right now, if that's the case, and we're on a very tight schedule because people are joining us at particular point. Sebastian, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with our board today. We appreciate all of the engagement so far and expect a lot more engagement coming forward, and we will certainly take you up on your two offers in terms of our upcoming consultation as well. So thank you, and have a great rest of the day. We're gonna take a quick break right now, return in 20 minutes. So we need to be back here at the table for our next speaker at 11:20 a.m. Thank you.
They are on a break.
Hi, Patrick.
Hello.
How are you? We're just in a quick break right here now, so we'll be starting up in about 5 to 10, it's about 7 minutes, I think.
That's
How is
okay.
Brussels?
Brussels is okay. A little sunny. That's all.
Sun in Brussels in the winter. Wow.
Well, and here in New York, how is it?
The same, but cold.
Yeah. No, it's reasonable. We have Celsius. We probably have 12, 14.
Oh, great, great. Well, we'll reconvene in a few minutes, and we really look forward to your presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry I couldn't join earlier because I was on the train because I had a meeting with the OECD in Paris. So I've been jumping on a train for you guys.
Yeah, well, we appreciate that. That's very kind. Sue said that she's headed to Brussels right now. I try to work out interoperability issues.
That's quite right.
Yeah.
Tomorrow there is a meeting starting at 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Okay. I have a cup of coffee here that I'm going to have right now, and we'll speak to you in a couple minutes.
Don't forget the cookies. Okay.
Could we get seated, please? Okay, let's get seated, please. Welcome back. Hope you got some coffee and are refreshed. We have our third presenter today, and it's a real honor to have Patrick de Cambourg, chair of IFRS Sustainability Reporting Board. Patrick and we reminisced. We've got a long way back in standard setting. I've known Patrick for a couple decades, and it's great to have reconnected with him. And I explained when we met with Gabriella in Brussels about a month ago that how our work should be able to support European adoption of ESRSs in having a set of assurance standards that are specific to sustainability matters, but are also framework neutral and support concepts such as double materiality. So it'll be really great to hear from Patrick about the work that his board is doing and the state of play and how we can work together. So Patrick, we set aside about 40 minutes for you to speak and another 15 minutes, but we could split it up, that time up in any way that you see fit. So thank you. We also will control the slides from here. So just give a prompt if you need the slide to be changed.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning to all. It's a real pleasure to, first of all, to respond to the invitation that Tom kindly sent me and to have the opportunity to make a presentation about how the sustainability reporting landscape is evolving on this side of the pond. And it's also a great pleasure to say hello to the IAASB members, because, of course, as you might know, I have also a history. Someone called me a veteran, so I have a history in auditing, and I am sensitive to the way the auditing standards will be defined in order to provide the level of assurance that is much needed on sustainability reporting. So I will try to take you through the key elements of the sustainability reporting landscape in the EU, and I will insist also in passing on the challenges I perceive in terms of auditability and auditing, because that was a key concern from the start. You might know that we started the adventure back in September 2020 with a task force that is now transformed into a board, which I have the privilege of sharing, following a very interesting procedure that implies a decision by the Commission, but also the opinion of the European Parliament and also the European Council. So, and I've been in that position. I was sharing the preparatory work, and I am chairing the board. I've been chairing the board since mid-November. So first slide, please. So we can immediately move to the next slide, please. So in terms of caveats, there is the usual one, the general one, which I will not elaborate upon. So we are representing IFRAG here. We are not, representing the political institutions of the opinion of the or European Union, and they might have specific views about what I'm going to say. So, so that's the general one, but a very specific one. Auditing standards are not in the remit of IFRAG. So it is the connection and the cooperation between accounting standard setters and auditing standard setter that is, of course, the cornerstone of quality of auditing. Therefore, that's why I immediately accepted the Tom's invitation. Next slide, please. So I would like to put the emphasis first on the key features of the European legal regime. First of all, by mentioning that at the moment we are not talking about a voluntary initiative. This is a public interest initiative that has been launched in 2021, that reached a conclusion at political level in June 2022, following the usual legislative process, and also that has been transformed into law, because it takes a little time in the EU. Official law has been published in December 12 to be precise. So what does this legal regime provides for? First of all, it's a mandatory regime of sustainability reporting for all large entities. And large I need to explain that in the EU, large means not so large, because it's the definition that is given by the legal texts is that it includes companies with 250 employees or more. So as you see, the threshold is pretty low. It includes also, this mandatory regime, the listed SMEs. Of course, bearing in mind the importance of what is being required, a progressive phase-in has been organized. The larger large will have to report in 2024, i.e. published in early 2025, while the other large companies will have to report 1 year later, and the listed SMEs will have to report 1 more year after that, with an opt-out option for 2028. So as you see, the ambition is mitigated also by a phasing-in system. Other SMEs, because as you have seen from the scope, all large entities plus listed SMEs, there is the idea of covering the economy as a whole. So other SMEs are encouraged to adopt, will be encouraged to adopt a simplified voluntary reporting system on which IFRAG is working. Then the next point is, of course, key. It's a comprehensive coverage of sustainability matters. So it covers environment, social, and governance. And all of this is not only at legislative level, it is defined under a robust set, I'm quoting the Vice President of the Commission, of standards elaborated by IFRAG and submitted to the European Commission as technical advice, and the European Commission finally adopts them via delegated acts. Next slide. The other key features are important to bear in mind. A key concept, double materiality. So might be familiar to many of you. So it means it's not only the financial risks and opportunities, so what we call the outside-in relationship, but also the impacts of the reporting entity on its ecosystem, environment, and people. So it's the inside-out perspective. So this is a key differentiation with other systems. It doesn't mean that it's not compatible, but it means that it's broader. In terms of location, the regime is mandating a location. It will be in the management report, and therefore it dictates the timing as well, because the managing report in the EU has to be delivered at the same time as the financial statements. So you have a clear timing clarification here, and timeliness is not one of our concerns from a legal standpoint. What is of interest, in particular interest for you, is that audit is mandatory, and on this sustainability report. And it will be limited assurance to start with, moving to reasonable assurance. I have a slide covering this. And also, digitization from the first reporting period. It will be available. We are currently working on the digital taxonomy. So in the EU, a directive has to be transposed into national law, and it is underway as we speak. However, I would like to mention that the transposition might not be a big surprise. So it will be focusing on certain points like regulatory aspects, who is going to be in charge of enforcement, will certain provisions regarding the audit be used or not, because the level of harmonization provided by the directive is already very high. And so we are escaping the risks of a fragmented European Union in terms of sustainability reporting. This would be pretty unified with a legal regime that is pretty high level, pretty harmonized already and pretty deep. And also the ESRSs that will be applicable via delegated act throughout the Union without transposition. Next slide. So let me provide a clear picture of the provisions of the legal regime regarding assurance of sustainability statements. By the way, we have a little discussion at the moment with the Commission, because we call it sustainability statements, because the goal at the end of the day is to have, as a counterpart to financial statements, sustainability statements being the second leg, if you will, or the second pillar of standardized corporate reporting. Even if it's located in the management report in a specific chapter, I think that the idea of having two legs, financial statement and sustainability statements, interconnected, is a key goal and a key progress. So the CSRD is, yes, as I was saying already, mandating independent third-party assurance. The assurance level, as I already mentioned, will be limited to start with, moving to reasonable. What will have to be assured? The compliance with the CSRD legal regime and the ESRSs, including the processes. The compliance with the digital format, so the digital format will be in the scope of the audit, and a compliance with the taxonomy regulation, which is a specific regulation regarding certain matters related to environment and social. Assurance standards, so directly related to the IAASB. National standards will be applicable until the European Commission adopts limited assurance standards, deadline October 26, and reasonable assurance standards, deadline October 28. Who? It can, in general, it should be the statutory auditor or auditors, and this is a member state option. A member state can decide that certain independent assurance service providers, other than the auditors, are authorized to provide an opinion. This is a tricky provision, but this has been the outcome of a compromise at political level. However, last point on the provision of assurance, educational qualifications, ethical requirements, quality assurance will be very similar to those applying to financial statements assurance, and by the way, will apply as well to the independent assurance service provider, which leads me to believe that if an independent assurance service provider wants to really tackle the provision of assurance on sustainability reporting, this provider will have to certainly adopt very similar functioning systems as compared to the statutory auditors. Next slide. The third point that I wanted to share with you is my personal view about the challenges of sustainability reporting auditability. By the way, it follows a discussion that we had with Tom and Gabriela back when they were in Brussels a month ago. So, you know, I would like to make sure that we all capture the differences between financial reporting and sustainability reporting, even if we are trying to create two legs to standardize corporate reporting with an objective to create a better information system for third parties and also for management purposes. There are very, very significant differences. Well, first of all, that's circumstantial, but this is important. We are confronted with a situation where there will be an inevitable learning curve because sustainability reporting is, to a certain extent, new, and the extent to which it is required by the CSRD and the ESRSs is certainly a key project. And sometimes I compare this to the project that was put in place back in 2002 and 2005 in the EU, when the EU adopted the IFRS standards for financial reporting. So it's not a minor point. The other point on which I would like to insist is the importance of narrative disclosures. In financial reporting, they are, they complement the figures, the monetary amounts that are disclosed. But here, narrative disclosures are very important and autonomous elements of the sustainability statements. And I believe that in terms of standard setting, but also in terms of auditing, that has implications. Third point, it's quantitative. Sorry, my mistake. Apologies, I should have reread better. So it's quantitative disclosures are based upon a variety of units of accounts. You have monetary amounts, but it is a minority. You have probably 20, 30 different units of accounts. It can be tons, it can be kilograms, it can be square meters, it can be species, it can be people, it can be hours, it can be years, etc. So it's complex. And so we do not have the unifying factor of having everything related in terms of disclosure to one unit of account, which is the currency. The fourth point is that there will be no primary statements. In financial reporting, you have, of course, the P&L, the balance sheet, and the cash flow statement, and then you have notes. So, the idea of the primary statements is key. And therefore, you could be led to believe that sustainability reporting will have a similar type summarized information. The answer is no. It's a series of focuses on critical sustainability matters. In that respect, that takes me to the next point, which I wanted to highlight. It is a key role of the materiality assessment. Because, of course, we are defining certain critical matters, but then there is a materiality assessment process that has been to be carried out by the company and which is of utmost importance. And then last but not least, when financial reporting is mostly retrospective, I know that there are forward-looking information, there is forward-looking information used for a number of measurements, but yes, like impairments. But in the case of sustainability reporting, forward-looking information is a lot more important. And we all know how difficult it is. Auditors have been struggling with that for many years. So now we are moving in that direction expeditiously when sustainability reporting is because sustainability is talking about the future. And the importance of value chain information, upstream and downstream. So the information to be given is not limited to what is under the control of the reporting entity. And so it extends beyond. So I wanted to highlight this because for me, when I think about it as a former auditor, I think this is crucial. Next slide, please. So What does it mean in terms of auditability and auditing? First of all, there is a monitoring of a significant implementation projects and of an ongoing reporting process of substance. So it implies governance, it implies systems, it implies internal control, you name it, you got it. I highlight again the importance of the materiality assessment, and I often consider that if there was anything pivotal in a limited assurance engagement, it would be to have a good look at the materiality assessment. Then, of course, I'm familiar with auditing, and therefore, you have to be careful about the definition and usability of the suitable criteria. And last but not least, you have the wording of the opinion in relation to information provided, in particular the narrative information or the information beyond the reporting, implying forward-looking dimension or beyond the control. And finally, I don't think it will be easy to be able to provide an opinion on a report as a whole in the absence of primary statements. But I put a question mark and I leave it to your wisdom. Next slide. Now, so as you have seen, I have focused the first part of my presentation on the legal regime and its implications. Now, I would like to put the emphasis on the regulatory regime. So what is below the legal regime, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So we have issued at IFRAG a technical advice in November 2022 of what we call the first set, which is covering sector agnostic information. And this is currently under consideration by the European Commission following its own processes to adopt delegated acts, that's the yellow box, by June 2023. So we have 12 standards, which are of course available. So IFRS S1 does not mandate any disclosure. It is a general a standard explaining the general requirements and the general provisions. Then we have one cross-cutting standard that is covering basis for presentation, governance and sustainability, strategy, business model, and sustainability, and also the assessment of impacts, risks, and opportunities. I summarize. So we decided, of course, that we needed to have a cross-cutting approach to those key matters and not a topical approach, because we would repeat for each and every topic the governance, strategy, or materiality assessment approach and management approach. And then we have 10 topical standards, 5 on climate, 4 on social, and 1 on governance. Climate change, pollution, water and marine resources, biodiversity and ecosystems, resource use, and circular economy. We have not invented this. This is what is stemming from the European regulation in general. For social, we have own workforce, workers in the value chain, consumers and end users, and affected communities. And for governance, where by the way there was a big debate, but now we have limited this. Apart from what we say regarding governance under IFRS S2, general disclosures, here it is business conduct. All in all, we have 84 disclosure requirements that are both qualitative and quantitative. That represents about 1,000 data points, which is key for our digital taxonomy. And then, of course, I mentioned already double materiality, and we follow also the structure of the 4 pillars: governance, strategy, impact, metrics, and targets. which is inspired from the TCFD. The future sets will be dedicated to sector-specific standards and to standards for SME. Plus, we will provide implementation support. Next slide. Let me explain how we structured each and every standard. Because, you know, we were confronted with the idea of giving reasonable, suitable criteria to create quality, provide relevance and faithful representation of reality, but also to help auditing. So, in the main body of the standard, we are organized by disclosure requirement. And for each disclosure requirement, we have a first paragraph in bold that is giving the description of the information required. So it is the targeted information. The second paragraph, which is very much principles-based, inspired, is a more detailed description of the objective of the disclosure requirement. And then in the following paragraphs, we have under shall include the specific data points that we want to be covered. So we have a first level, which is A, B, C, D, etc., which is, if needed, subdivided under 1 Roman, 2 Roman, 3 Roman. By the way, this is not limitative, so there are extensions possible, but at least we have tried to give substance to the narrative and also to the quantitative information in order not to miss a critical point and to provide comparability and you know, decision usefulness. In appendices, we have the defined terms and we have also the application requirements. Shall consider, may disclose, may consider, etc. So next slide. So standard structure is key for auditability and also for first of all, for preparing the sustainability statements. Next slide, please. So a focus on double materiality. What does it mean? It means that the undertaking shall disclose all material matters, impacts, risks, and opportunity. Impacts are, you know, as I mentioned already, the inside-out relationship, and risk and opportunities are the outside-in relationship. Impact materiality is defined. It's covering the actual or potential positive or negative impacts on people or the environment over the short, medium, and long-term time horizons. The criteria are severity, which is defined by scale, scope, and remediability, and the likelihood of the impact. So it's, I should have mentioned this to start with, it's either impact materiality or financial materiality or both. Financial materiality, which is very close to the one adopted by the IAASB, is a sustainability matters material. If it triggers or may trigger material financial effects, it is the outside-in relationship. And financial effects are defined as the risks or opportunities that have a material influence or likely to have a material influence on the undertaking's cash flows, development, performance, position, cost of capital, or access to finance in the short, medium, and long term. So I just wanted to give this because in a global environment, impact materiality is sometimes not totally captured. Next slide, please. So I mentioned already that there is the materiality assessment plays a pivotal role. Sustainability statements shall reflect all material impacts, risks, and opportunities. In our jargon, we call that IROs. And it is an objective approach with thresholds, yes, but it's not a prioritization. So it's not judgmental. Yes, there is a judgment in the establishment of thresholds, but nevertheless, all material impacts have to be disclosed. Impacts, risks, or opportunities have to be disclosed. So it leads the reporting entity to implement a rigorous materiality assessment process to determine its material IROs. In addition, the ISRS are providing for mandatory disclosures and disclosure that are subject to materiality assessment. We had a long debate, I will not cover this, about what we called the rebuttable presumption, which was dropped. And therefore, we ended up with some mandatory disclosures and the rest subject to materiality assessment. In terms of justification, and this is important for auditing, some at the higher level have to be explicit when you exclude. Others are implicit, which means that, when an information which is required under a standard is not disclosed by an entity, implicitly, when it's granular, implicitly it means that it's not material for the undertaking, and it is for the company. And it means that it is complied with, but as a quote unquote zero disclosure. Next slide, please. So here you have a table which I will be short on. The mandatory information to be disclosed is covering the cross-cutting one of IFRS S2, a number of EU legislation data points, climate change, and certain aspects on the own workforce. So as you know, the standard setting activities in the EU are a multi-stakeholder, so they include the civil society, and that's where it has been, where the compromise has been reached. And as regards the disclosure subject to the materiality assessment, you have, the reasoning behind. So I will not elaborate further, but it's important. So next slide, please. So what is underway? Because, it's an ongoing situation and we are nowhere near a steady state. So the first point is that we are working hard on interoperability with other global initiatives, with other standard setting initiatives of substance. And we have two objectives. The first one was to build on and contribute to global sustainability reporting progress, because it is a key ambition of the EU. And of course, we would like other jurisdictions to consider this as well. And also a more pragmatic goal, which was in the EU, we didn't want reporting entities to be confronted with multiple reporting. So we are promoting the idea of a single sustainability report, and therefore we want the EU report to be interoperable with the other initiatives. That's what we are working on, and what Sue was mentioning. We have long discussions and very, very fruitful discussions on how to make sure that when a company is reporting under ISRSs, under the EU legal regime and ISRS, then this company is deemed complying as well with the ISSB standards when finalized. So we have, a serious level of engagement with the ISSB. Sue mentioned it, so I don't need to confirm because she was absolutely right. But we also have a similar cooperation with the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI being the organization specialized in impact assessment and reporting. So we've been very close to them. And we are also discussing on how GRI reporters in the EU would have to or can comply with the GRI reporting requirements, which I personally believe is the case. Of course, IFRS are more ambitious. It provide, a global infrastructure, which is probably more comprehensive, double materiality. We support the EU Sustainable Finance Regulation for financial services and other regulations also on international remunerated instruments, for instance. And we address the broader stakeholder expectations. Next slide. So that was the first point that is underway. The second point that is underway is related to the standard setting activities. Set 2, what we call Set 2, is the future set, and as you see, the timing is under consideration as we speak. We have the intention to deliver the first 4 standards on key sectors: agriculture, mining, quarrying and coal, and oil and gas, road transport, and then to deliver also the SME standards for listed SMEs and also for non-listed SMEs. Plus, by the way, I forgot to mention it here, a classification of sectors, because in the sector agnostic disclosure requirements, we're asking for an explanation of in which sectors the reporting entity is active. And therefore, in order to do that, you need to have a classification of sectors, which is inspired, it's called SEC1 in our jargon, and it was inspired by the sector classification in the EU, which is called MACE. And which, by the way, we can reconcile with ISSB, we can reconcile with the American classification systems. We have the interface. Following sets, and we are discussing on how we do that, are the other 4 high impact sectors: energy production, motor vehicles, beverage and textile, financial institutions, banking, insurance and asset management, the remaining 30 sectors. And then we have also to address the situation of non-EU parent company for third-party groups with branches and subsidiaries within the EU over a certain threshold. So it's it's the idea of creating a level playing field in terms of competition. Next slide and final slide. So I mentioned that we wanted to bring implementation support. We call that an ISRS ecosystem because we are conscious of the fact that there are implementation challenges that are expected for Set 1. It's not a minor effort. So we want to bring implementation support. We have 3 pillars. Pillar 1, on which we are working, is the elaboration of guidance and Q&A to help people and auditors as well. Availability of comprehensive IFRS related documentation, so a full, what we call ESRS hub, and then the facilitation of educational initiatives and communication initiatives. With this, Tom, and 37 minutes, I hand over back to you for the Q&A session with the IAASB.
All the efficiency of an experienced auditor, Patrick. Thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. Really helpful to us to understand the European context in more detail. And on your advice, when you sent me your original note after our dinner, I sort of nodded our head and I was like checking the list and making sure we were addressing those items. And I think you have a more comprehensive list, but I still feel pretty good about our addressing the items that you raise as part of our standards development. In fact, 3 days of our board meeting are addressing many of these topics right now. What I thought, for your sake, maybe it would be useful if I call on Josephine Jackson, who's the head of our task force, developing the standard, to just sort of explain our approach and how it may complement your efforts.
Thank you, Tom, and yes, thank you so much, Patrick. And I did want to say the same thing, particularly for your insights on the assurance aspect. And clearly, you are incredibly experienced, and it's all very encouraging what we've seen there. Because in fact, over these 2.5 days, those are some of the areas that we're definitely focusing on. I mean, from the perspective of the importance of narrative disclosures and forward-looking information, obviously that can be very challenging. So we're really focusing on that. The value chain, when you have parent subsidiaries and how that information is consolidated, captured, and evidence required there. So some real challenges there. And to your point, yes, it does reflect the fact that there will be a real learning curve in this very fast emerging reporting area. Some real points there, so it's not a question, it's more a point that in terms of the quantitative measures, the units of account, I guess to some extent we've not really thought a great deal about the variety there. And you listed some there, which certainly we can go away and think about, because we may have just stuck to the general units of account, kgs, tons, and we haven't necessarily thought wider than that. So that would be really helpful to bring some of the assurance side and some of the assurance challenges to light as well. And particularly the point about no primary statements. You know, if you do have audit practitioners and going into this work for the first time, that's something they really need to try and understand. So certainly as well, in terms of the assurance, mandatory assurance, we are focusing on both limited and reasonable assurance. You may already know this. We're making sure that we are signposting as clearly as possible when you're in one particular type of engagement and then when you're transitioning to reasonable assurance engagements. And as this is a global standard, global baseline, it will also recognize that in certain situations, one might be reporting on limited assurance, but also perhaps doing another piece of reasonable assurance as well. So it allows that flexibility. But certainly, yes, that was very insightful, and as I say, incredibly encouraging that we're definitely focusing on the main challenges, and we'll be keeping an eye on those. The only other thing I did want to mention as well is that we're also discussing the digital taxonomy piece and how that all fits together, because of course that's equally or critically important as well. But thank you again, appreciate that.
I didn't focus on the digital taxonomy, Josephine, enough. What we are trying to do is, we are, if I may chip in for a second on this one, because as you have seen, digital taxonomy, the digital format will have to be covered by the audit in the EU. So we are very careful that the people, they are doing it as we speak here under our leadership. We have a consultant doing that. We make sure that the people providing for the tags are not doing the job that we did, or redoing the job that we did. Because there is always a risk that, in terms of digital formatting, in particular for narrative information, they organize a big text block and they're satisfied. That's easy, but it's not very useful for users, because a big text block, what can you do with it? You can read it, that's all. Maybe you have artificial intelligence that helps you, but then it's the analysis of a text. So that's why the structure of the was prepared the way it has been prepared. We wanted the ABC and then 1 Roman, 2, 3 Roman to help tag the information. And we are promoting the idea of 3 levels of reading. One that is, a disclosure requirement level. So it's a pretty large text block, or a pretty large, table when it's quantitative. And then we have a second level, which is ABC, which is an extract of, which is not in contradiction with the level 1, And then we have level 3 when we have 1, 2, 3 Roman, which is not always the case. And we don't want the digital people to tell us that they want to split more or regroup. Because, you know, the granularity information has been defined by the standard setter, and we don't want the digital world to look different. Sorry, I've been long-winded.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Neil?
Thank you, Patrick. Neil Morris here, and really informative presentation. And thank you for taking us through all of those details. It's been very insightful. Like Josephine, I really appreciated your points around auditability. And as a fellow task force member on the sustainability team, we'll certainly take those to heart and make sure that we are considering and addressing those as we go through the development. I mean, in particular, one thing that stood out to me is your emphasis around the evaluation of materiality. And I thought that was very important. And you in particular mentioned that in a limited assurance engagement, you would expect an evaluation of the materiality assessment to be key. Would you be able to articulate a little bit further as to what you would expect an assurance practitioner to be doing in this limited assurance engagement when evaluating that materiality assessment?
Okay, I am beyond my my role as chair of SRB, so I'm just calling on my experience, and I'm providing here a personal view. For me, in limited assurance, you have to start. You know, since we do not have primary statements, we need to make sure that we are covering the right, that the system that is being put in place by the company is under of course, a review, is sound enough to ensure that all material risks, impacts, opportunities have been covered, are been identified and are covered, and that there is a reasoning behind. So, you know, the difference for me between reasonable and limited is the level of, verification of the data collected, etc. You know, the number of tests, etc. But the key principles, which are deriving from the materiality assessments, which, because, you know, it's easy for the mandatory ones, which I explained, and it's easy for the data points that are related to those mandatory disclosures. But for the other ones, you know, you can't discover when you move from limited to reasonable that all of a sudden the level of precision, the level of comprehensiveness is different. So, and you know, the materiality assessment, by the way, I forgot to mention, is important because it combines 3 layers of information. It's level layer 1 is the information of sector agnostic nature. The level 2 is layer 2 is the sector specific ones. So it's a cascading down system. And then a reporting entity is asked to identify impacts, risk, and opportunity that wouldn't be covered by the standards, but that would be material nevertheless. So, you know, that's the critical point in the absence of primary statements. So maybe the testing would be different, but at least, you know, under limited assurance, checking that all of this has been taken seriously with a process that it was organized, that is rigorous, for me would be the starting point, in my view.
Thank you. We have one more question in here. Sachika?
Thank you, Tom. And hello, I'm Sachiko Kai from Japan. And thank you very much, Patrick, for your presentation, which is very, very interesting for me. And I have 2 questions, if I may, on page 10. with regard to the standard structure. And the first one is about your approach on the requirement for narrative disclosure, which is very, very important in sustainability information, and how you approach in developing a narrative type disclosure requirement. Are they included in what you said in second paragraph in main body as a principle-based style, or in the data point? And my second question is about application requirement, which is, I think, kind of guidance. And I'm a bit curious on the balance between the requirement and application requirement. Do you have a lot of application requirements, or do you want to try to limit the application requirement at minimum, or do you have some kind of approach as to how you create application requirement? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regarding page 10, for me, each and every disclosure requirement is at one the same time. If I was, trying to summarize, we have the principle based, which is expressed by the second paragraph of the disclosure requirement, and then we are not totally rules based, but we certainly moving in that direction with the following paragraphs, third, fourth, if needed. And here, each and every disclosure requirement is built under that structure, because we want clarity, and that helps also both. In quantitative, it's less difficult, but in narrative, it's very difficult. So that's why we want it to be very precise. So sometimes at the expense of appearing a little burdensome, but we wanted a structure that was rational. So that's my answer. And regarding application requirements, I'm careful about that. We try not to create obligations. First of all, I didn't mention, but application requirements have the same authority as the main body. So it is mandatory as well. It's enforceable. However, we decided not to create new obligations, and it is in fact in a fast emerging but also new area of reporting. We felt that it was needed to provide guidance to preparers. So that's why we have, in certain cases, application requirements that are relatively dense. It's not only examples; it is guidance. What are the references you can use? You may consider, you may disclose, and sometimes optional disclosures. If I may, Tom, say a last word. I think that one of the key points, and sorry to trespass maybe, but for me, I come from the background I come from. I went through the expectation gap moment regarding financial reporting. And we have to be extremely careful. I say we because I consider myself somehow an auditor. We have to be extremely careful as a profession to not to create expectations that our reports would not support. So the formula. That's why I said the way the opinion is going to be worded, of course, should be aligned with the level of possible assurance that we are giving, but also with the way it's going to be understood by users. Sorry, I wanted to share this. So let's be careful about the expectation gap, if I may.
That's good advice, Patrick. And I'd like to just thank you again for participating and altering your calendar and taking an earlier train to speak with us. It's really important that we're developing standards that will work well with ESRS, and congratulate you on all your work to date, and look forward to many more interactions over the coming months. So Thank you, and good luck with your coordination meetings over the next couple of days as well.
Thank you very much, and goodbye to all. Pleasure meeting you, and look forward to more. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye. Okay, last, but certainly not least, I'm pleased to welcome David Madden, who, if you don't know David, he's Director of Sustainability Policy and Regulatory Affairs at IFAC. Not surprisingly, I've known David for a long time too. We worked closely together at the IFRS Foundation back in the day. He still tolerates me to some extent, at least to my face. But he's been the primary driver of the state of play research that IFAC has done over the last few years that has been really helpful to us in formulating our strategic positions on assurance, and also supporting the concept of a global baseline, not just for reporting standards, but for assurance standards. So it's with my real great pleasure that I welcome David to the room, and he'll present the latest. And this is almost hot off the press, right, David, on the state of play.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone. I see we're bang on time at 15 past 12. So I know Tom will be keeping me on time as well. So I'll keep my remarks to the time allotted. So again, hello, on behalf of IFAC, it's really a pleasure to be here today. As Tom said, this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, but it's been very important. It's been central to IFAC's policy and advocacy over the last 3 years, covering both, reporting and assurance of sustainability information. And as you've all heard this morning, you're all aware, a lot has happened in terms of the standard setting and the progress towards rationalization and harmonization in hopes of achieving a global reporting system for reporting on sustainability topics. But it's IFAC's view, and I'm sure it's everyone's view in this room, that without assurance, corporate disclosure on ESG will never be at the same level or as decision useful as financial information is. So if I could have the next slide, please. So that's why a couple of years ago, IFAC decided to initiate a benchmarking research program to look at the degree to which ESG or sustainability information is being reported and the degree to which assurance is being obtained. And last month, it is hot off the press, IFAC and AICPA CIMA published the third in a series of reports assessing the state of play with respect to how much sustainability assurance is happening, who is performing the engagements, and using what standards. So we now have a 3-year trend line focusing on 1,400 of the largest stock exchange listed companies across 22 jurisdictions. So my presentation today has 2 parts. First, I'll review key findings from the 2021 state of play, focusing more on the assurance aspects of the research. And we'll take a break and try to answer a couple of questions. And then following that, I'll present findings from new research that we have not yet published that takes a deep dive into how ISAE 3000 revised is being used today, both by firms and consulting practitioners, as a bit of a proxy for the use of ISSA 5000, which we all anticipate will become the global norm for sustainability assurance engagements. The scope of our research is designed to provide global perspective, including, as I said before, 1,400 of the largest companies in the G20 countries, plus Singapore and Hong Kong SAR. In 2022, when we did this work last year, we had a bit of a problem accessing information for the 50 largest Russian companies. So for this report, we are 1,350 companies in 21 jurisdictions. All right, so the next slide, please. So over the past 3 years, we have found more and more reporting on ESG. 95% of companies reported some sustainability information in their 2021 disclosures. In fact, only 4 jurisdictions, Argentina, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, fell meaningfully below the 95% mark. And while the incidence of assurance of this information definitely lags reporting, there's a clear upward trend. From 51% in 2019, 64% of companies we reviewed in 2021 obtained assurance over some portion of what they reported. Assurance is limited in nature, as you know, 80% of engagements. Audit firms still conduct the majority of ESG assurance engagements globally, 57%, but then obviously 43% of engagements are being done outside of the accountancy profession. And we find that as companies are obtaining assurance for the first time, it is typically greenhouse gas focused, and they are turning to consultants for that verification. When accounting firms are engaged, they are overwhelmingly 95% of the time using IAASB standards. Only 38% of other service providers or consultants use ISAE 3000. Next slide. So as we all know, high quality, consistently applied standards and frameworks for reporting of information provides the foundation and suitable criteria for high quality, consistent assurance. So we need to look at the how and where of ESG reporting. Of 1,283 companies who did report ESG information in our sample in 2021, 50% provided that information in standalone corporate sustainability reports. That was especially true, reading from left to right on the bottom graph, in Canada, the US, China, Hong Kong SAR, and South Korea. In Europe, companies mainly report ESG in annual reports and integrated reports, and not surprisingly, most South African companies rely on integrated reports. But the 3-year trend is what's important. There appears to be a movement away from standalone reports in favor of annual reports and integrated reports. We saw a 7% drop from 2019 to 2021 in the use of standalone reports. In France, 30 of 50 companies reviewed in 2021 included their ESG information in a report that is consistent with the integrated reporting framework. Other jurisdictions we're seeing a shift towards integrated reports includes, again, going from left to right, Brazil, Turkey, India, Japan, and Singapore. And ESG information has migrated out of standalone reports into annual reports over the 3 years in Germany, Spain, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and again, Singapore. So all of this appears to be a somewhat meaningful trend that suggests companies are seeing a benefit to more connectivity between sustainability and financial information. So a final but important point about reporting. In 2021, with most ESG reporting still being done on a voluntary basis, 86% of the companies we examined use a mix of standards and frameworks for the reporting. That's up almost 20 percentage points when we first did this study on 2019 disclosures. So at IFAC, we continue to see, the use of multiple standards as an obvious barrier to consistent, comparable, reliable information. And so current practice for reporting does not support what we think is the quality of information investors and other stakeholders want, nor does it best provide a foundation for high quality, consistent assurance. All right, so on the next slide, we'll start digging into assurance more. So I've already noted the number of companies attaining assurance has increased over the past 3 years from 51% to 64%. That's a significant positive trend. In 2021, the biggest increases were in Hong Kong SAR, Japan, and the UK. Over the 3 years, Hong Kong SAR again was one of the largest increases in assurance, along with Singapore, Japan, Turkey, the UK, and Italy. Of the 913 assurance reports reviewed in this study, 57% were from engagements conducted by accountants, but there were big differences between jurisdictions. So for example, in France, audit firms have close to 100% market share. In South Korea, which has an extraordinarily high level of assurance, the market is dominated by consultants. And while consultants are doing ESG assurance engagements in virtually every jurisdiction we study, there were 7 cases in 2021 where more than 50% of assurance is provided by consultants. That happened in the US, the UK, Hong Kong, India, Japan, South Africa, and South Korea. So while and obviously, you know, ISO 3000 is the dominant standard. It's been hovering around 70%. We also see divergence in its practice across jurisdictions. So on the next slide, we'll look at the level and location of assurance, particularly the level. Because of the difference, the gap between the standards that consultants use versus firms use, we're seeing a divergence in the level of assurance that's being provided. So for the second year in a row in 2021, when firms did assurance, 97% of those engagements resulted in limited opinions. When other service providers were engaged, 58% of engagements resulted in limited opinions, 22% are moderate, 15% are reasonable, and 5% are something else. Those results are very similar to what they were in 2020. All right, next slide, please. So as we take a closer look jurisdiction by jurisdiction, we should clarify what we counted as assurance. We considered a company to have obtained assurance if any of the sustainability information was disclosed, even if it was just a greenhouse gas metric. Obviously, many companies included in the study did not receive information all of what they reported. So looking at the data, the highest rates of sustainability assurance are in France and South Korea. Already mentioned that. Reading from left to right, you see above average levels of assurance in Brazil, the US, Europe, still including the UK, Australia, and Japan. But aside from those jurisdictions, the levels of assurance slips below the 64% level, especially in Argentina, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, China, Hong Kong SAR, India, Indonesia, and Singapore. And as we turn to the next slide, we'll see that not all assurance is the same. So next slide, please. So here we're looking at who is providing the assurance, accountants versus consultants. The gray is the consultants. At the global level, 57% of assurance is done by the profession in 2021. Other service providers are the other 43, but we look at the large differences between jurisdictions. In the EU countries in our study, virtually all of the companies we examined relied on accountancy firms for assurance. Australia is pretty close at 95%, but if you look at the right-hand side of this graph, we see a different story. From South Africa to the UK and across Asia, consultants are dominating. So the other service providers have a strong foothold in certain jurisdictions. And from IFAC's point of view, we think it's important to try to understand the commercial dynamics that are at play or the regulatory dynamics that are at play in each of these jurisdictions, and to evaluate whether the evolution of ESG reporting, especially if it's broader scope and mandatory, will provide an opportunity or an incentive for an evolution in how companies choose, who companies choose to do their sustainability assurance. Next slide, please. So these two slides are in the deck. I'm not going to go over them in detail. They're there for your review. But to make two quick points, when ESG assurance is done by a firm, it's typically the same firm as the statutory audit provider, 70% of the time. That's what we found. But again, there are jurisdictional differences. Second, we continue to see timing gaps between when the statutory audit opinion is issued versus the sustainability assurance report. And we view these gaps as a bit of a proxy for discrepancies in the timeliness and interconnectedness of the financial information from the sustainability related information. 2021, the global average is 51 days gap, but this average really disguises big differences between Europe versus the US and Canada and across Asia. So with that, I'm tempted to take 5 or so minutes for a couple of questions, take a breath before, there's a lot of data there, before going into part 2 of my remarks.
Okay, thank you, David. Any questions? Janine?
Yeah. Thanks, David. It's very interesting. You make this split between audit firms and consultants in various jurisdictions, but I also read that there are a lot of audit firms have taken over these, consultants firms that are active in the sustainability assurance. Is that also taken into account, or do you have other separate statistics about that?
So I think our research will show, particularly in the second part of our remarks, that the other service providers is a very fragmented industry at this point, and it isn't surprising that there's going to be some consolidation amongst them or between them and the profession as well. But we're reading the assurance opinions and we're taking the name off of the assurance opinion, whether it's Deloitte or whether it's Bureau Veritas, and that's the demarcation for how we're counting it. So that consolidation between firms and other service providers, we're not picking up. We're picking up the top line organization that's providing the assurance.
Jim?
I just noted looks like the consulting cohort was more willing to provide reasonable assurance. Any insight to why that might be?
So I don't recall exactly. It tends to be a couple of jurisdictions where that's happening. I'm tempted to say in Korea, we're seeing more reasonable assurance from consulting firms. I'm tempted to say it's on greenhouse gas, but I don't think that's entirely correct. But it's a couple of jurisdictions that drive that number.
Makes you wonder whether the concept of reasonable assurance is normalized across practitioner, which is Diane.
Yeah, and maybe mine's a similar question, because I think one of the stats you had was the non-audit firms, they were less likely to follow ISA 3000. It was actually a pretty alarmingly low number. Do you have any insight as to what standards they were following or what they indicated?
We're going to look at that in detail in a couple of minutes. More information than you want on that.
Always ahead of the game. Okay, any other questions for David on the first part? I think you could go ahead and quench Diane's thirst for that information.
All right, so if we can advance 2 more slides. There we go. So now we're turning to new research, which we have not published yet, that leverages our state of play data set, and it tries to expand our understanding of sustainability assurance by examining how practitioners, both accountants and consultants, currently use IAASB standards as well as others to conduct assurance engagements. So in a political, regulatory, and standard setting landscape that we perceive as being decidedly profession or practitioner agnostic, IFAC wanted to look at the use of ISA 3000 revised as a proxy for engagements under the new ISSA 5000. The starting point for our analysis is that the IAASB, this board, intends for your standards 3000, and it intends for ISSA 5000 engagements to be conducted in accordance with, not based on, or some other loose reference to the standard that you create. We also wanted to determine if proper application of ISA 3000 was being used by competent practitioners who were subject to the ISSB code or an equally demanding regulatory requirement, and whether the IAASB's ISQC1 or equally demanding requirement, like ISQM in the future, was also being adhered to. And last, we examined the experience or preparedness of consultants to conduct broad scope ESG assurance engagements using ISSA 5000 or IAASB standards by examining at the scope of engagements currently performed and what standards were used by those other service providers. So next slide, please. So the graphic on the left shows you what 57% versus 43% market share looks like. Of the 913 assurance reports we examined from the full 2021 state of play data set across 21 jurisdictions and 1,350 companies, 516 of these were from accountants. 395 were from a range of other service providers that we evaluated in 5 categories. You see them on the left. Organizations that describe themselves as certifying or verifying information systems and processes were most common, followed by general consulting organizations. These 2 categories of other service providers did the vast majority of engagements in our sample. On the right-hand side, you see the number of 3,000 engagements in 2021 from our sample. It totals 638. That's the 70% number from the prior set of slides. Just under 500 of those were performed by firms. 149 were done by consultants. That's a 77-23% split on who's doing ISE 3000 engagements in 2021. So now let's look at how these 638 engagements were conducted according to each of these three criteria, starting with in accordance with. When firms use ISE 3000, the assurance reports we examined demonstrate they were performing in accordance with virtually 100% of the time. Only half of the reports from other service providers said in accordance with. It was 53% of the time. The other half were a mix of based on or some other reference to the standard. Now remember that the sample size here for other service provider engagements using 3000 is only 149. So we took the time to look backwards and we found 365 engagements done by other service providers using 3000 over the 3-year period, 2019 to 21, from our data plate data set. Overall, a similar number, about half, 48% of those assurance engagements stated that they were conducted in accordance with. So we had a hypothesis that assurance reports that cited an engagement was conducted in accordance with 3000 was more likely to have an appropriate independence or quality control reference in the assurance report. So we'll come back to that in a couple of minutes. So next slide, please. So now we're turning to independence. Whether or not the ISSB code or an equivalent code or standard was referenced in assurance reports. So first, we observed a lack of uniformity amongst the independent statements we found. We used 8 different categories to capture the range of independence assertions in the assurance reports. We found 3 different ethics codes: the ISSB code, the International Federation of Inspection Agencies, which is now TIC Council, and ISO 14065, which is the ISO standard for independence. Next, we observed 4 types of statements asserting a level of independence, but not citing compliance or reference to a particular code or standard for ethics. We also found instances of language citing a potential conflict, as well as just no disclosure or reference regarding independence or conflicts. So of the 149 engagements conducted by other service providers using 3000, 64% of the assurance reports, that's the tall teal bar on the left, included one of the alternative types of independent statements with no reference to the ISSB code or any standard of ethics. 16% referenced the ISSB code, dark blue on the left. 12% referenced IFAC or ISO, that's the next blue. So that's less than a third in total with a specific reference to a code or a standard. 8% made no statement regarding independence. That's the red bar. In contrast, on the right-hand side of this graphic, of the 498 firm engagements, 94% referenced the ISSB code. Over the 3 years, 2019 to 2021, expanding the sample set, reference to the ISSB code was 10%. Below the 16% in 2021, which reflects the fact that the code was just well below 10% reference in 2019 and 2020. Next slide. Perhaps saving best or worst for last, let's look at quality controls. So of 149 other service provider engagements, 62% of those assurance reports had no reference to quality controls. 7% referenced ISQC1. The other 30% referenced ISO. Over the 3-year period, 2019 to 21, 63%, similar number, did not reference quality controls. Of the 489 firm engagements, 91% reference ISQC1. All right, next slide. So our engagements specifically conducted in accordance with ISAE 3000 more likely to also have better compliance with independence and quality control requirements. So this data seems to suggest, yes, perhaps. For independents, 3 times as many in accordance with engagements cite the ISSB code or ISO. For quality controls, over twice as many engagements cite ISQ1, QC1 or ISO. Next slide, please. So the final step in our assessment of how practitioners complied with requirements of 3000 was to take a detailed look at the consultancy organizations in our 2021 sample. So of 149 engagements using 3000 other service providers, we observed a very fragmented market. We found 27 different other service providers providing assurance. However, 80% of these engagements were conducted by 8 organizations. 3 of the 8 conducted engagements on an international basis. Those were DNV, Bureau Veritas, and Lloyd's Register. 4 of the 8 conducted 67% of more of their engagements in accordance with. 3 of the 8 reference an ethical code or standard in at least 70% or more of their engagements. 4 of the 8 reference quality controls in 60% or more of their engagements. None of the organizations scored above 90%, as firms do across all 3 criteria. So next slide. So now we're going to switch our attention to experience with types of engagements and using what standards. So here we're broadening our focus beyond the 149 3000 engagements. We're looking at all 397 engagements that were done by other service providers in our sample set in 2021, regardless of the standard that was used. So we see the dominance of IA 3000 in FIRDM engagements. That's on the left-hand side of the graph. On the right-hand side, we see a different picture. This is where standard fragmentation is happening, with consultants using a mix of standards for different types of engagements in different parts of the world. ISO for greenhouse gas metrics is most common and on the rise. 3000 is in second place, signaling broader scope engagements being done by consultants. And Accountability 1000 has a meaningful market share, that's the green bar, also for broader scope assurance engagements, but it's not growing as much. Take a look at the next slide and you look at the 3-year trend, 2019 to 2021. So we see the raw numbers are increasing across all the standards, but the market structure of what standards are being used by firms versus other service providers is relatively constant. So having looked at the standards used for engagements, let's look at the scope of engagements that are being done by firms versus other service providers. Next slide, please. So in the state of play, we break ESG into 4 categories just to make it more complicated. There's greenhouse gas numbers, there's the other E, there's social, and there's governance. The numbers at the bottom of this slide show that 96% of all companies are reporting some information in each of the categories. That's a 7% increase globally from what we found in 2020. But assurance is being obtained primarily on greenhouse gas data, and we see a significant drop-off in assurance on information in other categories. So 94% in greenhouse gases to 82% for other environmental, 74% for social, down to 56% for governance disclosure. Note at the bottom of the graph, there was a 10% increase 2020 to 2021 from 43% to 53% in companies who obtained assurance on information disclosed in each of the 4 categories, all 4 categories, but we're still a long way away from broad scope assurance of ESG information, which is being disclosed by companies. Note again, this is all of the companies, all of the assurance and reporting that we found in our 2021 sample set. All right, so on the next slide, we're going to take a much deeper dive into the scope of engagements performed by other service providers compared to firms. The broadest scope engagements cover information in all 4 categories, as I just described it in this previous slide. Next are broad engagements, assuring information in at least 3 categories, narrow, 2 categories, and then category 1, the narrowest, is greenhouse gas. We know that's ISO. 80% of firm engagements cover 3 or 4 categories of information. Half that amount, 40% of other service providers, are that broad. 58% of the single topic engagements done by other service providers, which means it's greenhouse gas and it's the ISO standard being used. All right, next slide. This is dizzying. So here we're looking at what standards are used in 2021 by other service providers for broader scope engagements. We know ISO is for greenhouse gas verification. So we see a lot of purple in China and South Korea, but some in the US and India too. That's AA1000. Light blue indicates 3000 is dominant in the UK and Hong Kong, but a lot again in the US and India too. Across jurisdictions, it's 53% 1000, 47% 3000 for other service provider broad scope engagements. So 1000 is the current competing standard for broader scope engagements. And we understand that it's the one that leads to moderate assurance opinions. All right, next slide. So finally, as we did with compliance with ISE 3000, we looked at the leading consultancy firms to understand the experience of those organizations with IAASB standards and with broader scope engagements. We found 80 other service providers in our state of play data set. So again, a very fragmented market. 11 organizations did 70% of the engagements. 4 of these 11 were other service providers that conducted primarily broader scope engagements. 4 of the 11 conducted narrower scope engagements. 3 of the 11, and it does add up to 11, were more evenly split in the type of engagement that they conducted in 2021. We identified 4 consulting organizations that operated internationally and used ISAE 3000 for a significant portion of their work. Those were DNV, Bureau Veritas, TUV, and ERM. Hong Kong Quality Assurance is the market leader in Hong Kong, and they also use 3000. So final slide. I've presented a lot of new data. On this final slide summarizes what we think are the 5 key takeaways. And we believe this data raises some interesting policy and regulatory issues that IFAC will focus on over the coming months. So first, what actions, if any, can be taken to help ensure that assurance engagements conducted under the standards of the IAASB will be done as intended by the IAASB. Second, as sustainability assurance evolves from voluntary to mandatory, it's a big switch. What oversight is appropriate by whom for all assurance providers? And third, how does the sustainability reporting or an assurance ecosystem, so that's the standard setters, the regulators, the authorities, the firms, other certifiers, all of us, how do we best answer the emerging sustainability assurance capacity gap? Patrick talked about an expectation gap. I think hand in hand with that is a capacity gap, the capacity to do engagements with the capabilities to do high quality engagements. So with that, I'll say thank you and be happy to answer any questions in the remaining time.
Thank you, David. A quick question. What is your intent to communicate these findings to regulators who are going to be responsible for ensuring that the standards are faithfully complied with if they're on a mandatory basis? Because clearly the assertion and their whatever report is being provided is key, and in truth you're not complying with ISA 3000 if you fudge the words or not complying with an ethical requirements or ISQC 1 in the past and QM 1 going forward.
So I think that we've not published this information. I'm not sure we're going to publish the information. We do intend to create a professionally designed slide deck, some sort of document that we can share with IFAC's members, right? The forum firms and with our PAO member bodies, right? I think our analysis is that that type of regulatory conversation is probably best had, in conjunction or by our member bodies in their specific jurisdictions. And there's examples of that happening in the last couple of weeks since we first disclosed some of this information in Europe, where the CSRD is requiring mandatory assurance, and that each country in Europe is going through the decision of who's going to provide that assurance and will or won't there be oversight. At a global level, IOSCO, I think, obviously would find this information interesting. We wanted to present this information to IASB. We wanted to present it to you. We presented it at our CE forum at the end of February, and we wanted to get that feedback. And then I think the next step is to how best figure out how to, bring IOSCO into this conversation so that they have this information as well. And I welcome any suggestions or comments on that.
I think one insight for our board, though, is just the reality, and I think we addressed it a little bit yesterday in this part of the standard, is from a market capacity element, particularly as it relates to greenhouse gas, how our standard will incorporate or figure out how that work will be part of more of a general purpose assurance engagement. That is a clear market dynamic that you've highlighted here. Any other comments? And when does the report become public?
I'm not confident we're going to make it public.
Okay.
But it will be available for circulation.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Kai.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks for the presentation. Very, very, very interesting. Thanks very much. I have a question. Is it possible to split up the companies who have been audited by an audit firm or another service provider in the size of the company? Because I expect that the larger a company is, the more the company will mandate an auditor and not an other service provider, and the other way around. That means the smaller the company is, the more, that's my expectation, another service provider will be mandated. Do you have any insights about this? And the same question could rise is, if you have a listed company, I would expect that an audit firm will be the assurance provider, and a non-listed company, another service provider could be the service provider. Do you have any insights about this size and the listed company? Thanks.
So just going backwards, so everything in our work that I've talked about today is only stock exchange listed companies. So we're not looking at reporting companies that aren't stock exchange listed. So then it's an interesting question. I as an American, I certainly kind of have the intuition that a larger company would hire an audit firm, and a smaller company might be more predisposed to hire something other than an audit firm. But in the United States, most of the assurance is done, overall, we're looking at the largest 50 or largest 100 companies in these jurisdictions. So this is as good as it gets, right? We would assume. And so the split between the largest 25 and the next largest 25 in a jurisdiction like Korea, I'm not sure there actually would be that big of a difference, right? Then to look at something more specific, if you look at the United States, where most of the assurance is done by consultants, those are large companies. The 100 largest companies in the US is effectively the S&P 100, right? And there's one organization that does the lion's share of that work, and it's a consulting organization. And to get even more granular, I don't know if it's 4 or 5, but Apple Computer has 4 or 5 different metrics assured by a separate consultant for each of those metrics. So it's I think as reporting and assurance goes from voluntary to mandatory, I think that intuition kicks in. I think there are market incentives, commercial incentives in certain jurisdictions that have driven the consultancy numbers as high as they have. Question is, will that change when requirements go broader scope and when they go from voluntary to mandatory? I was in an International Bar Association, their first ever ESG conference a couple of weeks ago, and I was sitting next to some U.S. attorneys, and I was heartened to hear when they said, "Well, when this stuff goes mandatory with the SEC, you bet the auditor is going to be doing the assurance." I said, "Well, I really support that opinion, but I think that kind of is kind of the intuition I think behind your question. But I think the voluntary to mandatory is what's going to throw that switch."
One final question, Isabel.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this study. It's always very interesting, and we look forward every year to get fresh information on this international scope. So, of course, proud to see where France is compared to some other countries, but also want to mention that it's a moving landscape, and many countries currently have consultation for mandatory sustainability disclosure and mandatory assurance. So I just wanted to quote the fact that in India, which is a big country, they just ended a consultation to mandate sustainability disclosures for listed companies and mandate also reasonable assurance from year one. And there are many other initiatives in the world. So just to say that I'm looking forward next year and the next year study to see how things have evolved, but it's moving fast. Thank you.
And I have to say that a couple of hours ago, I was virtually in India preaching the gospel of the IAASB. So the point is well taken.
Yeah, and I believe that their new standard in India is based upon ISA 3000. Okay, this has been a really helpful morning, really great context across 3 standard setters and with the state of play. Thank you, David, for all your work. Even though we're totally independent of IFAC right now, just note that David is preaching our story out there. There's a big advocate for the need for high quality global assurance standards set by the IAASB and ISSB. So thank you, David, for your work. And give you for one brief closing remark, and then we'll go to the lunch break and reconvene at 2 p.m.
It would be bad if I did not give a commercial announcement. So we have completed the work and are doing the analysis on the next 20 state of play. So 7 additional jurisdictions from Europe, 6 jurisdictions from Middle East Africa, 4 jurisdictions from Asia Pacific, and 3 from Latin America. I hope that adds up to 20. So we'll have a broader scope. We'll have 40 jurisdictions that will have this kind of information for.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll close right now and we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. Okay, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, let's start getting back to work. I hope everyone had a good lunch and had an opportunity to reflect on some of our morning presentations, which I thought were all excellent and should be really useful in informing our discussions today. I see that we are ready to move to part 3, acceptance and continuance, as it relates to our draft ISSA 5000. It has Wolf and Claire ready to go. But Josephine, do you want to give some introduction?
All right. Afternoon, everybody. Yes, so as Tom says, we're going to spend the rest of the afternoon on sustainability matters, which is very exciting. So part 3, acceptance and continuance. So we'll have, yes, Claire and Wolf. And of course, you have, you did see that 1st of December. So it's an update on the part from December, taking into account the board comments. Then equally part 4, evidence and documentation. Jamie will take us through the small number of changes there. And then we'll move on to planning part 5 with Isabel and Joanna, who everyone's ready to go, which is fantastic. And the other thing I was going to say, and if we have a bit of time, we could probably just pop back and start talking about the definitions again. Yeah, he's just not falling for it, is he really? Yeah. So if we have time, we'll then move on to part 6, and Susan and Warren are ready if necessary. It'll be a bit late for Warren, but that might be a good thing, everybody. So yeah, with no further ado, then over to Wolf and Claire. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss part 3. Claire and I were the drafting buddies, but I should say that Claire did all the heavy lifting. Thanks for all the comments received. I'd like to remind everyone that the important part here on the special requirements on the preconditions for engagements are not ISA based. They're 3,334.10 based. And what did we do? At a broad level, we restructured the application material to make it flow better. We did provide some additional guidance on the difference between double materiality and materiality. But as Josephine pointed out yesterday, that's an issue we're going to be discussing in greater depth in the next round and not in this round. We moved some material outside of part 3. I should say, Claire and I, we agonized over every comment we received and proposed solutions to the task force. And in the end, the task force decided an appropriate approach to take. And we hope that you like the approach that we've decided upon. I'll now allow Claire to provide the details.
Thank you very much, Wolf. So turning to our first chunk of requirements and application material, we'll be taking comments on paragraph requirements 1 and 2. And the application material A1 to A6D, which I'll just flag for you, is the application material relating only to requirement 1. The reason for that is because the other application material relating to paragraph 2 also relates to the subsequent requirements 3 to 7, which go into a bit more detail, the more detailed requirements on the preconditions, or the characteristics rather of the preconditions. So just flagging that for you. But it's on the slide, so you can easily see which paragraphs we're looking at. I just want to give you a tiny bit of context before we open up to everyone's comments. We obviously, because we discussed this with you in December, we responded to comments, and I just want to mention a couple of those, and so that we can flag for you how they were reflected. So in December, the board requested clarification of the extent of work effort in understanding when the extent of the understanding and engagement circumstance of the acceptance and continuance phase versus the understanding needed in planning or performing the risk procedures. So we've addressed that in paragraph 1 by adding a lead into that paragraph, and also in the application material A1 to clearly make it clear that the preliminary knowledge of the engagement circumstances may be different in nature and extent to the understanding required for the risk procedures. So just flagging that for you. We also revised application material A6 in the lead-in relation to the meaning of additional knowledge. I know that was causing some angst at the December meeting. So what does additional mean in that circumstance? And just the other thing I would just flag for you in paragraph 2C, we've amended that sub-paragraph, that sub-requirement, to add a requirement to evaluate the scope of the sustainability information expected to be reported. That's in addition to the requirement to evaluate the scope of the assurance engagement, because as we were talking about in December, that is often a subset of the information reported. So just flagging those couple of changes. As Wolf mentioned, we have moved things around, and in essence, the application material for this whole section is intended to be in the order of the way the preconditions are explained or presented in part 2, in requirement 2. So that's why they've been reordered, a lot of those. So yeah, over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Claire. Okay, we're dealing with paragraphs 1 to 2, and also application material A1 to A6D. Diane?
You can put this in the category of softballs to kind of get us going. Okay.
Always helping out.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
your motto.
trying. I'm trying to get the mood positive. In paragraph 1, I think this is just a pit stop comment. When we talk about a little I, again, wherever we land on the goodness gracious definition of disclosure and aspects and topics, we just have to go back and obviously tidy up A1 so that it's consistent with how we've defined those terms. So I think that's important. And then in 2, my comment is on B6, and it's this infamous rational purpose. And I think I'm fine with this. What I was struggling with was misleading. And I wanted to just pause for a second and reflect upon rational purpose, and have we really pushed it hard enough on making sure that we're considering whether the information is misleading either through omission or just selective decisions on what's going to be opined on. And we've got really, really good application material, as you reference here in the last, as well as in A42, that talk about misleading. And so I just asked the task force to think on this, if we think the words misleading would be helpful to be part of the requirement and not necessarily just appearing for the first time, which I think it is in application material, if it should be elevated. That's my question. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hello?
I thought I had more time. It goes a bit back to a question I raised in the last meeting, where I also wondered whether at this point in time we need to have an understanding of the entity's process for determining what the material topics are. We've just seen the IFRAC make a big deal about it, and I know it is in A46, but I think it's that's there in the context of the rational engagement. But how much needs to be done here versus what is there for the rational purpose? And I think for the purpose of understanding what the engagement is going to be about, I think it's an element that also should get some attention here. Thank you.
So it's also a question of elevation in your mind, potential.
Well, it could be dealt with in application material as well, but as long as it's front of mind when you do this.
Wendy?
I just wanted to echo Diane's comment on the use of the word misleading in the requirements as opposed to in the application material. I think appropriate is almost a misleading term to use in the acceptance and continuance phase. So I just wanted to pile on there. Thank you, Diane.
Okay. Any other comments? Some suggestions about considering the term misleading and Ado's comment, either considering an application material or requirements.
Sorry, yes, I'd like to respond. If I just could respond to Edo's comment first. Yes, we did hear, and that was raised at the board in December, that this was a very important, the process to identify reporting topics, as was discussed in the presentations this morning. And in taking that into consideration, we considered that the task force considered the fact that in certain narrow scope engagements, the work effort on understanding the process to identify reporting topics would not be so relevant or so onerous, or would be too onerous in some narrow scope engagements. And because this is an overarching standard, we needed to be careful as to what was a requirement in this respect. So that was a major motivation, and I didn't highlight that in the introductory words. However, that requirement 2C, where we've said we've augmented that by adding the, let me just check the correct wording there, the scope of evaluation of the scope of the sustainability information expected to be reported, that then ties in with application material in relation to understanding the process to identify reporting topics. So the task force did not feel that it was necessary to require in every instance that this standard would be applied, going into a lot of depth around that entity's process.
Yeah, not sure that convinces me.
Ada, if I can respond, you'd have to recall that one of our principles is that unless it applies to virtually all engagements, it shouldn't be a requirement. And so I understand, I think in a European environment, it probably would apply to all engagements, but maybe not on a worldwide basis. So we have to balance that. And I think we can take it on board and reconsider it. But I think the problem is if we were to put it in, we might have difficulty with all the engagements that don't need it. And that's the reason why we didn't.
I guess on engagements where you don't need it, it's not there. So that's, I think it's a frivolous point.
So your point, if you say, is that for those that it's relevant, it's useful to have the guidance. And for those that it's not relevant, you don't have to worry about it.
And it's there just later on. So connect the dots, you can do that through application material, it's fine.
Could I respond, Tom, just briefly? We do have the process to prepare in the application material, but maybe could I ask, is the board wanting a conditional requirement here in relation to the entity's process to identify reporting topics? The condition being something along, I don't want to wordsmith it, of course, in front of the board, but would be something, I guess, relating to assurance on the entire sustainability information or on general purpose sustainability report or reporting, something, more general requirement.
I guess not sure that was what Ada was requesting. So that would be almost a level above what was being sought. Could this be an issue? I think it's been aired enough. I think you should consider what was raised and think about it in the task force, and come back to see whether it could be elevated, because both people were nodding around the table. It was when Eda was talking. So I think it's worth reconsideration by the task force. Is that fine by the board? Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Tom, can I just respond to Wendy and to Deanne's point?
That's what I was hoping, that we'd cover the remaining points.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. I'd like to point out that the requirement in paragraph 2 mirrors what we have in ISA 3000. The further requirements explaining these are further down, in particular for rational purpose in paragraph 7, we do have a not misleading to intended users. So I just want to point out, it is there. It's just further down.
Okay. Should we continue? Any more comments on paragraphs 1 and 2 related application material? Okay, I think we can proceed.
We'll go to the next slide, Michelle. So now we'd like to take comments on requirements 3 to 7 and application material A16 to A49L. I note that these requirements provide greater specificity relating to the characteristics of suitable criteria in requirement 2, or the preconditions, should I say, in requirement 2. There's very minimal changes here. We've combined paragraphs 5 and 6 that were considered in December, and the primary change focuses on the reordering of this application material to be in order of the considerations, the preconditions listed in paragraph 2. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you. Okay, paragraphs 3 to 7 related application material. See Eric Regent.
Thanks. Thanks, Tom. Just on paragraph 3, there's a reference in that requirement to the practitioner evaluating whether management has a reasonable basis for the sustainability information. And during my consultations, there was a suggestion that the application material in 3000, particularly paragraphs A38 and A39 that deal with how management has a reasonable basis, was helpful to the practitioner in doing that evaluation. So just wanted you to consider whether that application material could be considered for addition to that requirement. And the other point I just wanted to ask about is in paragraph A26. And there it's talking about the practitioner may consider the process followed by regulators and standard setters in developing the framework. And we were just wondering if it was necessary to be more specific about where, whether you need to do that on every engagement where we're using ISSB or GRI standards, or it just seemed to be a sort of general statement there that weren't sure it was necessary to go through that process all the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Sachiko.
Thank you, Tom. I have 2 comments on application material. The first one is A36, small h. In my mind, I think small h should be separated from small a to small z, as consideration of age is different in nature in my mind from consideration of A to G, because A to G talks about criteria for information within the scope of the assurance engagement. And on the other hand, I think H talks about the criteria for information not within the scope of the assurance engagement. So I think they are a bit different things. And the second comment is about A38 small a. Maybe it's only for me, but it's not very clear to me what the word, even if those topics or aspects of the topics are not as readily measured or evaluated as others means, because it seems to me that it implies that the criteria should also address those that cannot be measured or evaluated with reliability. But maybe that is not the intention, so maybe task force can take a look at that. That will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sashika. Chun-Wei?
Thank you. That's a lot of application material. So I'll send through my comments because there are quite a lot of editorial suggestions, and I'll try to raise some of the not editorial suggestions. Sorry. So A21, we have two examples there. And the two example, one is on forward-looking events and condition, and the second one relates to activity in the value chain. And the way it's worded, I'm just wondering whether there's a risk that it may be interpreted that we're suggesting is very likely that sufficient appropriate evidence are not available for any situation where you have forward-looking information or where you have value chain. So can the task force maybe just have a look and see whether there's a risk of misinterpretation, and if so, help to address it. So that's A21, the two examples. Next one is A36 on relevance of criteria, and then this is F, and this is Roman 3. It talks about permit omission when it's appropriate to do so, and then for example, and then the third one is where you talk about comparability of the information between reporting periods. It's not obvious to me how you look shocked.
Sorry, could you repeat the paragraph number?
Okay. A36, F, Roman 3. Yeah. So it's just not obvious to me how exclusion of information will result in better comparability of sustainability information between reporting periods. So it's a question from me, and I wonder if there's some way we can make it clearer. And then A38, B and C, I'm not sure if the distinction between B and C is that obvious, and would it help to clarify it or explain how they are linked? So some of these comments about how we make it easier for the user to understand and use it. So this one example, the B and C looks similar to me. I wonder if we can integrate them. And then A42E, we're just wondering whether this is a good opportunity to emphasize that this is irrespective of whether the level of assurance will be limited or reasonable. I know that we have that in a few different places, and I've checked and they look very well placed. And this is just one other place where maybe it will be a good place to emphasize. And then A46, D. We talk about management and those charged with governance have consented to the use of sustainability information. Again, just reading it like plain English, I'm not entirely sure what we mean by this consent to use. For example, are we talking about investors are allowed to make decisions on the company based on the use of this sustainability information? It is just slightly confusing to me. Yes. So sometimes the way I read it, so just tell me that I'm wrong. And then, yeah, there are a few I don't understand what you mean thing which I tag, so I'll send through. Thanks.
Thank you, Chumi. Julie.
Thank you. Claire and Wolf, my comment is, I think, related to paragraph 3. It ties a little bit to paragraph 5 and I think 2B. Sorry, I lost my place, but it deals with roles and responsibilities, I believe. And it's in the context of when the criteria is entity developed. And in the roles and responsibilities, I wonder if there's something in there that we need to add with respect to the practitioner considering whether management and those charged with governance have determined the appropriateness of the criteria and disclosures for the intended users, because somewhere along the line, and when you get to paragraph 5, the practitioner needs to evaluate some of these things, but where do we have the requirement for management to have evaluated that or considered or determined it? So that's my comment. Thanks.
Okay, Wendy.
Thank you. Wolf, I just want to go back to, to your response to 2C earlier and referring me to 7. So now we're in the 7 area. I don't think that's the same consideration. So I still want you, if you could, still take a look back at 2C and whether or not that language is appropriate, because this is related to 2B little 6 and 7. So, and also my concern with 7 is this will have to be documented. So I do know that there is application material on that, but I think it's kind of confusing between 2C and 7. I don't think we're talking about the same use of misleading. Thank you.
Wendy, sorry, I was struggling to follow. Can you start again? You said, can you look back at 2C? And then you said it's related to.
Sorry. I made the earlier comment on 2C about should the language there be misleading instead of appropriate. And so the response to that was it's in 7, it's later. So that takes care of it. But I don't think the 7 is linked back to 2C, it's linked back to 2B. So if we could just take a look at that.
Do you mean 2 little b little 6? No, it's 7.
No.
Little 7. Okay, got it. Thank you.
No, I mean 2C was the first comment. I think that's 2 lowercase c, right? And then when Wolf responded, he said misleading is addressed later in paragraph 7.
Nay, could it be?
No.
No, I'm just saying where the reference is to 2C.
We can respond to that.
So in rational purpose under 7, no, we're not in 7A yet, because that's why I put my card up and down, because I thought it's 7.
Okay. You want to
We can
respond?
respond to that first. Wolf, yeah.
I think it might be helpful to remind the board of the structure of 2. 2 has the preconditions that need to be fulfilled. And in line with 3410, we added C, but C is done as part of doing 2B. So in other words, when you're doing 2C, you're actually doing 2B at the same time. And the reason for that is a number of these characteristics have an impact on whether the sustainability information expected to be reported and the scope of the assurance engagement are appropriate. And I thought I'd explain that in the last board meeting, but I guess I have to re-explain it. The reason is, as I said, if you look at the application material for the B items, there's a number of them that relate to the scope of the information to be expected to report and the scope of the assurance engagement, which is why in C we refer back to B. So it's you do C in that you go through 2B, right? And that's why the rational purpose is in 7, right? So in other words, if you're doing 2C, you do so in also considering 2B6 and 7. Is that clear?
Sorry, what you're saying is clear. I still think the word in C should be misleading, not appropriate.
Okay, well, I can respond to that as well. We use the words as they were set forth in ISA 3000 3410.
I guess my struggle is I look around the table and it seems complicated. And so maybe I'm missing something, but I'm guessing if it's complicated, are other people struggling with this? A little bit. I see nodding of heads. Julie's nodding her head over there. Diane?
Well, I was just gonna say, I think there's a difference between misleading and appropriate, right? And so I hear what everybody's saying, and I think it is complicated, first of all, but I also think there's different intentions between misleading and appropriate. And so the question is, if at the end of the day you're concluding the question is, as a board, what do we think is the better threshold? Something is appropriate or something is misleading? I personally think appropriate is the better threshold, taking into consideration, is it misleading, and all the other criteria. But that's my personal opinion. If people feel, no, at the end of the day, the number one thing we should be doing is we should be evaluating if it's misleading. Okay, I think appropriate is the right word here, acknowledging that misleading is one of the elements that I consider.
If I can just add to that, that's exactly right. In fact, misleading is one of the tests that you use to determine whether it's appropriate.
Yeah, so there's two separate issues here. Is appropriate the right appropriate term for this case, and is the construction complicated and hard to understand? Unappropriate. So Diane gave an articulation of why appropriate is the appropriate threshold. Wendy suggested misleading. Are people in general support of the use of the term appropriate here? I see nodding on that one. I don't want to do drafting at the table. The fact that some people have a hard time following the construction here probably suggests that the task force in a further drafting could consider whether there's a way to make it less complicated. I think that's all that was being said, because when you walked us through the standard, it made sense. But sadly, I don't think we're going to have Wolf with everyone when applying the standard. So I think this is something that could be addressed through potential look at. It's not existential issue. Any other responses to the inputs you heard?
Yes, so we can respond to the other comments made. Eric was talking about evaluating the reasonableness of the basis for the sustainability information, and whether we could consider 3000 application material, and we can certainly take that away and look at that. Thank you. We then, Eric, in A26, you noted that how often do you need to assess the framework criteria when there might be ISSB or GRI or CSRD, and we can take away and have another look at that, but we certainly thought in the drafting that it was the answer could be very straightforward. We know ISSB have a due process, tick. We know GRI have a good due process, tick. But then we've gone to somewhere obscure. I'm not going to second guess where that is, and we are not sure. So we need to look a bit closer. That's the layman's kind of response. We'll double check whether we've adequately described that. Perhaps we can describe that slightly better. Then Sachiko made a couple of specific requests around separating some application material and also clarifying the meaning. So in A36 and A38, you've got some specific comments in there. I think we need to take those away and look at those in detail. Thanks, Sachiko. And I know you've also provided us those in writing as well, so really appreciate that. So we've got really clear steer on that. Now, Chun, we thank you in advance, because I know you said you're going to provide the detailed comments offline, so that will be really, really helpful. And I know you've identified a number of areas of application material and culminating in you identifying that some areas you found confusing. So we'll definitely have to look at those and see how we can make that wording better. And do you want, so Wolf's keen to take over on this one.
Just on A37B, I think, Chun-Wei, you'd mentioned that you thought that that was that A and B were the same. In fact, one is the reverse of the other. And that's exactly the important part of double materiality. One is the impact of the underlying subject matter on the entity, and the other one is the impact of the entity on the underlying subject matter. So perhaps there's a better way of saying it, but they're two different things, two different directions.
Yeah, and I think there are two different things that are connected. So compared to the rest of the points, these two are connected. And just in terms of making it useful to the user, I thought there may be a different way to sort of structure them.
So I think we'll look at Chun-Wei's individual points offline, Tom. So back to you, or we can proceed with the next slide.
Any other comments? I think we can move forward.
Okay, so yes, please. So the next chunk of requirements that we're going to be looking at is 7A to 10. So it's slightly grouped them slightly differently than the issues paper, just because they're related. And the application material A49A to A49E. So I'll just highlight a couple of the significant changes in this section. We've added new requirements, paragraph 7A and 7B, to clarify that in evaluating the appropriateness of the scope of the sustainability information reported and the scope of the assurance engagement, information excluded needs to be considered. We've also added a new requirement 7C to address the practitioner's response when the preconditions are not present. That was just an omission that the task force identified when we were reviewing these materials. We have also amended some of the application material to tie in with the new requirement 7, the new requirement 7B. So over to you, Tom.
Okay, 7A to 10. Chun-Wei.
Thank you. So 7B, the appropriateness of the scope of the assurance engagement. Again, is the way it's worded. It feels a little bit like we're suggesting, as long as there is an exclusion, it's not appropriate. That's the way some people might read it. And I'm just wondering whether it would be helpful to just continue the statement. For example, we can say whether the scope of the assurance engagement excludes sustainability information expected to be reported, comma, and if so, whether the exclusion is appropriate, or something like that to make it crystal clear. That's 7B. 7C, again, this is where we think that it will be maybe helpful to emphasize again that is irrespective of the level of assurance. So you can't just downgrade to limited and accept it. So if it's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. If the precondition is not there, then you can't do it. So we thought this one area to emphasize again. Thanks.
Okay, Sue?
Thanks. I have struggled a little bit through here with the use of the word sustainability information when it's written in a way that feels like it's a more natural language use. I think I'm okay and I've been following it most of the way through. But I have, there is something on A49E little c, where it was talking about the assurance engagement excludes sustainability information that may be significant to intended users' decisions. And I think in an area where reporting is evolving and there may be good reasons why there is information that is not being assured because of the stage of maturity or whatever. I think this one, it might be helpful to link it to the information that's being reported in particular. So I've got some drafting suggestions I can send through. But that one, it just felt like that is such a broad statement that it could trip people up. Thanks.
Thank you. Sachiko?
Thank you. I have a comment on paragraph 10. Assurance report prescribed by law or regulation. I think we need to say that if law or regulation prescribe the layout or wording of the assurance report, that is significantly different from the requirement of ISA, which is consistent with paragraph 21 of ISA 210. I know that the current wording is from ISA 3000, but I think the conditionality of 210 is appropriate because I think current wording seems to suggest that you need to automatically apply this requirement in all cases where once there is something about the layout or wording in law or regulation, which is highly likely when it is a mandatory assurance. Maybe you can take a look at that. Thank you.
Okay. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. On 7A, which was the appropriateness of the sustainability information expected to be reported, and the idea here is to look for whether there's been an exclusion that would be inappropriate, I guess. One of the comments that came back from my consultations was there could be situations, or they're just questioning whether it's always going to be an exclusion or whether there's actually a completeness consideration. In other words, is the entity throwing all sorts of information in there that doesn't need to be there to apply the framework criteria? So we just consider whether you should look at it from both sides on that one. Now, on 7B, when I read paragraph 1B, 1A and B, I found that very helpful because it talks in 1A about the sustainability information expected to be reported. And then in 1B, it talks about the all or part of the sustainability information that's going to be within the scope of the assurance engagement. So I understand the big picture and then the smaller picture of the sustainability information for the scope of the assurance engagement. So I wondered whether there needs to be a tweak to 7B, because really what you're looking at here, I thought, was for the sustainability information that's supposed to be encompassed by the scope of the assurance engagement, does that exclude anything that you would expect it to include? So rather than considering whether the scope of the assurance engagement excludes sustainability information expected to be reported, should it say something like whether the sustainability information to be encompassed by the scope of the assurance engagement excludes sustainability information expected to be reported? In other words, what you thought was going to be covered by the scope of the assurance engagement? Is there more that should have been included in that? So is just a wording thing on that. And just as an aside, there were in some of the consultations, people did mention that some of the engagements that might be covered by this would not necessarily always be with fair presentation frameworks. They might be kind of compliance frameworks, and just wondered whether we needed to think about some how we would deal with those kind of what I might call 800, 805 type ISA engagements, whether they would be included in here or dealt with separately in due course. Thank you.
Wendy?
So, excuse me, my comment is on 10B, and I keep reading it. And so there is, if so, whether additional explanation in the assurance report can mitigate the possible misunderstanding. So again, we're in acceptance and continuance, and we're considering this here. I don't know if this is a requirement. I don't know if we can explain this further through application material. But it sounds like just a consideration. So maybe I just need help understanding what I would do in this circumstance in the acceptance and continuance phase.
Okay. Anyone else? Wolf and Claire?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just run through those comments. So firstly, Chun-Wei. So that was around 7B, the wording being unclear around the information excluded. So I think we need to take that away and see how we can make that clearer. And the level of assurance, emphasising that, we certainly, and sorry, I can't put my finger on it right at this moment, we certainly have included some requirements around being clear that, especially for acceptance and continuance, that it's the same for limited and reasonable, but I need to double check what that is and see if it's covered, and if not, we can address the issue.
It is covered, I just can't remember which paragraph we put it in.
That's what I thought. So anyway, but we can double check that, Chun-Wei, because we actually combined quite a few of those in the ISAs. Or sorry, it might be in 3000. It's repeated quite a few times, and I think we consolidated, but we'll double check that we've covered it correctly. So then I know, Sue, you were saying that sustainability information term was a bit confusing in places. You noted that, yeah, A49E was very broad in that we're talking about sustainability information being excluded from assurance and given this, sorry, I can't remember if that's assurance or reporting, but obviously this immature stage that we're at as to whether it's realistic, I guess, to have that assurance. And it doesn't mean that it's not appropriate, it's more just a consideration, so it's highlighting, think about it, but we'll just double check that that's coming across clearly enough. Sachiko has suggested that we look at paragraph 10, so I think we'll just need to go away, Sachiko, and have a look at that, and you're suggesting we have a look at 210 and see if we can have that conditionality that you mentioned. So again, we need to take that away and have a look at the wording in more detail. And then Eric, you had some points on 7A and 7B. I think what you're raising, my understanding of what you're raising is that we should mention the obscuring. So excluding, you were mentioning that excluding information is one thing, but obscuring it by throwing in the kitchen sink is kind of where I'm understanding it is equally as problematic in this space. So we can go away and have a look at whether, is that the correct understanding? So we could have excluding or obscuring, and that does come up in other areas, but not here. So I think that's a really good point point that I think we can address that one. Then in B, we take your point. My understanding of your point is that we need to consider in that paragraph that it's not just the sustainability information reported, that the context of the assurance engagement needs to be not just in the context of the sustainability information reported, but what could have been reported. Am I taking that correctly?
Sorry. So it's whether an additional explanation in the assurance report can mitigate the possible misunderstanding. So.
Oh, sorry, you're jumping to a different point, Wendy.
10B.
Just 1 second. Can I come to your point? Sorry, just Eric on 7B, not 10B yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just wanting clarity around what information the practitioner is examining to see whether it's excluding, if there's material missing from it, because it talks about what I would call the gross picture and says, is there anything missing? And obviously there will be if the scope is narrower. Whereas really what you're looking at is what was the information that was supposed to be covered by the engagement, and has anything been excluded from that that's in the overarching information. That was all. So it's just the way it's done in 1B was I found very clear, but I think
brilliant. Thank you for clarifying that point. We'll certainly look at that, Eric. And then there was one more point. Did you want to say something on 7B?
No, I wanted to see something on fair presentation.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
Eric, you mentioned the issue of fair presentation versus compliance in 800 and 805. Those are two separate issues. 800 and 805 are special purpose situations, or 805 I don't think would even apply because we don't have the situation where we're not doing a part of a financial statement or part of a sustainability report. So in terms of fair presentation versus compliance, I think we will be dealing with that from what I understand in one of our later rounds today or tomorrow. But I believe the 800-805 issue is a separate issue that is special purpose versus general purpose. And so far we've written the entire standard on the basis of general purpose, not special purpose.
We're going to cover it in part 9, but it does raise the question mark. Perhaps, Eric, you could let us know later if you think we need to more specifically address compliance and fair presentation frameworks at the acceptance stage. So maybe that's a flag for us to think about that if you think that's necessary. Sorry, did you want to respond, or we talk about that later offline?
No, it wasn't. I didn't see it as a fatal flaw at this stage. I was just mentioning that came up in my consultations. Perfect. For you to consider at some point.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there was a final point from Wendy on 10B, and you were saying what to do with that situation where further explanation, I think the circumstance, where further explanation wasn't sufficient in the assurance report. What do you do?
Well, there's no requirement to put it in, right? That's the way that it reads. There's no requirement to provide additional explanation in the insurance report in this circumstance. It's just a requirement to consider if putting it in. Where do you go with it?
Yeah, okay. So maybe we can flag that, but I think the simple answer, and we'll double check how this is coming across, because clearly it's not coming across that clearly, is that this is a consideration as to whether you accept the engagement. So if you can not accept the engagement where the explanation is not sufficient, great. If you have to accept the engagement, then there is a solution later, and I'll have to have a look for that, but make sure that it's linked, because you have to not claim compliance with the standard if you're not complying with the standard. Is the short answer, but we will have a look at that linkage and make sure it's clear. Thanks, Wendy. So I think that was all the comments.
Just one point. I mean, if we look at the equivalent wording in 210 based upon Sachiko's comment, maybe it might help Wendy's comment as well. So we'll have a look at that.
Okay. Ready to move on?
Yes, that would be great. Next slide, please, Michelle. All right, we're getting to the end actually. So we're now going to look at, so move to the next slide, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah, it's paragraphs, we're going to look at paragraphs 14 to 17 and the related application material A55 to A57. I'll just make two very, very brief points. One is that we've actually moved the chunk of paragraphs between what we last discussed up to 7. So that is it's paragraphs 11 to 13. We've actually moved those to parts 2, 5, and 2. So that we felt the task force felt that they sat better in those other parts. So we're going to, that's why we're going to talk about paragraph 14 to 17. There have been no significant changes in this space. This is all around the terms of engagement. There wasn't much comments in December on this. So really over to you as to whether you've got comments now. Thank you.
Okay. Ada?
Thank you. In respect of 16, of course, we understand the change in the terms of the assurance engagements, and and you clarified it in A56 that it's not only reasonable to limited assurance, but also when the disclosures gets pulled. But that seems to suggest that is from the disclosures that are required to be reported under the framework. So I'm also thinking of in the larger context where there's a lot of sustainability information, only certain parts of it need to be assured. But as we are doing this work, other elements of the sustainability information are being pulled because we have issues with it. It's not subject to our assurance engagement, but it would still, I think, require the practitioner to think, do I still have a rational purpose? But I'm going to leave that with you to think and to ponder about it. But because it seems to, the application material seems to restrict it to the sustainability information within the scope of the engagement. And I think we need to think a little bit larger when they pull information because of either potentially misleading or not.
Hi, Diane.
Thanks, Tom. So my comment is on paragraph 14, and it's really in the spirit of maybe challenging, do we do enough distinction between reasonable assurance and limited assurance? So this could be a place within the engagement agreement. There are specific call outs for a limited assurance engagement, really just affirming that it will be lower level of assurance, less in scope, et cetera. And if you wanted to take a peek at the US attestation standards, there's some good guidance in there that you could actually just lift the language. So just noodle on that as to whether this is a good place where we could, again, differentiate between reasonable assurance and limited assurance. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks again. Just wondering, as you're sort of closing off this section, there's sort of questions about what's the documentation around this this part, because there's nothing specific in here, and just wondering whether you consider the need for any specific documentation requirements or guidance. Thanks.
Okay. I think those are observations to ponder.
Yes, yeah, brilliant. I think they're all matters that, those matters from Edo, Diane and Eric are definitely ones that we can take away and address. Thank you very much. And documentation requirements will be specifically addressed as well in the broader scheme of where that's going to be located because, yeah.
Okay, should we move on? Oh, sorry, Julie. Your
Okay.
your hand actually is obscured by the record sign up there.
Tomorrow I'll bring a sign. One question and one comment, and they both relate to paragraph 14. So my question is, in 14 little b, was there meant to be more to that? Because it felt very truncated. That's my question. And then 14 little c, again, based on what we know happens in practice and what we had thought about for putting in the terms of engagement, wondered if somewhere within little 1 or little 2, and I'm in 14C here, whether there needs to be something about management or those charged with governance responsibility to select the criteria and their responsibility to specify who the intended users are. And then my other comment is on little 4, and maybe it's intended to be encapsulated with little 4, little a, but access to third-party information and persons. So we'd be talking like management experts or third parties in the value chain there. And if that was intended, fine, but we thought that was missing potentially from the list. Thanks.
I think you just can't accept that we could be concise with language on 14B.
It doesn't look and feel like the rest.
I'm not sure what that says. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, no, look, they're really great points, Julie. Thank you so much. And in fact, the work we've done on 9, we can have another look back because we've done quite a lot in this area. And I pass over to Wolf.
The one thing I don't think we can do is specify the intended users because we're not doing special purpose. We're only doing general purpose. I think you mentioned specifying the intended users, so we wouldn't be doing that.
I think that was in the context of the criteria, you know, the intent, the needs of intended users.
You have to know the intended users though, right?
It's the needs, isn't it, Julie, that you were referring to in relation to the criteria, suitable criteria? Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. we'll take a look. Yeah, and it's been flagged here. We've got some application material, but we'll make sure that that we have a look at those points. Thank you very much. We finished with part 3, so back to you, Tom.
Great.
Jake.
Great, thank you. Josephine, do you want to introduce the next section?
Yes, so we have the wonderful Jamie Shannon over there, who's going to talk to us about evidence and documentation. Jamie, thank you. Over to you.
I clearly didn't make a mess of things yesterday, so I've been invited back. Part 4.
Reserved judgment.
So part 4, the board discussed and provided comments in December. The task force has not revisited part 4 for the purposes of this meeting. And the main point of feedback was on the question of whether we should require evidence to be obtained over the accuracy and completeness of information intended to be used as evidence. So the task force will be discussing that specific point at our next task force meeting, and we will come back with a proposal on that in the updated draft for June. However, given this is a complete standard, part 4 has been included. There are a few changes that are marked, but those are simply where requirements have been moved to other parts of the standard. So you'll see those requirements 6, 7, and the illustrative documentation requirements that were presented in December as an example. The board gave us very clear direction that the specific documentation requirements should be in the respective parts to which they relate. So you will see those have been moved to part 6, which we will talk about tomorrow morning. So there are some changes that are simply relocations. There are no other changes that have been made at this time. But if the board does have incremental comments that they wanted to raise in part 4 for the task force to consider at our next meeting, in addition to the December comments, we will happily take those now. So we're dealing with the entire of part 4 in one go. So I'll hand back to you, Tom, to see if there's any comments.
Thank you. Ada.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Jamie, for the explanation. The only comment I had was in respect of the documentation section here. I appreciate that's a fair bit of this. But I was wondering whether this would be better addressed in the fundamental principles. It may also address Eric's point just now on specific documentation requirements around acceptance and continuance, because it then flows maybe better because at least then you've dealt with the fundamental concepts before you go into specific documentation requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sashka.
I have several comments, but I'd like to say briefly. But the first comment is about audit evidence. It's kind of a general comment, and also maybe your task force are thinking about considering in the next meeting. But the general reaction I get from the requirement and application material with regard to audit evidence is that it seems we are, incorporating the requirement in the exposure draft 500 into this standard, and 500 is only for reasonable assurance engagement. And if we look at other parts like 6 or 7, there is a distinction between reasonable versus limited, but in this section there is no distinction. So I think maybe we need to think about that so that the people can differently use these parts. And also I got some comment with regard to documentation requirement, which also maybe you need to think about later, but I also got a reaction that the specific requirement is a bit unbalanced. For example, the one Eric also already mentioned, and also there is no requirement in part 7, which people think something is needed. And also we need to have some explanation about the difference between general requirement as opposed to specific requirement in other parts. That reaction I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Sashka. John-Wei?
Thank you. Just one comment for the task force to consider, and this is on A3 where we list out the different cognitive biases. And given that you expect more extensive use of experts in the sustainability assurance engagement, perhaps one of the bias we should be highlighting here is authority bias. So just to put it up for the task force to think about.
Okay, Jamie.
Thanks, Tom. No, useful requirements. I think we've already received your comments, Sashko, so we can work through those. Maybe just the only reaction on your first point. We will absolutely take another look at it. I think we thought that most of the content from IS 500 that we brought over were principles and therefore would apply equally to limited and reasonable assurance. But we'll certainly have a look through to make sure we've not overstepped in any of that.
I think actually, though, what might be helpful is if there's something in particular, because Jamie's spot on, it's a principles-based standard, and so it's scalable according to the situation and the assurance engagement. But if there's something specific that you feel like this would be way too far, we'd be going way too far in a limited assurance engagement, that'd be really helpful for us. Because as I say, we have come to that conclusion. We think we've got that right. So that's where we need you to help us by working out what's not working. So that'd be helpful.
Yeah, and also maybe it's not the issue of requirement, but maybe something is needed in the application material that will maybe, helpful, because in the application material, there is no explanation about, you can apply scalable way. So.
Great, thank you, Sajko.
Anything else, Jamie? And I take it you'll consider Edo's remark too.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, okay. That seems fine enough. That seems fine. The judgment is no longer reserved. If you particularly after that response, you're invited back to the table.
No, in all seriousness, I think Diane made the point yesterday last night, and that moving it sooner may help with the understanding of the structure. So yes, we will take a look at that because Diane raised it.
Yeah, I understand. Congratulations, Dan. You're very persuasive. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Are we ready to move to part 5, planning?
Yep. Okay. So thank you. I see everyone's ready to go. So thanks again, Jamie. So Isabel and Joanna, over to you with part 5.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Josephine. Hello, everybody. It is our pleasure with Joanna to be your guide for your second visit to part 5. As a reminder, this part deals with planning, and it also includes assessment of materiality by the practitioner. As mentioned by Josephine yesterday, the task force is still planning to add material on double materiality. So this additional paragraph will come in our next board discussion. So don't look for them right now. Based on the discussions we had in December, we all agreed that no differential requirements should exist for limited and reasonable assurance in this part. So you asked us to remove 5L and 5R, which we did. So now maybe we will go into the standard and ask for your views. So we will start by paragraph 3 to 4A, because paragraph 1 and 2 have been deleted. And we will also have a look at the requirements in A1 to A10B in the application material. So as I said previously, paragraph 5L and 5R and 6 were deleted based on the board input in December. In application material, the changes to the application material in A9 and A10A explain that the practitioner uses professional judgment in identifying the appropriate approach to planning. And now, in the standard, we say that understanding how the entity disaggregates or aggregates the sustainability information for purpose of reporting may assist the practitioner in planning the engagement. So it's not up to the practitioner to aggregate or disaggregate the information on its own. It had created a lot of confusion when we presented that in December. So now it's a consideration in the application material to understand how the entity disaggregates and aggregates, and it may help. All the explanations on the other changes are available in agenda item 4A. Back to you, Tom, for board input on this section.
Okay. Part 5, planning, full section. I'm not surprised. No, but this is responsive to his big point from one of his big points in the last meeting, so it's unsurprising.
A couple of points. Thank you very much, Tom. And I was waiting if somebody else wanted to go first. But, thank you very much, Isabel. I probably the requirement 4A that appeared here, that if discovered after the engagement has been accepted, that one of more preconditions for an etc. I was wondering whether that is specific to planning and whether this should be at the acceptance and continuance bits, because this could also happen in responding to the risks and in other sections. So wondering whether part 3 would be a more logical part for this. In respect of materiality, so I'm now on paragraph 7.
Sorry, we were planning to deal with materiality.
Right. Sorry. Yeah.
I thought you said the whole section.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's 3 to 4A. Okay, that's my chair error. I get 2 more strikes today. Isabel, you were smiling while Ida was commenting on.
Yes, because I was ready to jump and answer to Edo. So we are moving pieces around. So as you can see, 4A was initially in part 3. So the board told us, no, it would be better located in part 5, which we did. So now you tell us you want it back to part 3, which we are ready to do because it was already there, but we just need to know where the board wants this paragraph to land. Thank you.
Okay, maybe to get some guidance here, we're allowed to change our minds. Is anyone wanted to stay in part 5? Could it go back to part 3? Okay. Back to part 3 it goes. After careful consideration. Back to you.
Okay, so then we will move to next slide. So now we arrive in the second stop of our tour of part 5, and we are in front of materiality. And first of all, I wanted to go back to some comments raised yesterday on the definitions. So you were right, Josephine, we're back to the definitions. Because some of you had comments on materiality and performance materiality. So I wanted to provide further context to these comments. First of all, we were asked to provide a definition of materiality. As answered yesterday, extant ISA or ISA 3000 do not have such a definition. But I also wanted to add that you will find in paragraph A17 of part 5, a paragraph that will probably help the people who want a definition of materiality, because it clearly explains what materiality is. And this paragraph has not been invented for the purpose of part 5. It's directly from 3410. We've also been asked to add to the definition of performance materiality to better align it with the definition in the ISAs. I just wanted to say that for the people who are looking for the missing part, you will find this missing part of the definition in paragraph A30 of part 5. So nothing has been lost. So now we will ask your input on paragraph 7 and 7A of the requirements and A15 to A30A of the application material. Paragraph 7A on performance materiality was added based on the board feedback in December. You asked us to consider a requirement for performance materiality, so we took it, and we already had one, not in 3000, but in 3410. And why did we have such a paragraph in 3410? Because 3410 deals with GAG, which is quantitative information. So we add performance materiality in 3410 because it's about quantitative information. And in fact, when you look at the definition of performance materiality, it starts by amount or amounts. So it clearly states that it's about quantitative information. So you may have noticed that there's a slight inconsistency between what we say in paragraph 7A and what we have described in paragraph 41 of the issues paper, because we said that we thought a conditional requirement was not necessary, but in the last version we added the condition. So in the final text that you have, it's clearly stated that it's for quantitative disclosure in the definition and in 7A. And I think that's everything I wanted to share with you at that point. So back to you, Tom, for board feedback on this paragraph 7 and 7A and related application material.
Okay, now we're to the rest of part 5 planning. So I'm going to give you, Ado, a rest.
Well, that's a shame. I was rather hoping I could follow on from Ado. Okay, so so this is probably the part I found hardest, and I think in overview, I probably feel that what we have there regarding materiality, it feels quite light, given that it is so fundamental to everything that we're doing. And I see that, you know, we've switched to using consider, and for me that feels again like it is sort of lightening the process. And I can see that you've added in 7A for quantitative matters, and I wondered whether consider was appropriate there. You know, I understand why it's difficult in relation to narrative matters, but so my, as I say, that was probably the sort of the overall position. You've answered some of the questions I have, Isabel, and I'm looking forward to seeing the bits that are going to fill in some of the gaps, because obviously there is more to come. But I just feel like, you know, have we set this at the right bar, particularly if we reflect on everything we've heard this morning, which is about materiality is so important. It just feels that we've gone a bit light. Thanks.
See, you've set a trend. Lots of 10 codes have come out now. Ado.
Thank you, Tom. I recognize the comment that Sue made. I had it as well, but I also 3000 says consider, and there's reasons for using consider. So I think I'm comfortable with that, and I guess my first comment is more in and this may be solved by the definitions and how we formulate and how we bring that together. But I liked in 7 the for each disclosure identified. So we had the schedule out there with topics and aspects of topics and the vast amount of disclosures that would be subject to your materiality determination. I don't, and I wonder whether we could recognize that it's not one materiality that you determine, there's many materialities that you determine, and that doesn't come out here. It does seem, we know this, but it doesn't come out here. And that's where I was thinking of, can we bring this to life, preferably here and otherwise in application material. But that's just for the structure of the lightness and the importance of it in the context of these engagements, I felt that could be beefed up as well. Thank you.
Okay.
A very small thing on consider and determination. A19 speaks of determination, whereas the requirements are consider.
Okay. Kai?
Oh, sorry. Similar point as was coming through from the others from outreach. The feedback that I get is this feels light. Also getting the similar feedback as Ado, that somehow recognizing that there are many different materialities that needs to be considered. And also, as being pointed out earlier, looking forward to the missing pieces that are coming on materiality.
Thanks. Sachika?
Thank you. Very good to follow others. Very similar to Kai. And so with regard to the term determine and consider, I support that, you know, for qualitative information, we can't determine quantitative materiality, but the view I got is that if it's metrics, you need to determine materiality, otherwise you can't assure. So at least for metrics, you need to determine. So maybe that is one thing that we can think about it, but that's the view I got. Thank you.
Eric?
Just wanted to thank Isabel for pointing out to me the A30 contains a lot of the definition piece that's in 320. having, and I guess that's a geography question, and I'm not really too fussed about where it ends up, but I think it would be helpful if there was more sustainability specific guidance around those matters. Thank you.
Julie?
Thank you. My reflections are pretty much a carbon copy of what Sue explained. I was one of those ones that was looking for a definition of materiality. Recognize we don't have it today in our other standards, but I guess I wasn't convinced by that only because of the importance of it in executing these engagements and the consistent, one of our objectives that this standard can be applied consistently I think it would be helpful. If that's not amenable, I do think there's probably some additional guidance we need around how a practitioner thinks about materiality from qualitative, quantitative, other disclosures. Maybe that gets to Ada's point or others' points about the fact that there's going to be potentially numerous considerations for materiality, and you might end up with materiality for different buckets of different disclosures. So whether that's qualitative, quantitative, or other. I also wondered if in the application material, and it probably fits somewhere between A20 and A30, if we need to have something around the point that the practitioner might be applying materiality to the sustainability report as a whole, or they might be applying materiality to specific subject matters. I don't think that that's there right now, but that was something that came up as well. And then my last question on 7a is whether or not we need to refer to risk assessment as well, because when you get into part 6, which I know we're going to get to next, we talk about the need to identify for limited assurance where material misstatements are likely to arise, and then for reasonable identifying risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. But we don't mention the fact that this materiality would be used for those purposes. So it was a question I had in my mind when I read the content. Thanks.
Okay, Greg.
Thanks, Tom. Just picking up on the comments of others, I think there's a lot of good material in here, but I was just left wondering, I think, how does the auditor use materiality in this with this information? So it seemed to me the first step is what is the more important information that's being reported? And then the next step is for each of those items of important information, what is our tolerance? What is the auditor's tolerance for error within each of those key pieces of information? So, because otherwise, there's no common currency here. There's a range of different types of information being reported. There will be multiple materialities, I think, inevitably. But so how does the auditor actually, what are the steps in their mind? So I think you first have to say, here's all the stuff being reported. What am I going to focus on? What is the more important stuff? And then for each of those items or topics or aspects, how wrong could they be before I get worried about this? So I don't know, I might be misunderstanding this, but it just feels like materiality in this space is a very, very different concept to in the financial space. And I just don't know if we've captured the how enough for the auditor.
That's consistent with some of the themes we've been hearing about, effectively bulking the section up a little bit more. Billy?
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to comment on 2 items. I think around the definition of materiality, we don't have a definition of it in our current standards. And I hear what Julie says. That doesn't mean we can't start thinking about it. But I think the other important thing we need to remember is our standards all work off the basis of that your primary reference for materiality is the reporting framework. It's the applicable criteria that tells you how to think about materiality. And only in the absence of that, we also have a description of what you should generally think about when you think about materiality. So I think that also factors into that into us not having a definition. And then around the fact that we might be too light, one thing that I did mention to the project staff as well, something we can consider here is also for specific documentation requirements around materiality, which we, for example, do have in ISA 320, although we know we're not going to have a quantitative materiality figure. There may be other things that we would want people to document to show that they've given adequate consideration to materiality.
Okay. Anyone else? So pretty consistent themes. Not that it's not, nothing I hear says directionally wrong, but maybe more.
Yes, maybe if it's not coming very clear that the practitioner has many materialities, we had to make it more clear. Because it was quite obvious in the task force discussion and also when we spoke with the reference group. But removing the fact that materiality assessment is at the disclosure level, it was something that has been asked by the board in December. Because the board considered at that time it was too granular and that it needs to be fit to circumstances. And sometimes you group several disclosures all together, because the same materiality assessment would apply, sometimes not. On whether you can have an assessment of materiality on the information as a whole, it's something also that we have debated at large and also with the reference group. If it's a full, if it's an integrated report or a report with a lot of information in it, the feedback we had is that most probably it's impossible to assess at planning stage materiality on the information as a whole. It's more something when at the end you add your misstatement and then you can have a look at the report as a whole and then you can try to assess if it's significant on the information as a whole. So that's the feedback we had. But of course, this feedback is relevant if it's an sustainability information with a lot of different topics in it. If it's a report on a single information, probably you can assess materiality on the information as a whole because that's only one disclosure and then it's very easy. So again, it's very difficult to build an overarching requirement that will be suitable for all circumstances. So that's why we have to remain principle-based. And some people may perceive it's a little bit light because there are few requirements and people count the length of the requirements. But if you go to the application material, you will see that we have in-depth explanations, and we have a very long paragraph on qualitative materiality consideration, very long paragraph on quantitative materiality considerations. So we took a lot of good material that has been built for 3000, but more specifically from EER, that was really intended to be developed for sustainability. So this material has been exposed twice, has received a lot of feedback. So it's all there. But challenge is that it has to remain principle-based. But of course, we will go back with the task force and see what we can improve.
Joanna?
If I can just ask Josephine, do we need direction on consider versus determine? Because in December, we had determine, and based on some feedback from the board in December, we moved closer to what's in 3000 back to the consideration. And I heard a few mixed views on that.
Yes, Tom, if you don't mind, because then Vili came in with a point, and I'm not quite sure that I think that might have potentially just been about supportive information as opposed to going back. So we there are task force members, or there's definitely one task force member who does feel that it's light as well. There was a task force member who believes that, for example, how could you possibly sign off on an assurance report if you've not determined materiality? How can you determine what a misstatement is if you haven't determined it? So logically, it doesn't make sense. So, but we do understand why consider is also used as well, because it's difficult. You've got a mix of information. So all of this bundled together, we really do need to know where you would like us to go. So should we go back to what we originally have, that determination of materiality? again, to Isabel's point, they will keep it principles based. Or would you rather just stick to consider at this point? Thank you, Tom.
Jim?
I'm very happy with this discussion because it intersects what I do on a day-to-day basis. And in our world, we often have financial audits, but we also have what they're called performance audits, which are oftentimes based on qualitative measures and applying against a criteria. And it causes the accountants to be turned completely around when because they want to assess a materiality on something you can't really assess it on. We've tried it many times, and it just is very difficult to conceptualize how you could have an audit without traditional materiality, quantitative materiality. So I think what you're going to find as you go down this path, it's going to be, you're going to have to somewhat back up on all these measures that are purely qualitative, and many of them I think are going to be in the sustainability sector. So I think you're going to need to have a pretty open consideration rather than something that's very exact. And I know that's going to make a number of us uncomfortable.
Any other viewpoints? Isabel, were you?
Yes, just wanted to add something using the assurance framework, which is quite interesting. Thanks, Fabien. And in paragraph 47 of the assurance framework, it is said that materiality is considered in the context of quantitative and qualitative factors such as data.
So that would be an argument to leave it as currently drafted. Yeah.
So I recognize that this came from 3000 and so on, and I can sort of just about get there on the qualitative material, recognizing all the discussion that we've had. I think where I particularly tripped up was when we then went into 7A, and that's talking about quantitative. And when you look at the application material that flows from that, there is a suggestion in there that you have determined a number, and I think it was just that balance. I don't think we could go back to determine for everything for the reasons that we've talked about, but to stay as a fairly light consider all the way through also feels a little bit too far. So I don't know whether there's any mileage in splitting the two out or anything like that.
So this is a sense of determine sort of a bifurcation approach for quantitative versus qualitative. Eric?
Yeah, I found Sue's articulation very helpful. I thought that was really worth considering, where it's quantitative. Consider may not be the right word in that context.
So we will ask the task force to consider whether a bifurcated approach for the two is importantly, and come back with their determination. Isabel, Diane, and then Isabel.
Yeah, the only thing I like the direction. The only thing I was pausing on was the documentation. So the nice thing about determine as an auditor is you actually document. Consider documenting. So I do think there's some benefit to the word determine, but I'm okay with the direction that we're heading. That's determine for quantitative and consider for qualitative. But I would hope they'd still document the qualitative. Thanks.
Yeah. Isabel?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question to Sue, because Sue, you started by saying that maybe for 7A, big A, it should be a determine, but 7 big A is not for all quantitative information. It's just for performance materiality, and performance materiality applies to quantitative information. So do you want to consider for materiality and a determine for performance materiality? Or do you want a consider for qualitative information and a determine for quantitative information? Thank you.
So I haven't worked it all the way through, Isabel, and I'm sure you've had discussions that, but my sort of gut reaction is that I would probably be on the latter, which would be consider for qualitative and determine for quantitative, I think. And then you can flow into the discussion about performance materiality after that.
So, Julie, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play this out. So I understand the suggestion, but doesn't that cause problems? Because the qualitative information that you're assuring could be as important as the quantitative information you're assuring. I guess I'm just trying to understand, if I'm reading that, why there's a difference. And is that meant to be a performance difference? So I've thought about it for all of the few minutes we've been talking about it, but I am a little bit concerned that if we split the materiality to, in one hand, determine, and the other hand, consider, that's for me a bit problematic. I'm in the camp of determine when it comes to materiality. I could probably live with consider for performance materiality, but I'm just reflecting on the conversation and wondering if that's going to be problematic if we bifurcate it.
So my reading of the room is that people were in general concerned that consider is too weak of a word as it relates to quantitative, and may by itself be weak as it relates to qualitative, particularly without additional documentation requirements. That reflects Vili's intervention earlier. So it could be a combination of both as it relates to qualitative, that you would need to consider plus documentation. That's how I read the room on this, because there was a sense that consider just in general as it relates to materiality, qualitative or quantitative, may not be a strong enough verb. Is that a fair summary of what people were saying? Eda?
So I understand the discussion, and it's not certainly not invalid. Just leaves me to think, where does that leave 3,000? Because I think one of the things that we were trying to set out is we're not going to break 3,000 as a result of this. Thank you.
But could you split the baby? Could you violate CUSP, and say consider with documentation? Then what you're doing is you're still honoring to some regard 3,000 with consider, but you're adding an extra flavor.
Really?
I just want to come in on that very strong word that Diane used. You won't be violating CUSP, because if we look at CUSP, when they talk about consider, they say consider is think carefully about making a decision, and then if those considerations are significant in the context of the engagement, the auditor would document those considerations. And I think we all agree that materiality will be significant in the context of the engagement. But Diane, the reason then is what I'm saying is we can't just rely on CUSP. We will then have to put it in documentation requirements. Yes.
Okay. Does Isabel and Joanna, you feel like you got in some good direction here?
Yeah, so if I summarize, we consider and remind people that they shall document their consideration. That's where we landed.
On the qualitative side.
Or for all. That's what is not clear for me.
Is that where we landed? What I heard, so.
I heard determine for both.
So let's make sure that we're clear on it. I thought we were still working on the same basis of the determine for quantitative, and because it was hard to affect that for qualitative, use consider, but with documentation requirements.
Yeah, that's where I was 5 minutes ago, but I'm not sure I understood Edo's point saying that we are breaking 3,000. So then I thought we were back to consider for both.
Well, I understood it, his point. I wasn't absolutely accepting that it's a real break from 3,000. And also we could go back to 3,000 at a later date and fix it. Yeah, so we're trying to be as faithful to 3,000 as possible, though. Is that, we're gonna minute this, and I just want to make sure that the board is happy with that approach. Diane, you wanted to come in?
I was just gonna say, I think we should do the right thing. And that's my opinion. I think we should do the right thing. If we feel strongly that materiality is important, then we should do the right thing. And if that means we change considers to determines, that's fine. And then we deal with 3,000 later. I think we should do the right thing. That's my vote.
I think this is a big, as we heard, I think Ada raised this point, this is such a core issue as it relates to the mandatory application of assured standards. It has been maybe even brought into sharper focus now. And taking on your point is if we need to go back and modify 3,000 in the later date, then we could do that, but we should not be constrained on this point.
Tom, can I just point out something? We have a determine for 3410 and it didn't break 3,000. We had it because it's quantitative. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Well, Wendy?
No, I heard determine for both, but I heard consider for performance materiality.
No, that's not what, in terms of the proposition that's on the table. Let me restate this again and make sure, and then Janine, I'll call on you too. Is that for quantitative matters, we're talking determine. For qualitative matters, consider with documentation. As I read that performance materiality paragraph, it's quantitative. So that will dictate which verb to use, right? And so that would be determined. So are people clear on where the proposition at the board was asked? Okay. I just want to make sure that this is the viewpoint of the board. As of now, that's what the board is recommended to the task force. Janine?
Yes, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I just wanted to remind the board that also from a regulatory perspective, like if standards become endorsed in jurisdictions and the enforceability of standards, I know that the regulatory community very much favors determine over consider, but you're all aware of that. But that was why I raised this, just to remind you. Thank you.
Right, and I think that's what we're taking account of here, with the practical reflection that Jim pointed out at the very beginning of the discussion of why some may have to stay consider. Okay, are we set on this topic? Okay, the task force will go back and do some great drafting as a result of the input. I think it's time to take a break. We will still take a half-hour break. We will reconvene at 4:15. We will advance to part 6 and we'll end the meeting at 5 p.m. tonight. So we should be able to get through part 6, I think. Should. Or get through a good portion of part. I see what time is allocated. A good portion of part 6. Let's be put it that way. It will not be a failure if we have to go on to the next morning. Okay, break. Okay. I think it's time to get going again.
Okay, so thank you. We're now going to start part 6, risk and material misstatement. We have Susan here in person and Warren online virtually. And just because these are obviously probably the meatier parts of the standard and some of the most important parts of the standard, then let's maybe try and just keep the comments to those substantive comments that really need airing by the board, and then absolutely we'll take all your editorials and other comments offline. Please do send those along to us, and then it's much easier for us to mull over them and work out how to address your comments. So, Susan, on that happy note, over to you and to Warren. Thank you.
That means over to Warren, since Warren is going to kick us off.
Right, thank you, everyone. Susan, can you confirm if you can hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, before we get into the details of part 6, I just want to remind everybody that on Monday we had a very interesting discussion about disclosures. Obviously, Susan and I have not had a chance to reflect on all of that, so we are still going to be referring to this term disclosure quite a bit. As it appears in the draft, which is currently in front of you. So just keep that in the back of your minds as we work through the content. If we are very lucky, we might be able to get through all of part 6 and start part 7. But I mean, at a minimum, if we could get through part 6 this evening, that would be great. And so without further ado, if we can go on to the next slide, please. All right, so Susan and I would like to get started with 1L and 1R. In the agenda item. Just bear with me while I unlock my computer. In this particular case, we reflected on some board comments we had from our December meeting, particularly this whole issue about whether or not, when we're thinking about our risks of material misstatement, be it either for the limited assurance engagement or the reasonable assurance engagement, whether or not this should actually be done at the disclosure level. Some people felt that that might be a little bit too granular. Now, we've reflected on that both at a task force level and also as part of our own outreach with different stakeholders, and actually decided that it was probably best to continue with this idea of disclosures as a matter of practicality, and then also following on quite nicely from the point Isabel raised about materiality. So in the same way that when it comes to materiality, one might have to group or bundle or unbundle different disclosures, we've got a very similar logic permeating throughout part 6 and part 7. Touched on in part 1, L and R, and the associated application guidance. Now, although we've decided to retain this idea of thinking about risks at the disclosure levels, differentiated, of course, between limited and reasonable assurance, we did trim 1L and 1R to make it easier to read. And also following board suggestions, we provided some additional link to the client acceptance and continuance phase, and that's specifically in the addition of paragraph 1A. Our application material also elaborates on why risk assessment procedures get performed. Some board members were concerned about the fact that the why was not sufficiently clear, so that's been addressed. We also stress the interconnection between the risk assessment, which we're describing in part 6, and again, the preliminary knowledge, which we obtain as part of the client acceptance and continuance process. And those are really the major themes that have come out of 1L and then 1R and 1A, together with the associated application guidance. And it's just those first 3 paragraphs which Susan and I would like your views on. So Tom, I hand over to you.
Okay, 1L, 1R, 1A. Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I have a general comment to the application material. Other than having the paragraphs designated as L or R, for me, it is not immediately obvious with paragraphs deal with limited or reasonable assurance or both. So my view, either a table needs to be used or the text must make clear whether the paragraph relates to limited or reasonable assurance. That's all. That's my general comment. Thanks.
So just to understand, you don't think the L and R designation are sufficient?
Sometimes the text is not so clear for me.
Okay, thanks, Kai. Maybe if you could send some specifics offline to us where you feel like it's not sufficiently articulated in the application material that it's a limited or reasonable, that would be helpful.
See it later.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? Diane?
I will just say I had the same exact comment and I will send along some as well. I found it really confusing as to whether these, it was more in the application, did it apply to reasonable, limited, or both?
Okay. Julie?
So, Warren, I'm just reflecting in 1L, and actually my reflection didn't come up when I read 1L, but when I got down further into some of the paragraphs, I started to I went back to 1L and I started to look at the words, and we specifically don't say material misstatement due to fraud or error. We do say that in the reasonable assurance column, but we don't say it in the limited. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because we seem to be silent, but when you get to some of the paragraphs later in part 6, despite limited or reasonable, you need to consider fraud or error. So you will be familiar, the engagement team discussion, there's some other places where it pops up too, right? So I don't know if it's adding words to 1L or something in the application material that calls that out, because I would just be worried that being silent on it might people may just think of error as opposed to error and fraud. So.
Okay. Susan, back to you.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to receiving your comments on which paragraphs are not clear in the application, whether they apply to limited and reasonable. And Julie will look at the fraud and error. I've actually heard that comment as well from other sources. So we'll look at that and see how to incorporate that in. Thanks. Back to you, Tom.
I think, is it back to Warren?
It is indeed.
All right,
Excellent.
back to Warren.
Excellent. On to the next slide, please. All right, so paragraphs 2 to 7 are now up for discussion. All that Susan and I want to remind you about here is that we're building on the client acceptance and continuance process, which we've already been through. The practitioner gains an understanding of the different subject matter and criteria. We explained this in paragraphs 2 to 7. It's very similar to what you saw in the December version, but just with some more direct wording in order to enhance operability. And Susan and I would like your comments now on not only 2 to 7, but the linked application guidance, which is in A11 to A23.
Okay, 2 to 7, A11, A23. Morten?
Thank you. It was one thing that came up through some of the outreach. In paragraph 3, we refer to key practitioners, external expert. It's also done a couple of times in the application material, but it's not clear what we mean by that.
Okay. Edda?
Thank you. In respect of the inquiries and discussion with appropriate parties, so and this is more geography, so I don't dispute the content, but I was just wondering, is this more not something you would do either in planning, whereas some of the other inquiries are more related to understanding the entity? Maybe have a think about it. And then if I jump to paragraph 7, just struggling with understanding what you meant, because it says practitioners shall evaluate whether the applicable criteria, including the criteria for C, interpreting framework criteria. So, so I got lost on that sentence, Warren and Susan. I think it probably has to do with the entity developed criteria. But if you could have a look, please. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? There are really 3 criterias in the space of 5 words. Susan?
All right,
Warren?
we will sort out the criteria in that paragraph. I see your point, and it's a good one. With respect to the planning, when you're talking about paragraph A11, are you talking about how some of those might be planning and some of them might be risk or?
Yeah, this is paragraph 6.
Oh, it's paragraph 6. Okay.
So, no, sorry. Where was I? Paragraph 2. So the the inquiries bit.
Okay.
That was in connection, paragraph 2. Thank you.
And Kai, with respect to the word key, that word haunted us in 315 as well, and we kicked it down the road. And now that's coming back. So I'll take that to the task force and see if we can define it. But we've had trouble with that in the past. So
Was it Kai on that task force?
yes, he was.
But I think given that this standard is also then to be used by others that don't have the experience of using the ISOs and having key members of engagement team and so on, I think it may be worthwhile going a little bit further to exploring on that.
Mm-hmm. We'll give it a go.
And then blame Kai.
Okay, Warren.
Splendid. Slide 36, please. All right. So, sorry. Just bear with me for a moment. So for our limited and our reasonable assurance engagement, in paragraphs 7A to 13R, you will see the very familiar table which differentiates between the limited and the reasonable assurance engagement. The practitioner needs to gain an understanding of the control environment, the information systems, the results of the client's risk assessment processes, and we've gone to great lengths to ensure that there's a clear differentiation between limited assurance and reasonable assurance. The understanding of the full risk assessment process, you will remember, is only applicable in the case of the reasonable assurance engagement. Control activities and then entity processes for monitoring controls, those were also specific to reasonable assurance, and that is the same as what we discussed with you in our meeting in December. Now, Susan and I do note the fact that some members wanted to include the client's monitoring efforts as part of the limited assurance engagement table, but we decided against doing that for 2 basic reasons. The first is that it would be inconsistent with the approach in 3410, but perhaps more important than just sort of making sure that it's the same as the previous standard is wanting to ensure that there's a clear differentiation between the work effort for limited and reasonable assurance at this stage where we're thinking about risk in addition to where we respond to risk, which Susan and I will chat to you in more detail about probably only tomorrow. So those are the 2 main reasons why we didn't include that monitoring process as part of the limited assurance. We've also gone a bit further, though, and introduced a conditional requirement here saying that if the practitioner plans to test the operating effectiveness of controls for limited assurance engagements, then you go through this process of gaining an understanding of the applicable controls. We've introduced these additional provisions, and we're drawing your attention now specifically to 12L, and then A42AL and A42AR, point taken about difficulty following some of the numbering. Specifically here, we're taking cognizance of the fact that some practitioners do actually seem to be using controls even in limited assurance engagements. Based on the discussion we heard earlier today from Patrick, it seems like controls are becoming increasingly a relevant consideration in the sustainability reporting space. And we were also really keen to make sure that ISO 5000 is grounded in pragmatism. We think it's really important that this document be capable of being operationalized or applied in a context where sustainability reporting is really dynamic. It is conceivable that controls will begin to mature, become more common, will need to be tested as part of both limited and reasonable assurance engagements. For all of those reasons, we decided to add this as an additional requirement, albeit a conditional one, when it comes to limited assurance. We are mindful of the fact that in some cases, controls could also form the subject matter of the engagement, in which case the practitioner would need some guidance on how to think about controls in the context of risk of material misstatement. So that one's quite a substantive change to what you saw in December, and Susan and I would be really keen to hear what you think.
Okay. Thank you for the setup. 7A to 13R. Sachika.
Thank you, Warren and Susan. I have a comment on 12L in the requirement that Warren, you now talk about. And my comment is regard to the wording risk. I'm not sure whether that is intentional or not, but I think we need to delete the word risks from here, and it should just state to identify disclosure where material misstatements are likely to arise, because paragraph 15L does not use the word risk. And also, I think saying risk and then also saying are likely to arise is confusing, as the latter implies the concept of risk. And I found there are some places where risk is used in the limited assurance case. I sent over to you for some examples, so maybe you can take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
Thank you. Warren, my first comment is in relation to 7 capital A little b. And I don't know if it's because you've moved, I think you've moved that paragraph down, because the ordering now seemed a little bit off for the reporting boundary specifically, because in 7 big A little b, this is the stage where you're obtaining an understanding of the entity and its environment, and one of those things you understand is the reporting boundary and the activities within the boundary. But then in 7B, the one that comes before, you're evaluating criteria, including the reporting boundary. So I don't know, it just felt a little bit off in the ordering. Like, would you evaluate something before you understood something? But anyway, maybe you can just take a look at that. And like I said, it could be because it appears you've moved 7 big A down. Maybe the ordering got thrown off a little bit. And then I was having a bit of a struggle with 12L, I have to be honest, for a couple of reasons. One is I felt like it didn't allow for as much differentiation between limited assurance and reasonable assurance as I expected. So that was my first observation. And I guess based on my outreach, what I heard anyway was this wasn't terribly common that you would do operating effectiveness of controls and limited assurance. So those are my 2 points that made me struggle a little bit with the inclusion. If we keep it, so I think it needs to be simpler. So 12L right now is a very complicated paragraph. And I wonder if it just needs to be simply say, if the practitioner intends to test the operating effectiveness controls, and then move on, as opposed to building in the piece around whether or not they need to understand controls in order to identify where risks are likely to arise. I think that second bit of the paragraph confuses it. So if we want to keep it as a conditional requirement, I guess I'm wondering if it'd be simpler just to say if the practitioner plans to test operating effectiveness of controls, and then say what they need to do in those circumstances. And then that probably would mean 12L little c wouldn't be necessary because you just have the conditional requirement around testing OE. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Shall we?
Thanks. And it's good to come after Julie because I have the exact same point about control. And I was just wondering if we can just make it really simple and say, if you want to test control, you could reference to whatever. So I agree with that. And just more generally, I thought this is a part where non-professional accountants, practitioners probably may have the biggest challenge in understanding and applying. And just in terms of our engagement with our reference group, I thought this would be a good candidate for more focused engagement. So I just want to make that point as well. I have a few editorial comments, which again, I'll send through. And I just want to raise a very small additional point. And this is on A25, A25A, small a, where we say concern about integrity of those preparing sustainability information may be so serious that you conclude, you cannot do it. And I just thought in addition to integrity, competency as well, especially in the context of sustainability information should probably be another key consideration. So just wondering whether you want to build that in. Thanks.
By show of 10 cards, since everyone who's spoken so far is focused on 12L, how many are you raising issues on 12L? Okay, why don't we maybe try to get a consensus on 12L? I think that would be helpful to you. And then we'll come back to everyone else who has the 10 card and resolve it. So I think Sachiko's points were about the risk, using the term risk, but then it sort of goes a level further with Julie's point about maybe even as it recognizes a conditional requirement that maybe we've gone a little too far. The people who are nodding their heads on 12L are, when I said going too far, we're nodding their heads to that point. I don't know if anyone wants to add right now, or potentially Susan or Warren want to respond to what they've heard so far. If you need a hand, Diane.
Yeah, sorry, I just have a clarification. It's all in that context that it might go too far, but where I am looking for just education is in 12L little a, the second part of that paragraph where it starts, which shall include controls that address risk for which substantive procedures alone. I was curious as that was intentionally what you wanted to say, meaning it's now pulling you back. This to me implies that you need to test controls always. It's ignoring that very first if up at the top. And it feels like this sends me back to the beginning, like regardless of what you said, if you can't get there alone through substantive procedures, you need to test controls. And I was thinking that was not your intention, but that was my clarifying point. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Anyone who wanted to come in on 12L now, if you physical hand, maybe the best way to do it. Kai?
A very similar point to what we heard that from practice, this is going further than what's in a limited engagement, assurance engagement. And given the fact that we're trying to differentiate between limited and reasonable, that we are going too far.
But I think there's support for including a requirement here, though. So that's really a key component based upon what we heard. Kai?
I have had the same comment like Julie referring to 12L. I have a suggestion for the wording. I read, if the practitioner, little a, considers it appropriate to understand controls to identify disclosures where the risk of material misstatement are likely to arise and to design further procedures, or little b, plans to test the operating effectiveness of controls to obtain evidence, the practitioner shall obtain an understanding of the control activities by identifying those controls and identifying the entity's general IT controls that address risk arising from the use of IT related of those controls. This is my suggestion. Thanks.
Will you send that to the team? It's hard to totally grasp, but yeah, I think conceptually it's moving in the right direction, but Warren and Susan, do you have any reactions to what you've heard on 12L so far?
No, what I'm hearing is that basically C is definitely going too far. I want to look at, we will look, the task force will look at Kai's wording to see if that solves the problem. And then the other question is whether or not the second part of 12L where we're talking about, I'm sorry, the 12LA, where we're talking about shall include controls that address the risk for which substantive procedures alone do not provide. That might be too far too. And I think that if the rest of the board agrees with that, we can just take that out.
Okay, we've dealt with 12L for now. Anyone who else wants to make a comment on 7A to 13R is welcome to raise their tent again. Kai.
It's just a comment, a short one, saying that this is an area, especially one example is 8L and R, that a lot of the application material are the same. And when reading the application material, it becomes unclear what the different levels are. So that's an example, I think, of one area that further differentiation in the application material would be helpful.
Okay, great, thank you. Eric?
Thanks. On 13, which we just have an R, we don't have an L, we actually wondered whether if in 12 the practitioner doing the limited assurance engagement decides to test the operating effectiveness of controls, whether it would be appropriate in that circumstance for the practitioner to obtain an understanding of the entity's process for monitoring the system of internal controls. Seemed to make sense to us that if you're going to test if you've decided you're going to test the controls, then you would probably want to get an understanding of the monitoring process in that circumstance. So I had a question about that. And the other comment I just wanted to make was on A42AR, which is dealing with the other controls for which it may be appropriate for the practitioner to obtain an understanding. And the feedback I got from on that particular paragraph was people didn't find that particularly helpful, but they thought that the guidance that's in 315 paragraph A165 could be helpful if it was adapted to sustainability situations. Thank you.
Okay, Ada?
Yes, thank you. I was, this may be more presentation and something the task force will look at, but if I look at 8L and then 9L, 10L, 11L, well, it's all saying the same thing. So can't we just leave those boxes empty? Because that also demonstrates much more differential requirements. And I had a little bit of the same with 12L, that if you're here, refer to the reasonable bit, that conceptually may be more difficult to do, but that could help also in the presentation for limited. But those are relatively minor points. I did have a point on the application material, and that's in respect of A40R, where in A40R, it now reads, including the processes by which sustainability related risks and opportunities are identified. And understand that the EU CSRD or the EU standards will probably require a description of this process by itself and a conclusion by the practitioner on it. So I was thinking rather than including, to make that an or, to capture that as a separate subject matter, underlying subject matter. Thank you.
Okay, Diane?
I had a couple comments on, it's A42AL and A42AR. They struck me as a bit odd. This is talking about other controls where we may want to get an understanding, and a couple of the bullets talk about situations where management believes the risk is material, and I'm not sure, quite frankly, really care what management thinks versus what my assessment is. And then the second one deals with documents and records, and I wasn't sure if you were trying to get to the risk of information produced by the entity, like IPE risk. You want to understand the controls around that. That might be where you're going, which I think probably makes sense, especially in this type of environment. But I wasn't clear, again, on the management believes elements, which are both in AL and AR, as well as if you were really honing in on the risks associated with IPE. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Just a minor comment. I also had the same comments on 12L, but once we consider lightening the language in 12L, we also should look at 12AL. I don't think we talked about 12AL. Thank you.
Okay. Warren and Susan?
Okay. So I'll start with Sachiko. Thanks for the errant risks. We'll start to teach those out. I think, Julie, when we clear up the criteria in that one paragraph, that might solve your problem with the relationship with 12AB and 7B. I think when we clean up the criteria and the criteria, because I think that's related. I think most of these comments I can take back to the task force. I think I would be interested in knowing what you feel about Edo's suggestion about the presentation, about basically taking the paragraphs out of the limited assurance column and referring over to the reasonable assurance column. And in general, if that's an appropriate way to go.
What I worry about that is just actually a really practical one about signposting.
Yeah.
And there is a small possibility that some jurisdictions will just take our left side of the columns and put it into the standard. So it's a real risk to doing that. And even though it may sound redundant, there may be that practical concern. Just my view. Anyone has a similar viewpoint? I'm very conscious, particularly since in electronic format, we may be able to create a filtering mechanism that say, click all the paragraphs that apply to all and in our else. I finally solved something.
The other question I wanted to bring back to the board is Eric's comment about whether or not if the practitioner decides that they're going to test the operating effectiveness of control activities, should there be a conditional requirement at that point for them to understand monitoring of those control activities? And we're talking here about a limited assurance engagement. I'm sorry? And only monitoring, yeah.
Okay. Anyone feel as if that requirement should be added? No one expressed a strong opinion. You're fine. Are people persuaded by Eric's argument? I think Eric was suggesting you consider it. Ada?
So I'm trying to envisage the limited assurance engagement where you think, oh, that particular control I'm going to use, and as you're thinking about it, you'll think about, okay, but if I use this to some extent, I'm also going to use this monitoring bit to some extent, and that's going to be very targeted. By pulling in monitoring in the broader sense, I'm not sure that fully makes sense for a limited assurance engagement. But
was that the task force's original reasoning?
So the reason that it is not included in limited assurance engagements right now is because we chose this, we pulled in the requirements from ISAE 3410. And so the components that the practitioner is required to understand in 3410 is exactly this: control environment, the information systems communications, and the results of the risk assessment process.
Are people happy with the position? Eric, is this I think you were just raising this issue for consideration, but is it something you feel strongly about?
Well, I'll wait and see how we end up dealing with paragraph 12, but we just I'd like to sort of consider whether if there is the conditional requirement in 12L and the practitioner goes down that path, I'd like to understand why the practitioner would not also look at the monitoring related to that control.
Okay. Billy?
I just want to try and clarify maybe the point that Ada also made. So Susan, maybe for you and Warren, the question is, because the one thing that I noticed as well is we're not following the same sequence of our elements of controls as we have in 315, where we've also brought in the notion of you've got indirect controls and direct controls. And I think to Ada's point, the monitoring here is meant to be an indirect control, but it's positioned funny. You almost want to position your control environment, risk assessment process, monitoring, and then get into your direct controls about information system and control activities. And just by doing that, it may just make a little bit more sense.
Warren, Susan, any reaction?
I'm happy to experiment with that to see if that flow works better. So
I saw Warren nod in his head.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay. I think, have we addressed all the issues in this section? We ready to move on? You have about 10 minutes. I think we could get it done. I'm very optimistic.
All right, let's move on to slide 37. So now if we go to (14L), 14R, and then all the way through to 20L and R, given now that our limited assurance engagements may involve understanding and testing the controls, we've introduced the requirement for control deficiencies in 14L and R, matched accordingly. The practitioner considers if the control deficiencies are evident in a limited assurance engagement, and then in contrast with our reasonable assurance engagement, we determine if there is a control deficiency, and the additional guidance which we've pulled through draws extensively on ISA 315. Following on from some of the board suggestions we had in December, we've clarified that ROM is also assessed now on a spectrum ranging from low to high, albeit that we don't specifically refer to the concept of significant risk, which again is consistent with where we were at the point in December. We do, however, include some additional content on assertions, and we're specifically alerting you now to paragraph A60R. Now, these examples of the assertions in paragraph A60R were not actually debated extensively. In fact, they were a late addition made to the draft, a little bit of a surprise for everybody to consider. Susan and I are flagging this now for the attention of all of the board members, including members of the task force who may want to comment on those specific examples of the assertions. And then finally, you will recall that although ISA 5000 is not intended to deal with this concept of risk at the overall level, we did think that it was actually helpful to draw practitioners' attention to the fact that sometimes, particularly for reasonable assurance engagements, you might actually find a risk of misstatement that happens to affect multiple assertions on multiple disclosures, and that you'd want to think about all of this holistically. And so that's also been introduced into these specific sections, which Susan and I would now like your views on. So Tom, over to you.
Okay. So.
Thanks. A couple of comments. Firstly, on 14L, we've added the requirement in about internal control in a limited assurance assignment. I couldn't see where there was an action. It just says consider whether there's a control deficiency. So it was the kind of what do we do next? And I think in part 7, there's a response for the reasonable assurance assignment, and we might want to consider whether we need something similar for a limited assignment. And then Warren, on the paragraph you just mentioned, A60, I think A60R. The feedback I had in some of the outreach was it wasn't necessarily questioning the assertions. It was more about it might be helpful to have a subject and use an example of the subject matter, and then identify what the assertions might be that would relate or would be relevant for that subject matter. And the only one of those I had sort of particular comment on was responsibility, because we weren't quite sure how that matched up with the text, how it described it. Thanks.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. So in 14L, Warren, we don't refer to 12L. And if you actually proceeded down the path to test controls, wouldn't you also need to consider whether you identified a control deficiency in that work as well? So that's my first question. We only refer to 8L, not 12L. And then probably a bigger question on 14L, and it's a comment Sue just made, is what do you do with the identified deficiencies? So I can get there because I'm reading this with my auditor hat on. This is what I do every day. I read the standards. I guide practitioners on how to do. I talk to lots of auditors. We worry about deficiencies and we know what to do with them. But I'm not sure everybody would be in the same place. So I'm trying to put myself in a different place and say, what do I do with this information? What's my next step? So I think we need something about that. And then this is more of a technical point, but we don't have an evaluation in these components of internal control in the limited assurance column like we do in the reasonable assurance column. So that is a definite difference. And I've always thought that the conclusion on whether or not you have a deficiency in internal control is kind of tied to the evaluation. And we don't have that evaluation in limited. So I'm still unsure in my mind. If I just obtain an understanding, can I get myself to identifying deficiencies? So it's a bit of an open question for me because I understand why we've added 14L because you need to close the loop somehow, right? If you've done all this work understanding these components of internal control, then there needs to be something that you think about at the end of all of that to say, well, what did I learn? And what you learn might be, I found, I identified a deficiency, but I'm just trying to link it to what I would think about in the audit context, and if that link is there in what we have. In 14R, we got a fair amount of feedback that we will likely need some more application material on how to actually assess ROMs at the assertion level. And again, stepping out of my auditor lens and stepping into someone who doesn't do this day in and day out, how do I assess my risks of internal misstatement? And do we need to actually give a little bit more of a steer as to how to do that? We mentioned the spectrum, which is good, but how do I determine where I'm on the spectrum? And people felt they really needed some more help there. And then in 20L, sorry, I'm just going down here. 20L, when we get to documentation, do we also need to have a reference to 12L? Because if I've proceeded down the path of testing controls, I would think I would need to document that in a limited assurance engagement as well. So that's my last point. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. My point is on 18R. And I guess the first point is it says for disclosures in which no risk of material misstatement has been identified, you've got to do a further evaluation of whether that determination remains appropriate. And I guess we looked at that from the the other places in the ISAs where you do these standbacks, and this seems to imply that for every single disclosure for which no risk has been identified, that you would have to do this additional procedure. Now, in the ISAs, it's more based on material balances only, and so I just wondered if that was a bit of overkill on that requirement. And just wondered if whether there should be an equivalent requirement in the limited assurance side for that, or why we don't need a stand back on the limited side as well. Thanks.
Okay. Ada?
Yes, thank you. In respect of 14L, I would actually go a little bit further than Sue and Julie. I'm not sure how I need to work with consider there, because I think the outcome is going to be exactly the same. It's either a deficiency or not, and I don't think you do anything differently. I wonder whether that not. I think that should be a determine as well. You need to come to that conclusion. And then I entirely agree with the comments. So what do you do next? And then you can follow the reasonable assurance path, because that's already written for us. We had similar thoughts around 18R as Eric had. May have something to do, and I think I'll come back to it tomorrow, I guess, on as to the further audit procedures, because this feels a little bit in the context of, what is it, 313 or 330.18 for material class of transactions, balances and disclosures, where you always need to do some substantive testing. So I think it's linked to that, but I wonder whether it was missing something in context. And then in respect of application material A60R, I was struggling to understand the responsibility bullet because it says sustainability information pertains to the entity, but under a reporting boundary framework where you're still responsible even though it doesn't pertain to your entity. So I'm not sure whether responsibility is the right word there. I haven't found a better word either. So I understand the difficulty in this, but I just wanted to flag it. Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
Yeah, I was going to say on the assertions, first of all, I'm happy they're back. And same thing with responsibility. I wasn't sure if you were getting at appropriateness or applicability. I wasn't quite sure what the purpose was. So I think it was Sue maybe had suggested adding some examples, but I do think I struggled with responsibility. Thanks.
Susan and Warren, any reactions?
Well, I have a couple of things to put on the agenda for the next task force meeting. So we definitely need to spend some time thinking about control deficiencies and our responsibility to identify them, what to do with them when we do identify them in either a limited or reasonable assurance engagement. With respect to, with respect to the assertions, we're going to look more carefully at the responsibility assertion and see if we have that wording correct. We'll also take a look at seeing if we can come up with an example of some different topics and see how to apply those assertions to those different topics. And if anybody at this table has any examples that they'd like to share, they would be most welcome. And Julie, I'll try to look at your comments about linking 14L and 12L and how that all works with the identification of control deficiencies and what to do if you've identified them. And in 14R, more application material on assessing the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. We'll take a look at that and see if we can provide some more application material. And also the documentation on if in a limited assurance we test controls. I think I agree that that might make for a good documentation requirement. And then we'll also look at the stand back requirement and see if that works in the context of these engagements and how to make that work. I think those are the big ones in this round.
Yeah, I think you covered it all. Any other reactions? Okay, I think we made it through part 6.
Can I ask for all of your editorial comments, please? I want to make this job as spiffy as possible for the next round. So I'd like to get all of your editorials in so that it's a nice clean draft that you see next. So.
All right, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for all your fantastic comments, and helps us move forward. That's really good. And particular thanks to the drafting team members and the task force team members today who are all presenting and keeping on top of things and have, just produced all these fantastic papers for us all to look at. So thanks all, and see you tomorrow for part 7.
Yeah, and Jim and Janine, any reflections on the day?
Not other than I'm glad to see there's some progress, and this is a big effort, and I think we're just starting to embark on it. So good discussion.
Janine?
Yeah, I can echo what Jim is saying. Good discussion, important discussions, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. And so it's important that you're all set, everyone who works on this project, so to process all the comments made, and so that next time there's an even better draft. So good work. Thanks.
Okay, Billy, yeah, I hear you have an announcement.
Yeah, just a reminder more than an announcement, and that's just a few board members and TAs. We need to take your pictures. Sorry, I'm reading this message as I'm speaking. For those board members and TAs who do not have their photos on the website yet, we will circulate a list so that you know who you are. But we will. Let me just see, Armand. Am I missing something? Okay, so you should have already gotten an email. Okay, great, thanks.
Wear your best clothes. Is that for tonight or tomorrow? Okay, great. I think we're at the close of today's meeting. Tomorrow we will begin, shockingly, with sustainability again, part 7, lucky 7. And I wish you all a good evening. Thank you.